Yo, good evening, guys. How you doing? Good morning, good afternoon, depending on where you're from. I'm live right now, or we're live, and if you're watching it sometime later, thanks for having a look in, because sometimes it is interesting, depending on what you think. Right, Yvonne's first, of course. I don't think she was I think it was last time, yeah. I can't forget it. Eamon, first one in, tough shit, Yvonne. That was his comment. Happy face, laughing face, you know. Good on you, Eamon. I think that's first time ever, but it's just the way tough shit, you know. But Yvonne was off all night last time because she was on a bit of a do, I believe. A few sherries, I think. SG, how you doing? Good to see you. Alligator. Indefatigable. Whoever you are, thank you so much. Can't think of a live you've missed. Maybe one or two. Just amazing support on my live. So I really appreciate you being there all the time. Mickey Mouse 123. 123. Mickey, how you doing? Great to see you, and thanks enormously for all your support as well. And that includes everything you've done, comment-wise, popping in, saying hello, the odd gift or two, you know what I mean? And I really appreciate that. It means a lot, Mickey. Thank you. So alligators off, and let's keep them coming in, guys. Let's have this banter coming in. I wasn't that late, Yvonne. In fact, it was your fault. I'll think of a reason why soon. Trevor, much love, mate, and thanks for coming in, as always. Hang on, let me try and work this out in English. Yeah, I think I know what you mean. Yvonne, tough shit, as Eamon would say. We love Yvonne, guys. We do. Tony Lynch. Oof, 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 oof. Chuck. That is Irish, I believe. But I'm not sure what it means, so I'm not. If you can translate first, Tony, Anthony, if you can, that'd be great for you. So it would, my friend, my Irish friend. Here is EA Audits. He's a good guy. He's a great guy. He does lives himself. Sorry. I popped in. It could have been last week, mate, week before, whatever. And he said, "Come on, Dino, come on." And I was just passing through, and I thought, "Shall I, shan't I?" I thought I was so tired, and I just thought, no, I'll just say hello and stay in there for a bit. But thanks anyway, mate. Yeah, and of course you're welcome on this panel. Again, you're well liked in here, and you're always welcome. EA Audits, guys, and please check his channel out. If any, guys, those links, please, if you don't mind, that'd be great. Trev, do your stuff, no matter what it may be, link wise, whatever you put up, whatever you say. Trev, do the biz. I think we should listen to Trevor and check Trevor Random's channel out as well, please, guys. Does not get what he deserves, I believe. I think on YouTube. Ronald Crossland, guy, are you doing that? Great stuff. Miserable weather, yeah. Very damp, very damp. But good to see you, Ron. Great stuff, mate. Hope you're doing well. How you doing, boy? Good to see you, Sparky. You know what, Sparky? I look back today. No, yesterday. Anyway. And I was looking right back through to see if I could find a video of what's been private for a while in my content on my channel, to see if I could bring a video up what I've not played before, because I've got loads which I've never played. And I was looking back through, so I looked all the way through and I looked right back, and it began in the last week of March, I believe, in 2021. And then I think about 2 months after that, maybe less, I started doing lives, and you've been there since then, Spiky, you and Claire. So I appreciate that. It means a lot. And thank you very much. Cheers, Blue. Means a lot, mate. Don't forget that vegan breakfast. I haven't forgotten that, mate. Just give me a sec here. Be patient. It's what I do. I go through all the chat first. I don't like missing anyone out. I like to say hello to everyone as much as possible, and then, get the ball rolling, so to speak. J Bully, is it? What rank would you put it at? Top rank, sergeant, lieutenant, I don't know. Alti, great guy. Mentioned him many times before. There's Al. Say hello to Keris for me, Al, if you don't mind, please. From us all, much love as well. Absolute angel. It's Keris. Have I missed Biker? No, I've not. So, Trevor, how come you're saying hi, Biker? Okay, J Bully. Hang around, mate, if you want. I've got great mods in here. Hiya, Charlotte. Ciao. Charlotte, have a great time. Have a great, great time. Tell us all about it in the new year. Darnley Boyles. I love this time of year just before Christmas. When your partner walks into a room, you can slam your laptop shut and you don't get any disgusted looks. I don't know. But how are you doing, Darnley? Stanley Boyles. Wow. That's a fair name. There's Biker. There he is, guys. I'll explain a couple of things in a few minutes. Because I don't think Biker will be on tonight with us. But he is watching, he is listening, so beware. But I don't think he'll be on panel tonight. Reasons being, it's not been that good a time for him. I would say physically. Mentally, he's perfectly mental as normal. But he has gone through a bit of trouble lately, and he's gone through a bit of surgery. So, I mean, I hope he comes on, but I spoke to him earlier and I said, no. Have a night off, please rest. Well, I might do no, Biker, please. Well, at the least, I'll be watching and listening, and I'll still have my finger on that button. So that's Biker for you, the best co-host on YouTube. Just don't know much. Joseph Benoit, how you doing? Ronald Terry Hall. I don't know anything about that name. Electrocuted as vegan, being a female vegetarian. Joseph, short answer, no. DJ Samuel, how you doing? Here he is. Hey, come on! Come on, the Irish. Eamon's there, guys. If anyone can, Eamon McCann can. Thank you, Trevor. Please take notice, guys. I'm only asking, but Trev put some links up in this chat from time to time, and they are well worth looking at. Links, stroke videos. Cheers, Trev. Keep on coming, mate. Mick Brown, where's Welsh flag behind you back in true Warrington was Welsh. Mick, I'll tell you what then, all right then. I don't know. Yeah, I've had loads of Welsh support. And you've got like Smokey and well, there's loads. I'm trying to think of more than Smokey at the minute, but I know there's quite a few Welsh people. So yeah, right, we'll make room for a Welsh flag as well. I'll just slightly pan it to that point there where you've got this flag here as well, but we'll go back to that now. No worries, Al. Wolf, good evening to you as well. How are you doing? Thanks for coming in. Wolf. This time of year, the family gathers. We raise our glasses to Mum up there, looking down as we must get that Sterling fixed. No, you're the best, I think, Ali, on here at the humour business. Top class, mate. Superb. Mate, no. Personally, no. Does anyone? I think no. No, I don't think they do. Oh, Biker will be back. Bloody in no time, Al. Tough as Yorkshire stone, that fella. Salt of the earth, as we already know. Right. Sorry, a bit slow on that one there, but cheers, no worries. So Yvonne, Eamon, what are you on anyway? It's probably cider anyway. Yvonne will drink anything, guys. She reckons she's on that right now, lager and black. That's probably after about a few eggnogs. Come on, we're talking right, Christmas. Eggnog. Avocado. What was it called? Advocaat. The yellow stuff. The thick cream. The what's it called? Milk of magnesia type bloody stuff. Mixed with, I think it was it lemonade, a baby sham or something like that. Remember baby sham? And all those adverts what used to come on TV with baby sham and everyone having a good time, these little tiny bottles, you know, baby sham. You mix it with the yolk and the milk of magnesia stuff, coloured yellow. But it did get you pissed, right? I must admit, when I was young, well, and then sometimes my mum and dad would have the Christmas Eve, it'd be their turn that year, and and it came round to that particular Christmas, so it was my mum and dad's house and neighbours and a few friends, and quite packed. I'll never forget it. And I think they had these either 6-packs. There were so many baby shams in a crate thing, small crate. And yeah, I just used to nick them, me and my brothers, and drink them. We joined in early. I mean, Christmas, Liam T. Norris Trev. What have I said? What have I said now? What? Luke, just because he's not here, tell you, this is it's what he's like with me sometimes. And then we're like that, and then I'm going live in 5 minutes, going to each other, and then we both come on and we go, "How you doing, mate? Hey up." No, it's not. It's not like that. It's not like that at all. Chubby Rain, are you doing? Hello again. Are you doing? Listen, Eamon, be kind. Look, let's just have a. I mean, it's a white rose. So what? White rose. Where do you see white roses these days? I don't see many. Mind you, I don't look for them, but let's just go back a bit now, like that. Let's just get rid of it. Just keep a bit of it there, like that, so we can't moan about it. You're not showing the Yorkshire flag. The nose. Emmerdale Farm. No, Biker doesn't talk like that, really. That's how he talks. Yvonne, you just said lager and was it cider and black? Lager and black, something like that. Big bucket full and no doubt about it. No doubt about it. I reckon you're on your second bucket already, so you're Jack Daniels. You like anything, Yvonne? Let's just face it. When it comes to a drink, it is nice though, that, isn't it? If you've not tried that, guys, and you like a shot, which doesn't blow your head off, and it's a mellow one, and it's a creeper inner. One of them warms your belly. It definitely is a Jack Daniels Fireball. Very nice. Mick, yes. Absolutely. Paul Yeoman, how you doing? I hope you're still there, mate. While I'm saying hello, how you doing, pal? Hope everyone has a great Christmas. Paul Yeoman, legend of mine, great guy, salt of the earth. You don't know him that well, but you know him from popping in saying hello. The reason he doesn't stay in there these days is because he's such a busy man and looks after his family. Number one to that guy. And he makes sure of that 100% sealed plus 100% more. That is one hell of a family guy, and he's salt of the earth is Paul Yeoman. Mickey, it's all back again. Apparently you can. If you want to donate. I'm back monetized. So, James, how you doing? Could be ghost for a while, so I'm watching football. What do you mean watching? Why, he's playing football now? I thought it was all finished. I'm not demonetized. I know that for a fact because I've looked into it. Anyway, don't bother about stuff like that. Yeah, James, thanks for coming in. Who's playing football? Are you trying to say football is more important than this live stream tonight? Is that what you're saying, James? Never mind. Okay, I'll catch up. Teflon, how you doing? Yeah. No, James. Well, yeah, but not lately, not recently. It's because you've been away. Last time you saw me, I had longer hair. Mick. What was the name of it? Why are Liverpool playing Man City? I want to know. I need to know that. It's the end of season, the World Cup's finished and all that. So why is football still being played? What's that, a friendly or some kind of cup? Or waste of time, money-making event? Tell me, Shelby, how you doing? Good evening. Thanks for coming in. Really appreciate it. Really, really, Blue. Do you know what? Why not? Healthy. You know, go for it, Claire. Yeah. Give her my best, please, Spikey. See what happens. You know what I mean? And if anything falls back, Luke, no regret. It's like, at least I fucking tried. You know what I mean? So. I know, it pisses you off. It pisses you off. A place like that, appreciated, historical, eventful, famous names, you know, all that kind of stuff related to a venue of, you know, Okay, Manchester, you know, and brilliant world city, and gone. You know, and I always think, can't we make use of that building? Why do you have to knock it down? Look at it; it's in good nick. It could be anything. You could turn this into anything. And places have done that. People have done that. They turned, you know, empty theatres, empty churches, chapels into restaurants and hotels and all kinds of different types of places with the buildings, you know. And then, and it's obvious, isn't it? Because the ones that get knocked down end up being built on with apartments and flats, and, you know, that comes from a rich businessman who thinks, I don't give a fuck about the history. I don't give a fuck about the industry, what led to that. I don't give a fuck about the people who enjoyed it. You know, I feel sorry for them. No, I don't. But I'll just say it. All that type of bullshit. And then, you know, they build a pile of fucking red brick shit on it, which starts crumbling very soon because they're whipped up in kit form almost. In fact, some of them are. And they soon start crumbling. Filthy rich bastards who don't give a fuck about our culture, because a lot of them are foreign. All right, James, cheers. I've not heard of it, but right. Why is the ref always running backwards? I don't know yet. Okay, I'm nearly down there, I think. I was demonetized, Chubby, but I appealed about 2 weeks ago. And I've got all the stuff here on my emails from YouTube saying, you know, you remonetized again, Dino, no problem. Plus, I've seen the count on the monetization thing on my studio thing. So I know it's up and running. So that's a fact. It's not working. I'm not sure then. Not sure why that's happening. Is it something I should have to activate for the lives or something? For the super chats and things like that? I'm not sure. But honestly, guys, and I never ask for anything, you know this now, but with this remonetizing, so if you do want to, I don't know, put anything in, there's a PayPal link, and YouTube can't take any percentage out of that as well. So there's a bit of justice in that if you want to do it that way, because they take 30% of what I earn, which I don't earn anything. But anyway, let's get off that. I wonder why they're suspending my subscription. Yeah, that was it, James. All memberships, everything, they stopped it all. Is that back up and running again? If you can tell me that. I already know it's not set up. Shit. Right, well, I'll not bother now, but maybe I forgot to do something. Yeah. So anyway, thanks for all that nice stuff, you know, saying stuff like that and things like that. But honestly, the best way is the PayPal way, to be honest with you. You know, I don't like saying it because I never ask for money. You know that, guys, and but it's you lot what I've mentioned, the monetization. So I just thought I'd tell you that. You know, so I think I must have missed something, and I must have to activate the super chats or something. So, right. All up and running. Yeah, I thought so, James. Yeah. Best of the internet. Cheers, Trev, for them links still coming in. Mick Brown, not even got mobiles. Right, I'm at the end of the chat. And that has only taken 31 minutes. But at least I can relax knowing Biker's not that frustrated tonight. Because he's not coming on. Right, but now I'm going to put the link in. And I know I'm going to get a few guests on. So thanks for bearing with me, guys. As you all know, I do like to say hello to each and every one of you. So now hopefully we'll get someone who wants to come on and have a chat. There's the link. There it is. Shall I pin it? How do I do that now? No, I can't do that. Yeah, Mickey. So it must be something about the lives that I've not activated when it comes to that or something. I don't know. Anyway, I'll sort it out. So, Alan, good evening to you as well. Thanks for coming in. Great stuff. So I did put in as the title, I normally put whatever night it is live, boring title and things like that. But anything can happen, topics, banter and all that. So see what happens because it's live. But tonight I thought I'd put almost Christmas. So what? So I just want your thoughts. And I know a lot of you have already said Merry Christmas and things like that, which is nice. It is nice, and I don't judge anyone's views on it. I just think about them views and analyze it, and then don't judge that person why that person thinks that of Christmas or whatever they think of. So I don't think that's you, mate, backstage. Yeah, for the kids and things like that. Yeah, that's the most common thing said, really, by people. I'd say, well, people with kids onwards. People who haven't had kids up to that point. What does Christmas mean to them? People who never have kids. What does Christmas mean to them people? You can have couples and they don't have children. I know quite a few never had children. How do they celebrate Christmas? And so, OXO soup. Now, does that mean OXO the cube, boiled up soup that way, quick and simple? Or do you mean oxtail soup? Teflon. Biker, just a thumbs up or a yes. Is it something I forgot to do? Have you just done that have you just activated that for me? Must have missed it. Mickey, it's sorted. Apparently, Biker's just sorted it. I obviously forgot to apply something. when it came to live stream super chats. Anyway, I just thought it was one click and all we're done. But obviously not. But it is now. Thank you. Lucky you to beef. What's all this? What's all this? What have I missed? What have I missed? What have I missed? Nothing. Right. Enlightened, if you're still there backstage, please come on. Sorry, if you're still there listening, please come on. Just give me 1 sec, guys. Hello? Hello?
Enlightened, are you there, my friend? Enlightened, are you coming on the chat? It's good to be back. It's good to be back. Hello, 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 hello. There ain't no way to make it. Got no faith in you. I got a feeling you still know me. So why the shit for me shoe? Nobody ever mentions the weather to make or break your day. Nobody ever make you think, but I think we live in the shadows and we have the chance to do it away. It's never gonna be the same. The world I knew comes around the rain. Hello, 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 Dana.
How are you?
How am I? I'm absolutely brilliant.
Good. You changed your logo, so I was slightly worried. That's why I put the banner on.
Yes. Well, someone said I look like the person in that picture. So I decided to make me face look like that.
And I think I think EA audits could be back as well.
Oh, hello, hello.
Hello, what are you doing, sir? I'll let you get your camera sorted and stuff. How you doing, mate? I like the jacket.
There it is. Yeah. Can you hear me now? Can you hear me now? I'm in the backstage.
Loud and clear, mate. Loud and clear.
I didn't know that.
I can hear you as well. We can all hear you. We can all hear you now. Yeah.
Can you see me as well?
You're live.
I can see you. I can see you loud and clear. Right, I'll take the banner off, guys. It's up to you. You want to hear?
No problem.
You want to stay on screen? Yeah.
I'm not ashamed of my image. I should be, but I'm not. I'm just making a drink. It's always nice to have a drink, isn't it? Right, whoops.
What concoction are you making there, mate?
It's like that fruity cider stuff. I really like it. Yeah. I'm not a big drinker, but seems like it's a special time of year, special occasion. So a little bit of apple juice goes in there. Oh no, yeah, right. Actually, it hasn't really worked because I was thinking it was going to like really froth up, but it hasn't really. But you can tell that I've used to work in a bar, can't you? But that, in fairness, I do like head. I mean, not the drink. No, that's not. No. Excuse me. That was complete.
We know.
Tadino.
That drink looks gorgeous, by the way. See how quick the head
to big thank you to Mickey. Mickey, thanks for that. I really appreciate it as always. Thank you.
That's 20 quid. Thank you.
You've just put it in twice, Mickey. I don't know if you've done that by mistake, but
he will have
put that in twice.
Yeah, he will have. So send Send them away back. Oop, I shouldn't say that.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thanks, Mickey. Mickey's been around for a long time. He's from town to town.
Nice one, Mickey.
He can disappear for 2 or 3 months, and then he comes back and then says hello and stuff. But he's always popped a couple of quid in for me. And
can I be a bit?
Appreciate it.
Aye, that's excellent. Thanks, Mickey.
Yeah, can I be a little bit happy though, please? Why not happy all year?
Well, do you know what? This time of year, every year, I get more humbug, more.
Yeah, same here.
And it's like, you know, you're watching people whiz around and things like that. I've been watching it now. We've been watching it, us guys our age-ish, you know, for many, at least a couple of decades now. Whiz around, spend, run out of this, run out of that, pile in for this, barge in for that. And it's just, it's absolutely ridiculous. There's no cheer about that. There's no joy. There's no bloody jingle bells about all that kind of stuff. And then it becomes one day, don't forget, and it's just one day which needs to be celebrated. And it seems to start in October time. Yeah, and then even all the way through January, you still see the stuff lingering about. So you're talking October, November, December, January. You're talking a third of the year.
No, stupid. And it's not even the right
Christmas.
It's not even the right day either, is it? I've seen Jesus' birth certificate, and it was not that day. It was in the Gregorian calendar, wasn't it? So how could it?
Yeah, I mean, a lot of us know it's all
made up. It's made up because, like, the Holy Roman or the Roman Empire turned into the Holy Roman Empire under Constantine, who decided to change the Roman Empire into a Christian faith. But he did that to save the Roman Empire, you know, to change it into the Holy Roman Empire. Henceforth, now we've got Roman Catholic, which is actually what my mum closely follows. In fact, I wouldn't actually be here if not for the Roman Catholic faith, because she, you know, you're not supposed to take contraceptives, are you? And I was a £9.8 baby. She started taking contraceptive after I was born.
Your mic's cut out.
Oh, was that me? Did my mic cut out?
Yeah.
It's back now.
Just as you finished. Yeah.
Brilliant. Well, I was going to say, I was a £9.8 baby, so she started taking contraceptive after that.
I weighed more than you. My mum never. She was like Sigourney Weaver out of Alien. My mum, tough one.
Tough, yeah. My mum's tough, and she's, you know, well into her 80s now, and she's still.
Oh, that's good.
Great. So yeah, I mean, what about that? I mean, paganism. That I hear that a lot.
I absolutely got the highest respect for paganism, just as I would any other religion. I think it's been plagiarized, isn't it? It's been demonized.
I think it's been demonized. Yes, you hit the word, the nail. That's the nail on the head. It's been demonized. Religion was good, right? But it's been took over.
Well, the thing about paganism, right? It's like people say. I mean, I suppose people celebrate Christmas when they're not like Christians. Like that gets on my nerves as well. But you know, when people do the knock on wood thing, that comes from pagan beliefs that you go to a tree and you knock on the tree loudly 3 times. Thank you.
Knock on wood. I love that song.
Right. You knock on wood. That's right, because you knock on the wood to wake up the sprite that lives within the tree, and that's where you get to ask the sprite for good fortune, and that's why it's sort of linked now to not do it, to like say touch wood and touch your head, as I see some people do, is actually bringing bad karma on yourself.
In your audit, how many names has Santa Claus got? How many names?
Oh, blimey, Saint Nicholas, like, and then you've got the anagram Satan, of course, like man in red who's always lying.
That's what I'm saying, right? That's what I'm bringing up here. Your anagram Satan is Santa.
Well,
right?
you can anagram.
We should be saying Saint Nicholas, really. Let's believe in Saint Nicholas. A saint, you know.
I'm not sure. I know nothing about it, I'll be honest.
I do think it might have been hijacked. I don't know for sure, but that's the kind of stuff I research. You know?
I've always had a bit of a distrust with people with beards anyway, so he was always onto a bit of a loser.
Well, beards keep people warm in the winter.
I'm not saying that I'm right by having that distrust of beardy people, but I'm not being disrespectful to people with beards. I've had a beard myself, but it just, to me, somebody who sports a permanent beard, I just feel that that's a bit.
Oh, right. From now on, right, you're going to be known as the person who hates beards on YouTube.
No.
Hang on. Biker's got a beard. He has a beard, and he does use Just for Men, by the way, as well. So while he's not here tonight, we can rip into him for that. He'll forgive me for it later, i.e. in about 3 months. But yeah, he uses Just for Men, and his beard is fucking grey.
Who's got a beard?
Really grey. I'm talking grey.
Who's got a beard?
Uses Just for Men.
Is that Biker?
Is that?
Who's got the beard?
Biker, he's just put that up. He's just put, hey, whoever mentioned the beard, cheeky sod. So, you know, but I'm just saying he cheats because he uses the old darker stuff, you know.
Well, Biker thinks I don't like him, but it's not true.
He doesn't think that at all, mate.
No, he doesn't. Not good, because like it's not true.
No, he doesn't think that at all.
It's just that I went into one about the hunting thing, and the last thing I would tell any hunter to do is not do it, because that's going to make them more. He
appreciates that. We spoke about that after, mate. We're good friends, me and Biker, and it's like, Luke, and I like you, and and it were all that. It were all impartial stuff, and I've said exactly the same to him as what you said as what you've said to him on a live and in private. So he doesn't think anything. It's just someone else who said to him the same thing as many other people have said to him in the past. So he's used to it, and you know, he don't judge anything like that.
Well, we can agree to differ. We can agree to differ. That's a good thing, isn't it?
Yeah, that's it. And he's the salt of the earth. He's not a bitter. He's, you know, let's get on with it type of guy. You know.
Oh, he's gone. Where's he gone?
He's come straight back on, so he's.
Oh, that's right. Yeah, I think Alligators wrote Just for Men. Sounds so sexist. It should have been banned yet. Well, it might actually be just for LGBTQ, ABCD, FG = MC squared. Shampoo from now on.
Sorry, I'll kick myself out. No, I was going to say that we can agree to differ. That's a good thing, isn't it? Which sort of I'm sort of linking. I'm linking here, but agree to differ, like, you know, it's a good thing, isn't it? Isn't that right, Dino?
Well, yeah.
Let's talk about flat Earth.
Well, I'll tell you what. That comment on screen. Just read that first.
What you got? I can't see that
on screen.
No, I know that, Biker. I was just sort of
I'm telling you, mate. Honestly,
I was looking for affirmation. I knew that. Yeah.
We know you do. On here, mate.
Thank you. It's likewise. You know, I don't, as I say, agreeing to differ with someone, I think is almost an attainment above a sort of like a pure friendship.
It's very, very healthy. It's very, very healthy among mature people who can talk things out. You can get them who want to argue the toss all day, even though they know something's right. They won't give in to that person's argument, whatever. We get all them kind of people. Leave them to it. They're never gonna want to get anywhere themselves. You know, for us, the debate means moving forward. It means we all learn something from each other.
Well, it's a perfect time then to ask you about flat Earth.
Right, okay.
What's all this nonsense about? Like, I'm not going to say it's nonsense, but like I personally can't see any evidence for it.
I know what flat Earth's about.
It's a tough one, but you must
admit,
not
easy. It's easy for me. I
don't know, because people are lingering on it, because if it was like, if you was a complete believer in, what you've been indoctrinated into, whatever, you would completely dismiss it straight away as being absurd.
Yeah.
You wouldn't linger on it. You wouldn't question it again. So there must be something there. Now, for me, that's what I did. There was still something lingering, and it was like, hang on, do you know what?
I have a master's degree in flat Earth. If you want to know what it's about, then just ask me.
Yes, I'd like to know why you're doing something which is so evidential.
Can I ask a question before I go quiet and listen to you guys?
Yes, please.
Right. Before anyone questions flat Earth, I think they should not believe that the Earth is flat and that there's an edge where you can fall off, because that's a fairy tale. So when people mention the subject flat Earth, it doesn't mean it's one area of space with edges. Hang on, mate. Hang on. It doesn't mean there's one area of space which is flat with loads of edges on it, and you fall off and things like that. So take on board what you've been taught about space and the planets and rotations and movements and speeds and gravity and all that. But please do not go into the subject if you want to learn about it.
I can say it very quickly.
Don't go into it thinking it's flat and there's edges, because that's ridiculous.
Yeah, I can say it very quickly. I've studied it for years, right? And I've condensed it down into a simple sentence just for you, Dino. Right? You think flat Earth is bizarre? It's nowhere near as bizarre as what was really going on. It's not flat Earth, right? There is no edges, and it's not a globe spinning. Well, kind of is a globe spinning around the sun, but it's not that either. What we're going through now is our consciousness. Everyone has a consciousness, and that's the state of play, right? So saying it's flat or a globe or anything, we haven't even got anywhere near what's going on. We haven't got anywhere near it. It's going to take a million years, like. So I want flat earthers. It makes people think, oh, maybe I'm not thinking straight.
Well, I had local experimentalists come on my channel the other day, right? And from all of the waffle that I've been sort of piffling out in my lives, because I had a bit of a laugh in my lives, and he got it in his head that like I'd said that space itself wasn't real. And I sort of said to him, like later on, I said, like, what was that all about? About saying that space wasn't real, right? And when he said, well, do you believe space is real? And that it comes down to a fundamental question, right? Which sort of like it trumps for me. This question trumps all this flat Earth, all of this sort of like, is it space? Even are we here or not here, right? All comes down to whether or not reality is coming in to our brain, to our sort of like our realization and reality, or is it our brain creating the reality? I.e., the sky is not just blue, but it appears so blue to us, doesn't it? And the grass isn't green, but it does appear that way, doesn't it?
Them are names what are given to us, or i.e. colours are given to us by educators. So wherever them origins come from, that's blue, that's orange, that's green, that's red, that's yellow. So,
yeah, but the colour, I don't think the colour spectrum.
In other words, it doesn't matter what colour they are. It's just that particular colour has been given a name.
Well, nothing has.
nothing has any color. Like everything is all colors, but our brains transcode. Like, for example, grass and that, we can see the chlorophyll element in the plant, and that happens to be green. So our brains transcribe it as green. But if you were to put a red pair of sunglasses on, the green grass would then be blue, wouldn't it? And so forth, right? So we know for a fact that it's not just green, even though it appears green, and we can agree it's green. An octopus or another animal will see it completely different. So it makes you wonder what the actual reality really is.
I'm with you on that, and I think, I mean, for me, most things are invisible, or we can't perceive
like ultraviolet.
that. And you know what? There's a lot of animals out there, whether it's domestic pets or animals, and they can see things we can't see, and that's why they sense fear. They can warn. Animals can warn us of things that may be around us that we can't see. Whether it be an aura of an electricity field or whatever, what can cause an epileptic fit to someone, whereas a cat or a dog can alert that person to that field of energy, what's going around them, which that person can't see. You know, so there's lots of it's not just us what live on this earth. You know, it's a complete nature field. It's, you're going from grass to soil to living creatures to higher up creatures to, human beings, and God knows what's beyond us.
I'd never considered like that we could be creating the reality from inside out. I've never really given that much thought. But as time's gone on, I'm becoming pretty much adamant that it is that way because of the careful what you wish for thing.
I agree.
I mean, you try it.
I agree. Yeah.
Sorry.
I agree with that. I agree with your assessment of the reality.
Well, I've condensed it down. I've condensed it down into a sort of like an equation, right? As if you like. And it's this. It's like the only thing that anybody has ever told me they know for sure, that they can prove to me for sure that they know, is that they don't know. That's the only thing that anyone has. There's no expert. There is no dumb person. There is only a person who knows they don't know for sure. That's correct. All you can possibly know. Even your own existence is open to question.
Yeah.
I've
always said that the only wise people will the wise people will say, "Look, surely, I know a lot. I've looked into a lot. I've seen a lot. I'm at this age now, so I've got all this experience with sight, sound. If you luckily enough to live your life for many years with sight and sound, I mean in that way, no disrespect to, but the only true wise man would say, at the end of the day, it's very complicated.
Well, I'm willing to go along with what appears to be. I'm willing to go along with what appears to be. And if my contemporary human being will say, yes, that sky is blue, then I will defer and say, yep, that sky is blue, even though I know it's not. Well,
the next guy will say, why is the sky blue?
Well, the next person might have
doesn't make sense with it. And then you'll get another conversation, and then maybe you won't sort that answer out, because to this day, I don't know why the sky is blue.
It's not.
The common answer is
it's not blue.
It's the light that
it's not blue. No, it's not.
Yeah.
But I mean, it's not blue. But it's the thing that has made me question that the reality coming in is not the reality that it's only the reality that we are creating through our own minds, right? That the reason I'm thinking like that is because of the absolute impossibility that we are here at all. Like even to fertilize the egg in the womb is like a 40 billion to 1 chance against, and that's just to fertilize the egg, let alone get through the pregnancy and then through your life.
Let's be honest, right? I mean, I think therefore I am Shakespeare, right? No,
that's Deschamps. That's Deschamps.
I do.
That's Deschamps, isn't it? That's Deschamps, the philosopher.
But to be honest, this is just me. I believe I am here now. Wherever he is, I don't know. I don't know. I just know that I'm here. I'm alive. I can.
You don't know you're here. You don't know you're here.
Well,
you think you know you're here, but like, you think the sky's blue.
It would. Are we saying right? Well, for me, something's happening right now. This is happening right now. Otherwise,
well, how can you prove that?
Because we're talking to each other.
That doesn't prove it. That doesn't prove it. I mean, if you were talking to an octopus and agreeing with the octopus, I could sort of go along with you. But the octopus sees the world so differently. Do you know the octopus has 9?
Your brain working now?
Audits. You don't have this like connection yet, but I'll tell you it. Right, it's consciousness, right? And
is it? Prove it.
It is consciousness.
Go on, prove it. Go on, prove it to me then. 100% prove it to me.
Yeah, I can prove it to you right now.
Go on then. Yeah,
we're all here on YouTube now discussing how we see the entire.
No, how do you know?
Humans.
That's not proof, is it?
I get where you're coming from. Yeah,
that's what we are doing, and I think consciousness is fundamental. Consciousness is fundamental.
No, it's not fundamental. Nothing's fundamental. The only thing's fundamental is you don't know. There's nothing else you can tell me that you'll be able to prove to me.
It's a paradox. It's a paradox.
Yeah, it's a paradox. You're right. Yeah.
Can you say to me? Can you say to me, any of you, that you've never felt pain?
I felt pain a lot of the times, especially when I had my backside stretched. But I'm only joking. But honestly, you're right when you say
that means you've got a nervous system which is run by electricity, which is run by the universe.
No, how do you know that? How do you know that? I know that people walk across hot coals and they don't feel any pain. So how do you know that?
I just know I'm here, and I know I've never been here forever.
You don't know that, Dino. You don't know that, Dino. What colour is the sky then?
Pardon?
It's blue in our opinion, but it's not really blue.
It appears blue. I can agree that it appears blue, but you don't know. You cannot know. There's nothing that can be known. You know, there's nothing that no man, a woman born can say. That includes women.
You can't say that you're not here, though. No, you can't say that.
Absolutely. That's almost fundamental. That's the first thing I looked at. You know, like am I here? Yeah.
I haven't gone past that stage yet that we're not actually here, but I
agree.
This, and I think consciousness is fundamental in the universe.
Yeah, I agree. Right, I've got something to say about consciousness, but I agreed with Deschamps when I first heard him say that. Like, I think, therefore I am. It made sense to me, but it's and 99.999% I can go along with it, but it's not a fact because. How does he know that just his thinking has made him a being? It doesn't. Now, the thing you said about the universe is very interesting because Chubby Rain. I just want to respond to Chubby Rain, what he said about the universe. There's only 2 things that I've ever known of. If anyone knows any other thing, right, then tell me. But there's only 1 or 2 things that do not have 2 physical sides to them that that, as you say, on a conscious level, I know exist, right? One is the universe itself. The other is the human conscience. And I think there's a link there somewhere.
There's a link,
even a particle of air has 2 physical sides to it. Everything has 2 physical sides to it, except those 2 things, the human conscience and the universe itself. There's nothing else I can picture. Even a black hole will have 2 physical sides that we can look at and see as
if you want to find out more about this stuff, everyone, meditation, it really is.
Yeah,
it really is. It works.
You're right. You're absolutely right.
Meditation.
Absolutely right, Chubby. Good shout. I haven't done it, but I'd like to do that.
I've done it. Oh wow, it was amazing. I've never.
Yeah,
I was on another plane. I was like on Avatar, the movie. It was like, wow, what the hell's happened? I'm in another realm here. I'm in another dimension.
Yeah, I do. Yeah, I do get the feeling that using that sort of like power of meditation and enlightenment and stuff like that, that is, I mean, that film Contact, was it about, you know, the alien contact? I do believe that. I do think that you can transcend this reality. But once you've transcended the reality, once you've transcended the reality, you've put it into question that it even is. We know for a fact that we are not seeing reality. So what is reality? What is actual reality? A mosquito sees the world so differently from us that it thinks it's seeing reality, and we think we're seeing reality, whereas it's probably going to be a mix of the two, isn't it? Essentially, now transcending reality.
I've got a good sentence actually for that. You know, when in the Matrix, when Neo went out of the Matrix, didn't he? And he went into the real world. Well, the real world was just the same thing as the Matrix he was in. He was just in another Matrix.
Yeah.
It wasn't the real thing, right? It was the Matrix too. I mean, why didn't they do that? You know.
The thing about the Matrix, though, is I always say, who's taking the bins out at the end of the week?
Yeah. Well, it was the woman in the dress, I'd say. But yeah, the Matrix, right? It was great until he woke up in another space and time dimension. That's not the way it is. It's beyond our comprehension. Us humans,
absolutely beyond our comprehension. We don't know what's at the bottom of the sea, let alone what the sun is. Yeah, and I don't think that, you know,
maybe we're only 2,000 years old, and that's why books began from that, and then they started making shit up about BC and stuff like that. You just don't know. We could be right new. We could be.
Well, I think natural history is like damn convincing for me. It's damn convincing.
I could write a book, right, and call it fiction, and people might read it and think, "Fuck me, that's true." That. And I've just made it up.
I'd like to read that book. What's your title?
I've mixed it all up with what I see, what I hear, what I see, and what my beliefs are.
You should call it the Matrix.
And people might believe it's true because it's my opinion on what I see, but yet they might believe it's true. Just like our teachers have told us, you know, the sky's blue and all that kind of shit. Just like they were told to teach us, just like them teachers who taught us got told to teach them and things like that.
Well,
where's it come from? Where's the source? You know what I mean?
I know a really intelligent person who says that dinosaurs didn't exist. There's no proof of them.
Do you know, for me, right? I mean, it sells many books, it's done many films, it's made a lot of money, just like UFOs have done. We've not seen really any real proof of it. Blah, blah, blah. You can always believe people who say, if you want to, Luke, you've got to be definite. It's true. Well, you know, many a story have turned out not to be, you know, but they've made money out of it and fame and publicity and all that. You know what I mean?
Yeah. I just want to make it clear, because I got quite lambasted the other day. I do not think that I'm intelligent. I know for a fact I'm not. I'm not perpetrating any beliefs on anybody. I don't even going to try doing that. I don't make any affirmations about my belief, apart from the one thing I know for sure is I don't know for sure, and I'm quite happy with that. I can live off that until we move on. I'm quite happy with that, to be honest with you. It's almost an ignorant bliss, isn't it?
Yeah, well,
I know the sky's not blue. I know it's not.
Check out Donald Hoffman's work, the audits.
Yeah, Donald Hoffman.
Yeah.
He's
into this what you're talking about now.
Donald Hoffman.
Yeah, he's a good one as well.
I would recommend Wim Hof, if anybody's heard of Wim Hof. He's known as the Iceman, apparently. He's done sort of superhuman feats, and his wife committed suicide from depression, and he basically he was talking about a meditation, but it's a breathing technique, and it's sort of very much while you wait meditation, very sort of quick. But he also thinks that coldness, you know, is good for circulation, and I've always followed along with that as well. Yeah, it's not pleasant at the time, but afterwards you feel more invigorated.
Yeah. I'd just say, if anyone wants to get into meditation and they think, well, I've tried it and I'll just sit there quiet and I don't know what I'm doing, and you know, if you want to get into meditation, do Tai Chi, Right?
Yes.
Tai Chi
Yeah,
will do it for you. If you want to really meditate, it'll give
definitely.
you it'll shape your mind up.
What do you think about these talking about meditation? What do you think about these certain frequencies of? I mean, they call it music, but it's I suppose it is. It's sound.
Vibration, isn't it?
Yeah, it's something.
That's right.
Something.
That's right.
3.5 hertz.
Yes, you know.
Someone will come up with it.
I know all about this. I've experienced it.
There's a certain frequency. If you want to talk, talk about that now, I'm going to nip off for a couple of minutes. I'll stick the link in, guys. Absolutely fucking brilliant.
I tell you what, it's amazing, Chubby, right? Because like you're a Geordie, yeah.
I'm not a Geordie, mate. I'm Peter Lee.
Who?
Peter Lee.
Whereabouts you from?
East Durham.
Well, is that's near the northeast, isn't it?
That is the northeast. East Durham, Peter Lee, near the coast.
Well, my family's from Sunderland, right? So we're sort of like I've always got on well with the the northeasters, whatever you want to call them. But like I call you all Geordies, basically.
Come round anytime you want, mate. You're welcome. You know?
Yeah, thank you. But I think that thing about meditation.
2 minutes, guys.
Yeah, sorry, mate. That thing about meditation is it does interest me. I'm not predisposed to it naturally, but there's certainly different angles to our brain. But I think that we're just like seeds. That's the way I look at it. We're like seeds, right? And we're like acorns. And the acorn has got to die. It's got to come out of that cup. It's got to be ripped open in half, and it's got to die for a mighty oak to grow. Do you know what I mean? That's my belief. You know, I've always thought that way. I've always, from the first moment I did think, I thought that way. I've always thought that way. I know it might be a bit naive to some, or a bit sort of outlandish to others, but I've always felt that it's love. Love's not for relationships, and love's definitely not to be messed about with. But it definitely is something that you're going to need when you've got nothing else. Do you know what I mean? If you're walking around without your body, and like some people have done this and might know what I'm talking about there, but if you're if you're out of your body, if you didn't have anything at all, didn't even have your own body, you were just walking around as a spirit, where would you go? What would you look for? You look for the things you love, didn't you?
Well, we always look for the things we love, and that's a human trait.
Yeah.
We spend 99% of our money on things that make us feel good.
Yeah, but that's not love, is it? This is what I'm saying about love. Like, love is something that a human being is not able to sort of conquer. We can force it out. We can act the part, but we're never going to do it as well as dogs, for example.
Yeah, dogs are lovely, like. I ran a up the other day, and I said, "I'll volunteer," and they're like, "Oh, everyone volunteer."
I look at dogs and with envy. I actually envy dogs because they're so happy. They're so happy and positive, aren't they?
You're right, mate. Yeah.
And that's love. That's when you're in love. That's the way you feel. You're skipping and dancing with the hat on your side of the head. And like I often think like the human brain is far too big for its body, and it does like lead me. I mean, we're talking about flat Earth, and I know this is out there, right? But is it not possible, do you think, in the evolution of like sort of life and that some sort of, I mean, I've seen a human brain. It's in a jar in the natural history, and for all intents and purposes, it's about sort of like 4 or 5 foot long. Human brain, because it includes the stem and all the fibers coming off it. And for all intents and purposes, it looks like a tick. It looks like a parasite.
Yeah,
is it not possible? Is it not possible that a parasite or a deformation or something has landed on an ape at some point throughout our history that has then created the human being, that we are now not able to control our depression, that we're not able to control our emotions, and that seems to me to be something. I mean, we talk about ourselves being ahead of things like dogs, No, we're not. Not until you can master love. I'll tell you who I really love, right? I really love this guy, right?
Yeah, master love. That's what we all need to do, is master love.
Master love, yeah. Well, because like when you're in the valley of darkness, you're going to be looking for those things. It's those things that you love that you'll be looking for. So you want to make sure that you're up on that. You know what I mean? That's my opinion. That's not a fact. I can't give you any fact. The only facts I can give you is I don't know. I'm afraid. I'm happy with that. I'm happy with that.
I do know a lot of stuff.
Go on then. Go on then. You tell me one thing that you can tell me for 100% sure that I'm going to like walk away and go, yeah, I know that for sure.
Yeah.
Because I've searched and searched and searched, and I just don't.
I'll give you this one, right? This is a big bonus for you.
Go on.
Tai Chi. Learn that and you'll find a way.
Yeah, I've heard some big things about Tai Chi.
You'll be on another level. You'll be
here's a huge question. Right, here's a huge. Right, I don't want to go into the realms of fantasy, right? So here's a physical, real question for us, right? Ready? What makes the heart beat? What's the power source? What's the power source?
The power source is Tai Chi.
Right, but Tai Chi aside, then what do you think? Like everything needs a power source, doesn't it? Like we know of.
You know, so, like I've seen Star Wars when Obi-Wan Kenobi said there's like a force that connects us, it binds us.
That's love. Yeah,
that's Tai Chi. That's Tai Chi.
Okay, well you can call it what you may, but like end of the day, that to me is something that. I mean, I've not done Tai Chi, so I can't talk with any authority, but I have heard very good things about Tai Chi. Yeah.
Yeah, honestly, mate, you should try it. I did it.
Yeah, I will do that.
Like, wow, it was better than when I took LSD, to be honest. I promise you that.
Yeah, I mean, LSD has its bad things, doesn't it? But it
was great, but I promise you, Tai Chi is the answer. You can see anything you want.
It's not Canadian, it's Trinidad and Irish.
Yeah.
There you go. Do you admit that you're a biological being with a nervous system and a brain, like you said? And
I'd say it's very likely.
I'm just on there.
I felt pain. I've got scars on my arm and everywhere. And so I know I'm here, but I don't know where it is I am.
Yeah, but when they burnt who's that French woman? We burnt her. I can't think of her name, but it'll come to me. In history, there was sort of like a saintly sort of lady from France, and we burnt her.
Biological thing as well, Trev. You know what I mean?
Say again.
He's. I don't know. He probably jumped back on.
Okay.
Anyone who's coming, honestly, guys, thanks for coming in. Really appreciate it.
I can't see the chat, man.
You can't see the chat.
Yeah, I've got you. I can now. Sorry. Joan of Arc. Thank you for that. Joan of Arc. Yeah. Now, when Joan of Arc was and this is documented, like she didn't cry out, or I mean, don't forget she's been on fire. She's on fire. The same with Thomas More. They didn't appear, even though they're on fire. They transcended pain. So. Now I'm not saying that you haven't felt pain, Dino, or at least I'm not saying you haven't thought that you felt pain, but ultimately pain is all in the mind. It's a sense coming from the brain, and the brain is fooling you into thinking this hurts, and then
correct, absolutely fundamental. And so from that point where we feel it, where do we go from there? Because some people end up in hospital and things like that. It's like we know there's something going on, whether it's a dream, whether it's a kind of non-reality, but it's like something does exist. There is an existence, because if there wasn't, there wouldn't be such thing as a death.
Well, I think
there's polarities in life, so you can't have one thing without the other. Surely you cannot experience how it feels to be cold after you've been warm. And I feel things. I do feel things. So, you know, I feel them. So if I didn't exist and it was all some kind of imaginary dream state, a matrix state or whatever, then I could, like you said, the mind controls the pain. It does. And it controls everything within this body that you own. And I do think there's a separate thing inside of there as well. And I think it all runs through free energy and electricity. And we call it electric, but it's something more important than that. It's like...
well, I mean, like Dino, let's just do a little bit of practice, yeah? Right? Everybody should do this in their mind, right? In their mind, you know, like when you say in your mind, my name is, right? And then, you know, say your name, right, in your mind. Like, you know, you can sort of hear that, even though you're not speaking with your mouth or listening with your ears, you can hear that, can't you? You can hear it. You know, you say
so we all talk to ourselves.
Yeah,
for
right
many
now,
minutes a day.
right. Now, what if you were to amplify that sound like to 10, 20, 50 times the loudness that you heard it in the first instance? So that you're almost shouting at yourself that my name is, right, and in your own mind, yeah. That I think is it's so convincing. Yes, it is so convincing for me. But I just don't have. All I'm saying is, what you're saying is absolutely right, and I don't want everyone to think I'm a crank, because I'm not. I'm actually very pragmatic. You know, very. You know, I like to get answers from things, and I like the questions as well. I'm not a crank. I'm not a nutter, right? I just haven't had no evidence. How do you know you're alive? Like, the irony of being alive is the moment you're born, you begin to die. Isn't that a beautiful irony?
What was it like before you were born?
Yeah, good question. And like I often go back to
why do we get this moment? And it's like, we're born because before we're born, I knew there were nothing. So something's happened because I'm here, and it's like I feel.
No, I don't believe that, Dino. I don't believe that.
And then we're going to die. So after we die, what do we feel? Do we feel the same as what?
How do you know you die? How do you know you die? This is a common misconception. What proof have you got?
Well, we know the body die. I mean, I've seen my dad in a coffin, my mum in a coffin.
Yeah, same here, right? Same here.
So I have felt the difference between a warm.
Do you think your mum and dad are dead then?
With thought and feeling.
But the body can go then. But do you feel that? I mean, you've just introduced your mum and dad to me. So how can they be dead? If you see what I mean, in your mind's eye, in your heart.
Well, they're no longer in my mind because they don't exist anymore.
But you've just introduced them to me.
They are in my mind. It's just I can't touch. They're not warm anymore.
But you've just introduced them to me.
Different states now.
Dino, you've just introduced them to me. This is the first for me. Yeah. So how can they be dead if you've just introduced them to me?
I've introduced them to you. No, I've just said to you, it's like, reading a book.
Right.
There's a book, so it's like, but you know, they're alive, and then the last quarter of the book is they die, and then I once knew them. I've seen them in two different states.
Yeah. I understand. I don't want to
felt them and touched them warm and then cold and stiff. So, and it definitely was the same person.
Yeah,
same people.
You know that thing about cold and hot, right? Have you ever done that trick on someone where you get a cup and you stick it in the freezer for a couple of minutes, right? And then you say, "Do you want a cup of tea?" And then the person goes, "Yeah, all right." And then you come in the room, like you've got an empty cup that's been in the freezer for a couple of minutes, right? And you go, hang on, don't spill it. They're thinking you've got a hot cup of tea, right? And then you sort of like throw the cup at them and they'll feel the cold. Now, it's happened to me. Someone done it to me. You actually feel the burn. You actually feel it burn, even though it's cold that you're feeling.
Yeah.
And that's brilliant. I love the way the brain fills in the gaps.
Yeah. Yeah.
But I'm pretty damn sure. I mean,
what do you think about brain manipulation? I.e., what I mean by that is like, let's say we do exist, you know, and we go to theatres and things like that.
I overwhelmingly agree that we do exist. Let me just get that straight. You know what I mean?
What do you serious question?
Yeah.
You guys in the chat as well. What do you think about these guys? Some people pay money for it as well. And you can get manipulators, very clever guys, almost hypnotists, who can convince people.
Oh, they are incredible.
What they say is what they're about to think.
Oh, they are incredible.
They're very good, and a lot of them work on the law of averages. So forgive me for those people who believe in astrology in the way of where you might read a newspaper and you go through the stars every day, and this is what's going to become of you, and you automatically believe it, and it's like, oh, tomorrow's going to be a fine day, you're going to come into a bit of wealth, you're going to come, and it gives people hope. And that's what newspapers do, even in those kind of sections. Forget the main propaganda bits.
Well, you've answered the question
even. You know what I mean? So
yeah, you've answered the question.
And I've seen shows where you've got guys, and they've actually got people going on stage acting like they've been told to act, totally out of character. And you think, are they acting? Does he know that person? Has he brought that person on
well,
stage?
I can tell you now, that's not.
Is this all, do you know what I mean? But I believe some people do that as part of a show. It earns that personality, that celebrity, some money. But I do believe some people can manipulate a mind without. They don't need a show. They don't need paying for it. They don't need
absolutely.
They can fucking do it somehow.
I've seen a personal friend go up there and end up licking cream off an old boy's nipples. So I can assure you that was real. You know what I mean? Because he's not.
How easy is that then? So if we can do it, like the common man can do it to the common man, so to speak. You know what could be going on above that? I saw there were a video. It was Catwoman. Lots of guys. The Catwoman 2005 police, so great. She's a nice friend of mine.
She's very nice.
Great girl. She is a great girl.
Yeah.
And she put something up the other day, and her title in the video was, the thought police. Is this really the thought police has been spoke about now since Orwellian times? He predicted almost today since 1948, just after the Second World War. You could see what were coming.
He was a genius. Orwell was a genius.
NASA and stuff. The ex-German scientists came into play, and the American
von Braun,
Kennedy stuff, and and it's all that kind of progress, if you like, when it comes to power.
Hello, Claire Edward. I think that you're right. I think you asked the question there and answered it almost in the same sentence, like, because I think that there are evil entities that are manipulating the stage show that I saw of that hypnotist. He was a nasty basket, that bloke who came in, but I can't say that I didn't leave that pub that night. My jaw was on the floor. I couldn't believe what I was seeing. I could not believe it. It was unbelievable, because I'd been watching Paul McKenna for years by that point, thinking it's all nonsense. But that night changed everything for me. He had my friend in the palm of his hand. The other guy he sort of boiled it down to two sort of like, very susceptible sort of contestants and that. And the other guy was there with his wife and her parents, right? And the hypnotist said, right, when you wake up, you're going to have won the lottery, right? You're going to have won the lottery, right? And then woke up and they're both going, yeah. And then he goes, right, sleep. When you wake up, you're going to realise your wife has forgotten to post a coupon. And and the thing is, the other bloke, right, when he said you won the lottery, he turned around to his wife and went, right, F you, I'm done with you. I'm done with you. I've been sick of you for years and years and everything. And then the sort of like the hypnotist went, oh, blimey, sit down. And then he said, when you wake up, you're going to realise she hasn't posted the coupon. And this man was literally trying to kill her. He was going to kill her. And that marriage wouldn't have lasted. That's horrible, isn't it?
Yeah.
But it was a good lesson because yes, I do think there are evil entities that are playing with our minds. Mine just as much as anyone else's. I'm not trying to pretend I'm clever, like, because someone came on who apparently is really intelligent, and he was going, "Oh, you're doing a good impression of being you're being intelligent." Yeah, that's all I'm doing, because my mantra is, until we move on, my mantra will be, I don't know. That's the only thing I can tell you I know for sure. And it's one thing more than most people will tell you in your whole life.
But the worst thing we can do, mate, honestly, and I'm with you on that, and I've said it before on lives a couple of times and from months ago, the wise man knows nothing at all. The wise man, right? But we still have to go off something. Otherwise, the wise man wouldn't bother existing. So there's got to be something to. So it's like for the wise man to say, "I know nothing at all," means there must be something around for them.
Yeah, Trevor's put it well there. You know what I mean? Just keep asking, because I love the questions. I love asking the questions. I love being posed the questions. Do you know what I mean? But, you know, like, no, I mean, the more we know, the more we realise that we don't know. Correct. You know what I mean? The more questions that you ask, that seems to me to be a sort of a bit of a rabbit hole, that you ask questions and then you get more questions, and it just goes on from there. It's brilliant.
That's because obviously there's more questions than answers, which is like the norm. But when it comes to the big picture, what we're trying to talk about, how many more questions are there than answers? What's the comparison there? I mean, hence we know fuck all.
But it's I mean, look at the mathematic, the probability, right? Now, for example, the moon is in perfect position, right, and perfect size to make a total eclipse. Do you realize how unlikely that is? A thing that is, for that to happen, but just by coincidence. Do you realize how many trillions and trillions and trillions? It is something like it's something like 1 million to the power of 10, like, meaning that's 1 million times million, then 1 million times and it goes on. It's such a big amount that it's easy for me to call that impossible. I mean, we don't breathe oxygen. Human beings don't breathe oxygen. We breathe a mixture of like gases, and it's something crazy. It's something like 23 different gases that we need. Otherwise, we'd be dead. If we go 2 miles up, we're dead. If we go 2 miles down, we're dead.
Well, who's that according to? You know what I mean? Because when I was growing up, it was all about oxygen. That was one meant.
Do you know what? Right?
Told me anything about other gases or.
Right, yeah, Dino. I'll show you something, right, which is controlled under the Food and Drug. Is it Food and Drug Administration, right? And I'll show you what it is, right? I got it online, and some people are going to laugh at me or whatever. And then fair enough, that's up to them. But let me sort my camera.
I just want to say while Enlighten's doing that, and I'll let him take a little breath, because obviously he's a passionate guy, and I love guys like this, Enlightened, great guy.
Yeah. But I'm not trying to pretend I'm clever or anything like that.
Let me catch up with people in the chat. Guys, thanks for coming in. I really appreciate it. I know it's a Thursday, but you never know these days. Live at any night. No one judges it, you in here, mate, and if they do, it's soon over with. So can I just say, Arkash, are you in there? Are you listening by any chance? Can anyone get in touch with Arkash for me, if that's possible? That'd be great. Spiky, Bonnie Tyler, what's all this about now? Yeah, mate, Pink Floyd. Okay, what's this? We're going into a bit total eclipse of the heart. I think we're talking about eclipses, right? That's one subject.
Total eclipse of the heart.
Eclipses. It's always made out to be a massive thing. That type of eclipse, and that's not been around for so many years and all that. Well, I don't know, do I? And what's the big deal anyway?
Well, the probability that would happen by chance,
which proves there's movement. I don't feel any movement. That's one thing that got me about the flat thing. you know, when I got told the speed that we're meant to be going.
Pure oxygen, yeah, zombie.
It just seems a bit weird it's just the speeds we get told we're going at. I can't really comprehend them speeds. Like,
did you know
60 odd thousand miles an hour and tipped?
Yeah,
and then going round at one angle while spinning, and then oh god, it's too much.
Yeah, but
upside down people, things like that, and then the only answer is gravity, and then I just think, well, I've never felt gravity. I mean, for me, that's just easy. It's just like that pen is heavier than the earth, so it will fall. A feather might rise for a bit, eventually fall.
Well, helium doesn't, does it?
No, it's just a bit weird. I mean, like, if gravity's so powerful, which is obviously, you can make people in Australia stand upside
Nobody's
down,
ever proved it. Nobody's ever proved gravity. Nobody's ever proved gravity for me. What? Because an apple fell on someone's head, it must exist.
How does it? I mean, the Earth is what, 70% water? So they say.
No, it's yeah, God, it's 2/3, yeah.
Two-thirds. So you're talking trillions upon trillions of gallons. You know, water.
Where did that come from? Where did that come from?
Water with its.
Yeah, where did that come from, though? Where did it come from? Most planets are bone dry. Most planets are bone dry. We can see billions of planets. Most of them are bone dry.
Yeah, and water evaporates, and you know, and then it comes back down. Nature's in its own natural cycle.
Do you see how incredibly impossible that is a thing? You know, I mean, I was going to go on to the oxygen thing, because it has to be such a specific amount. You have to have 0.13% of helium. You need to have 6.7% of hydrogen.
That's what they tell us. See what I mean? This is what pisses me off. Yeah. It pisses me off that everything we're told, that's the quickest point of action when it comes to a debate, maybe. So it's like, well, that's
I always defer to one thing I do know is I don't know. But I mean, as a general rule of thumb on the scientific sort of scale, that, you know, just purely on the scientific scale, it's impossible, Dino. So perfectly placed that we can see the corona of the sun around it. There's no planet that we can see. We can see a lot of planets now, right? But there's not one even close that has a perfect eclipse like we do. And do you know something else? My battery's going to die, I think. The sun is 98.8% of all the mass in the solar system. I just thought that was interesting. Don't know it for sure.
Yeah. No, we can't know for sure, because that's what we've been told. And for me, no, I've learnt my lesson that even though that might be true, and a lot of things what they do say is true, it has to be, otherwise they won't be able to carry it on. A lot of it isn't, and so
that's right. It's manipulation, yeah.
But according to what they say when it comes to this theory or these theories, so why have they not called them facts already? For one, why are they still theories? And it's even got to a point where scientists are now saying, "Look, you can still some theories are actually facts." That's what they're saying. So it's either sort the dictionary out, sort the meaning of the words out, or just do not call a theory a fact. So why are they getting to that point? So yeah, I don't know. But if gravity can hold 2/3 of the world down in water, and you're talking a lot of weight there, how come it cannot?
Dino, what about
how can it not? If it can hold all that sea down with all that weight, how can it not?
Well, it can't.
A butterfly, hang on.
What makes you think?
Hang on, mate. Let me finish. If it can keep all that weight down with water, how come it cannot keep a butterfly or a bee from flying off a flower when it's so delicate?
Yeah, good question.
That does not make sense to me. Gravity
the bee's
work in that way.
But there you go. The bee is a good example as well. It's impossible for a bee to fly. It's absolutely impossible.
Apparently, they levitate. They don't fly. They levitate.
Yeah. Well, no, they're flying, because I've seen them. They go in and out that hive, and they don't even touch the sides. And they have an incredible sort of a community, but it's impossible for that sort of that body to be able to fly certainly as well as it does. They're incredible bees. I mean, I just think that the animal kingdom therein lies the answer. I think, I mean, that's what love's for. Love's for nature.
There's something
your
going
hobby.
on. There's something going on, and for me, like we have man-made time, clocks and things like that, and then I think we have time itself. But I just think things work more in cycles. So where we have a man-made reason, where we've got.
If you think that, Dino, then why do you not believe that the planet is like sort of a sphere? Because you're right about that. Nature does circles. It doesn't do nature doesn't do squares. It does circles, like a bird's nest, like the sun, like a stone on the beach, a pebble. It doesn't do squares. Only humans do squares. We get out of our square bed and we go to our square mirror and we get into our square car and we watch our square TV. And do you see what I mean? But nature does. You cut a tree down and it's round, isn't it? And it's just things in nature are round. So for me, that's good evidence that we're on a round ball. I felt it strongest. Yeah, go on. But I've only been told that. I've been brought up to believe that.
Yeah,
so
yeah.
I'm definitely willing to.
I just find it difficult to understand a lot of what they say, and some of it I do. I think think what this, that's. But some of it, I just think, how can you justify that? How the hell does it take the same amount of time to fly west than it does east on a 4-hour, 8-hour flight? When
I don't know, mate. I don't know the answer to that
direction. I mean, do you know how fast the world is spinning?
I know how much I've been told. It's like hundreds of thousands.
I mean. So I think a lot of people actually believe when they think of the Earth, it's just this like ball and it stays there. It's not. Don't forget, it's tilted apparently, and it's meant to be spinning at thousands of miles an hour. And to be honest with you, I don't feel any motion whatsoever. And physics will say that if anything's moving at any speed.
But if it's flat,
you will feel the motion of that speed.
Right. If the Earth was flat, then the theory of gravity, which is all it is, it completely goes out the window, doesn't it? And the thing is, I've got something that supports that. Oumuamua. It was spotted in I don't know, it was somewhere in the Haiti or something like that. Is it? No, Hawaii, and it was spotted from an observatory first. So they called it Oumuamua. Terrible name because it's hard to remember. It's impossible to spell. But it was basically a rock that came from outside the solar system that ignored the rules of gravity. All the rules of gravity that we know that slingshot as you go past a planet or the sun, even the sun, instead of it speeding up on the slingshot effect, it was slowing down. And then it would turn on a 90-degree angle, and then it left the solar system. We'll never see it again.
Do you know what? It just happened at the same time. I was looking into it because and so I don't judge things. So I think, all right, I'll not judge it. I'll look into it myself and blah blah blah. And I thought, okay, you've got some points there and things like that. And then again, you haven't. That's so I'm looking into it that way personally.
Yeah.
But obviously. It's common knowledge, that we went to the moon in 1966.
No way, Dino. No
right.
way. I disagree.
So
we couldn't do it today, so why would we do it?
Don't forget, within that first 12 months of that happening, I'd say 90% of the world believed that.
99%. But I absolutely 99% don't believe it.
And as time's gone on, it's kind of got, because people have looked into it, footage has come out, even secret footage, and then that's disappeared.
There's no way, Dino.
We've seen stuff coming, snippets, and then they've gone out. and we've seen stuff, and it still sticks around today and things like that. So it's like it's kind of gone to that were fucking bullshit.
What about the Van Allen? What about
to
the Van?
This day, do they still swear?
No, it's not explained.
That still happens?
You've not listened to the counter argument there, because what about the Van Allen belt? As soon as you're outside that Van Allen belt, you're exposed to every sort of proton or whatever the sun can throw at you, and it will kill you. It will kill you. You're on one side of the moon, right? You're in sort of hundreds of degrees heat. You're in a furnace. You're on the other side. You're in minus, like you're approaching Kelvin, and the moon is.
What they did was contradict themselves by saying, yeah, we went to the moon in 66, we broke through the Van Allen belt, even though none of you knew about the Van Allen belt until we've told you right now, fucking 40 odd years later. And what we're saying is no, because you lot are asking, because a lot of people are saying, why don't you go back to the moon? One excuse was, and this came from a guy, an ex-astronaut,
because we can't go to the moon.
Name, and he said, we've lost the telepathy, we've lost the telegraph. Oh, what was it? We've lost the whole system of the way we go to the moon, so we can't go to the moon anymore.
We couldn't go to the moon, but we're spending too much. Yeah, we're spending too much effort on war. Yeah, we're spending too much effort.
The Van Allen belt, but yet we can if you go to Mars, but not the moon.
No, you can't. Elon Musk is lying. Elon Musk is lying to you. There's no way in our lifetimes they will go to Mars. No way. But like I don't. That's what I think. I don't know that. But the thing about the moon. Do you know that there's another fact that I heard yesterday that I associated with? I think when you look at the moon, you're seeing it 1.3 seconds ago. That's how far away it is. It's that far.
That's what they're telling us.
Yeah, that's what they're telling us, right? But like,
you know what I mean? When I see the moon, what does your mind tell you?
All I'm going by.
What does your mind tell you straight away? Does that?
I think that the estimate. I think that the estimate.
1 second away. My mind says, "Wow, look at that."
I think that the estimates, given like the Pythagoras theorem and stuff like that, the estimates are quite accurate as to how far the moon is away. And given that figure, it's going to take the speed of light, which is estimated to be 400,000 miles per second. It's going to take at 1.3 seconds, which is a lot in the speed of light, isn't it? That's a long way away. You know, there's no way.
1,776 miles per second, or something like that. It is.
Yep.
So how do they calculate that? How did they calculate?
Because Dino, if you know, I'll tell you, Pythagoras theorem, right? That Pythagoras theory, right, where you are sort of using the height of something as opposed to the angle, that does compute. If you test it out, you know, it does compute, doesn't it? Like if you use the Pythagoras theorem to estimate how far something is, you know, even close to you, it is very accurate. And given that, and given the laser things that they've done as well, they said that they put mirrors on the moon and that they can bounce the I'll tell you what they did do in 69. They fired a massive bullet, a massive rocket, right? And they fired that up, yeah, right? And basically it was just, all of it was just like fuel, rocket fuel, right? And they crashed. NASA did release the 2 sets of data where they crashed that rocketry into the moon. And the data that they released, which has since been lost, of course, NASA, isn't it? They said that it rang like a bell for 3 hours, then 7 hours respectively. Now, that I do believe, but I don't believe they put a man and brought them back to Earth. Like we couldn't do that today. The Chinese have just tried to do it, but I can tell you what they found on the far side of the moon is absolutely devastating, because the one side of the moon is completely pockmarked with millions and millions and millions of hits. The other side is as smooth as a baby's bottom. So what the hell? How the hell's that come to be? That's for me.
I don't know, but what I find strange is, and I can't believe how other people can't see it, but I don't judge them by that.
Yeah,
it's just the moon never changes its face. No, the moon, don't forget, is meant to be rotating, and it's meant to be rotating at a speed of whatever.
But it rotates
what scientists tell us is the reason is no matter where you are on a ball, no matter where you are, the moon will always appear the same to you as anywhere else in the
There
world.
you go. You know that thing you do.
Of this, but yet, they're wrong, because how come the moon and the sun appear in the sky at the same time?
Yep. That's
so
what I've
wrong.
tried to
Why
do. That
are they saying that?
It doesn't work, does it?
Saying that?
It doesn't work.
It's wrong. And why are people believing that?
You're so right, because I've done that equation. It doesn't work, does it? If it's going to be facing us and revolving at the same time, do you know what the probability is that would happen through, coincidence? It's just impossible. It's so far removed from the possibility.
What if it's stationary like that and it's moving around us like that?
Yeah, but then it wouldn't
go into a half moon. How come we don't know there's nothing behind it what's casting a shadow, rather than something what's in front of it casting the shadow? You don't know. For me, it looks like the moon, sometimes it's a very weird thing, the moon. And it seems to cut in from behind the curtain, behind the blackness, and it cuts in. And there's something behind the curtain that cuts in behind the moon. The moon's a very important body. And I think it revolves around us. What the sun does is completely cyclic. It does the same thing all the time. The sun never changes in its rotation. The moon does. So there's something very strange off about the moon. So when you look at summer and you see it half moon or crescent or whatever, how do you know that darkness, what's covering up part of the moon, isn't coming from behind it rather than in front of it? It's all on your, what our eyes see, and that type of perception, our eyes have evolved, have been created into to see things in that way. So we look at it more carefully. There's no way a rotating object can appear in the sky at the same time as the other body, the main body, and make the other part of the world dark without seeing the moon, and the moon never changing its face. Nah. For me, it's stationary in that way. And I think there's some movement behind, in front, maybe, whatever. There's some kind of stuff going on there. Right. So, guys, Biker's been in the chat. I know he's been looking after me. And he has been there tonight, and he's gone through a lot of bad shit lately. But he's tough as bricks, and he'll be back soon. And please rest well, mate. And and enjoy the best you can. And I'll speak to you tomorrow at some point. And thanks very much as always, mate. Cheers, Biker. So Bikereddie's off, guys, for tonight. Magic Roundabout. Yeah, I said, Mick, I don't know if you was in, but the other night I was talking about that and Captain Pugwash, and round about all that same era where there was like loads of weird cartoons and stuff coming out. People our age, Acid was all right, actually. I quite enjoyed a bit of Acid when I was younger, I must admit. They certainly do, Mickey. And they certainly are now. More than ever. Nick GB, how you doing? James, what have you said? Any proof of that? Well, we're going back. Earth is flat, end off. Yeah, I mean, maybe, guys, and you're all willing to talk about it still if you want to. Thank you, James. Yeah, absolutely, SG. Charlton and the Wheelers. Mike. Hiya, Mike. Charlton, yeah, I remember it, but it was one of them I don't think I watched like regular. I did like, was it though? Morph. You know, the Claire. Bagpuss, that was all right. But then I got older and got into things like fucking hell, you know, the anarchy stuff. The young ones. Fucking brilliant. Yeah, the young ones, Blackadder and stuff like that. Early 80s stuff. Brilliant. Brilliant comedy. English comedy. British, I mean, Eamon Cylinder, I mean the British, of course the Irish as well. For comedy. Aye. Frank Carson. Eamon, I don't know about you, but Frank, almost unbeatable, would you say? Eamon, Frank, almost unbeatable, or maybe the top. Father Ted. Yvonne, don't even start, or else I'll mention your age as well. It's a cracker, so it is. Yes, got it right. The absolute best, and a gentleman as well. And a scholar. Very clever man, as most comedians are. One of my favourites was Charlie Williams from Barnsley. So, oh, it's not on. There it is. Yeah, from Barnsley, South Yorkshire. Hey, Flower, hold on. You were brilliant with Charlie Williams. He was brilliant. What's this? What Trevor's just put up? Billy Bradshaw. Hey, Spikey, mate. I know. Hello, Billy Bradshaw. John, please, John, come on there. I'm only young. I can't help the way I look, all right? Richard Bernard was the master. I've said this before. He was the most misunderstood master of blue comedy, harsh. You either get me or you don't, but I'm very deep. I'm very harsh, very full-on Bernard Manning. Yeah, absolutely. He told the best Irish jokes. Englishman, Scottishman, Irishman, all them kind of stuff. Brilliant. And it was always Paddy, weren't it? It was always Paddy. You know. No. What? Is that true? Argument, is that true? I mean, I'm not saying it's not, but Vic, they're just a pup, lad. But they're older than me. Just a number, right? Absolutely, Ella. Almost unbeatable. I'll tell you what's I liked as well. Stan Boardman, Colin Crompton, you know, George Roper, all brilliant. Mick Miller, you know, Dougie White. Some great guys about back then. John, I know I do. That's because I've got all the lighting just about right to make it look that way, you know. No, I'm 54, guys, if anyone's wondering, I think. DJ Heaven Hermit. Do you know what? I didn't watch that, but I saw snippets. And what was his name? Yeah. Oh, what was his real name though? Scouse fella. Yeah. I think he's dead now. Spiky, I don't know who John Cooper Clarke is. Richard, yeah, and I've said this months and months ago about Bernard when we mentioned comedy and stuff like that on this live. Yeah, they didn't get him. His neighbour was Indian, Pakistani, something like that. He used to rile them up in his neighbourhood. They used to watch him. They used to go to his club, watch him. They used to watch him rip the fucking piss out of them. They got it. They got it. And he had an agenda, and you were all against him, I thought, and he still battled through it. You know what I mean? Keep it clean, guys. Well, you don't have to. It's up to you. Don't apologise, mate. Where'd you go? Come back if you want. And thanks for coming on. EA Audits, guys. Check his channel out. He's got some good videos on there. He is an auditor. And he's also a gentleman as well. So check him out. And of course, he does lives as well. So, which is, you know, some extra YouTubers do. You know what I mean? They don't just go out and do videos. They take the extra effort and do a live and go out there to have a chat with people and things like that. You know, just want to be part of, you know, come on, guys, let's get to know each other. I think, therefore, I am here. We are here. We are here. I am here. Sorry, I've just Only Fools and Horses scenes just popped into my head. Cheers, John. Thank you. He had the embassy. Don't know what's become of that argument. 56, yeah. I mean, is that still there? What's happened to that place? Anyone know? Let me know. We'll try. Quiet, please. Let's have some thought for our members tonight. Bingo at 9 o'clock. But before that, we'll have some crap acts on from shit comedians. Brilliant. Colin Crompton. James, no, why? What's made you say that? these are still the same dentures I've had for 5 years now. They fit well. I don't use anything like chemical wax other than shampoo and what's it called? Shower gel and shaving foam. Them's the only chemicals I put on my skin. I don't put deodorant or anything like aftershave, anything like that on. I don't do any of that shit. And that's the reason I don't smell. And the reason people keep buying deodorants and shit like that is because they smell. And the reason they smell is because they keep using deodorants all the time. I think oh, Mickey, pack it in now. Mickey, listen, thank you, but hang on a minute, you know. Thanks very much, it means a lot. Oh, sticky rice. Yeah, I think I've tried sticky rice. Yeah. Well, I'll be trying it again, won't I, Mickey? Thank you. Trevor's put a wheel tappers link up there. If you've never seen out like that, try it out. Takes us back to thou committee days in clubs where we had bingo and cabaret, bit of comedy and a bit of a duo and a pianist. Mark, how you doing, Mark? It's good to see you. I got worried about you, actually. I thought, has he fell out with me or has something happened or whatever? And then you came in last live and said, hello, not been around for a while and good to see you. So thanks for coming in, Mark. I remember Phil Cool, Richard. He did that famous E.T. first, didn't he? But I didn't find that one convincing. I think he just had the head for it, didn't he? Had the same shape of head and like a round E.T. looking thing. But anyway, yeah. EA's still in there, guys. Much respect. Don't forget his channel. Yvonne, I'll speak to you tomorrow about that. Carol wants the link. Sorry, I'm lagging behind a bit. I'll put the link up. I'll nip off for a minute while I do that. I'll let you get shit. I don't know. Yeah, I have. Yeah. So I can see you now, mate. You've just popped up backstage again. EA will be back on any sec.
And could you see UK transparency?
No.
No, didn't think so. There you go, UK.
Sorry about that. That sounded private. So I've muted it.
Oh, well.
Unmute yourself when you're ready, mate. Okay.
Yeah, I'm ready.
You all right? Okay.
Yeah.
We're back.
Yeah.
Sound.
So yeah, I had UK transparency. Could you see UK transparency in the chat?
Yes, I've just seen.
Yeah, I saw that.
Yeah, I was just actually catching up, and I got to Carol. I got to Carol's comment there, so I put the link up. So Carol's backstage as well, guys, and then UK came in. So no, you're not first, mate. You fucking what are we? 5 to 11. You're 3 hours late, 2.5, maybe less than that.
Well, Dino, I made about 10 comments. I made about 10 comments on there.
Yeah.
And like you couldn't see them, or could you?
Well, I'm right.
I made a sort of a couple of paragraph type comments. You know?
Yeah. I'm just looking back. Respect to everyone.
No, yeah. When you were sort of talking away there, and I sort of sent a. It's quite a long thing. I'll try and get the chat up, I suppose. Actually, I could probably share it, couldn't I? Yeah, I could.
Yeah, do it again.
Yeah. But I'll get the comments back up. Right, hang on. Slow down with the comments, people, please, for a minute, because otherwise I'm going to lose. Look, I'm all right. And when you were talking to Yvonne's there about Carol, I think Carol asked for a look. John B. I used wash and go, and all my hair went down the plug hole, never again. Yeah, you remember that sort of stage?
Oh, Carol's gone.
Carol's gone.
Yeah.
What? He doesn't see all comments because Dino. No, it's not because Yvonne says that you've missed the comments. I don't think so, Yvonne. I think that I've noticed it on my lives. For example, I don't know if you know Steve and Tina Jewell from Canada, I think they are, and they come on my lives quite regular. Spikey, you know Steve and Tina, don't you? And basically they suddenly disappeared, and it's happened to a couple of people, you know. It appears that I've blocked them, or in heels. Like she went into a blocked mode, and I went to my block list and had a look. Couldn't see her in there, and it's basically she only appeared sort of like about a few days later. So it's just the way that
it's just the way it is. I've done that many lives now. I must have done nearly 70 lives, if not more, and loads of different things happen. But I don't like to miss anything usually.
No,
most people
it's
tell you that.
Yeah, it's important that you get that data. That's all I came on to tell you, really. You know what I mean? I love the fact that about that you were discussing that impossibility of the moon spinning around the Earth. But it's a conversation a bit too deep, so I don't want to sort of get back into it now. But we'll definitely continue that later, because it plays into what I was saying about the impossibility of our existence. It's just impossible. But there you go. It's been a really good one. You know, like, I've really enjoyed the chat, as always. And I'm going to give someone else a chance to come on. So,
no worries. But you know, when people say, "Dino, how come you've not done that?" It's genuinely, it's either we're too deep in conversation with whoever's on, or I've missed it simply, or it's just not appeared, or lots of different things that, you know what I mean? But I don't mean to ignore anybody on my lives.
No. See, but I
have the utmost respect for everyone who just turns up, whether it's for 1 minute, 1 hour, a bloody 6 hours sometimes, alligator, you know.
There are a lot of like sort of misconstrued wires, you know, that are going on in auditing, and they come down to things like this, where if I had not been aware that thing happens, where some random people who I get on really, really well suddenly go missing on the channel, like as if they've been blocked, that person could then say,
Yo.
Hi, Carol.
Sorry, mate.
1 sec. Here we go. Okay. Yeah, I get you, mate. It happens a lot, and you know, every single week, the odd time I will pop on someone's live and just say hello, like I did on yours last week.
Yeah, yeah.
And you said, Dino, come on, and I thought, shit.
No, I shouldn't have done that.
I want to, but it's just like
no, I don't.
And I nearly did, mate. I nearly did, but I just thought I'd say hello to every, you know, things like that.
I don't take it that seriously. I mean, that's the good thing about it. It's somewhere to come and, you know, you can do what you like, basically. You know, like within the guidelines. What did you get striked? You said you got demonetized.
Yeah, I got demonetized because of that that video, which wasn't mine, which I stated from the start. It was that shot with the car, with the police and the car driver crashing into the police car, the Met Police, and then drove off. So that got over 20. It got over quite a few million views.
Million.
I stated not my video, and it went on for about 8 months. And that's why it's got me up to the sub count it's got me now. So really, and I've said it all along, do not take that sub count, what I've got, as a true indication of what the channel's about.
Did you say million? Did you say million?
Yeah.
How many? How many million?
20 odd.
20 odd million. You got 20. Yeah. How long was the video?
50 seconds long.
And they demonetized. And was there any guideline breach with it in the video?
Yeah, that's why they took it down.
Well, what was the guideline breach?
All I had to do was do an introduction, maybe my own voice saying, right, guys, it's not my video, but I want you to watch this. It's amazing. It's only short. What a complete freak out. Something like that. Show the video and it would have been fine. I didn't get paid a penny for it, by the way. If I did, I wouldn't be sat here now. I'm
speechless because, like, you just said 20 million.
Yeah, honestly. So that's the reason I got demonetized, because I didn't follow the guidelines. I didn't change the video. It wasn't mine. I stated that at the beginning, and all I had to do was change it in a slight way, apparently, which was like I've just said, do an introduction.
It's funny how you got demonetized because you got 20 million views for it. But if you only got like 1,000 views for it, you probably would never be demonetized for that.
Do you know what, Carol? Possibly.
Ridiculous.
I reckon no, but I get, you know, I get what you mean. If it's their rules, they have to stick by them.
But because you had it up for like a while, didn't I? I've seen that video. It's disappeared now, isn't it? But I've seen it.
It was just, honestly, I've said it before.
I think I even made a comment on it.
And I've been totally honest with you, right? I know Cat's backstage, and Cat will back me up any day of the week. It's just sometimes when you've gone out there and done tons of work, and you've tried to go out there and do a video a day, and you spend hours and hours, and it's cost you money, and people think you're making money, but it's costing you to do a video and travel and things like that, expense, all that, no matter how much you get on super, all this, what comes in, compared to what goes out,
I'm 2 grand. I'm 2 grand down.
Into videos and things like that.
Yeah, I'm 2 grand down. 2 grand down, and they call me a frauditor. Great.
It's amazing what some people think, like you're making loads of money out of YouTube. They've no idea what it pays. 1,000 views pays you £3.60, guys. So you need 1,000 views to earn fucking less than £4.
I've never been paid a penny by YouTube. And tell you what, Eamon, bless you for doing that, because that, yes, it is like, no, he doesn't make out. I've heard what you were saying earlier on about all that bollocks, like, to that, Dino. I know how much it costs and how much it takes out of you. I know how much it takes out of you. So respect to you, like, Eamon, and to Mickey as well. And like, if anyone else can help, please help out, Dino, because, you know, it's not easy. Doing a live is stressful, isn't it? It is stressful. It's when you want to do it.
It can be, depending on topic. I mean, I've been through many a problem on lives, and I've had to defend myself. Another live. People will back me up on that. But, you know, last 6, 7, 8 months, it's been quite smooth. Early days, like people trying to bring me down. Still to this day, they try and do. But I've got the right audience, the right people, the right friends I know. I've got my experience now with YouTube. I've met many YouTubers. I've known, like, for instance, Kat, who's about to come on soon. The very first person I knew on YouTube.
Yeah, bring her in.
And that was before I started.
Yeah,
and
bring her in. She's a nice person.
The problem with live streams as well is you got to look out for these bombers, and it's been an ongoing issue for years. I remember it's not just now; it's something has been going on for many years on different live streams. I've seen on the football live streams, you know, people bringing people on, and then boom, gets taken down because the guy's putting
you take the rough with the smooth, so you can either go out and do videos and things like that, and then me, my videos have lapsed off, but I've always been a live streamer, and people have always enjoyed the lives. So
I have never been paid a penny from YouTube. I just want to say that, by the way, I've never been paid 1 penny from YouTube, ever, never ever. You know.
There you go. And you know what, mate? Don't fucking take them on, because from your videos and things like that, and we can tell by the way you speak, the way you go on live, things like we can tell. All these honest people on here, and that's most people who come in here. They're honest, they're straight people, and they will say he's not in it for the money. You know what I mean? He's in it for the cause.
Yeah, no, the dynamic has changed. There's no doubt that the dynamic. I had no idea that this was going to be like this, because when I remember getting 100 views, and I was impressed. I was really impressed, and now I've got over 5,000.
It's amazing, isn't it? That feeling. It's like, what?
Yeah.
Hang on. I've done something right though. I've actually and it's a bit of an head fuck at first.
Yeah. Well, I've invested into it, and, like, you know, as you say about the travelling around and everything else, and I've had sort of 3 parking fines I got last week, right, which I think is it's a bit of a strange coincidence, isn't it? And one from London, from when I went to London, they hit me as well there, and basically it's just cleaned me out, you know. But like, I've got this phone now that I use, and I've got the Chromebook, I've got like my laptop, my Xbox, right, and that's all I use. That's all I've got to do it with. You know what I mean? People the other day was criticising the edits, and I tell you what, that really got to me, because I spent all that effort trying to do it. For someone to just come on,
How much was your fine in London, by the way?
Pardon?
Because I think in London's double, isn't it?
Yeah, yes, it was something like 160 or something like that.
It's ridiculous, isn't it? That's why. I mean, I gotta be. I'm really careful when I go to London. You know, if it's you gotta look at the signs and everything. If it's like 1 hour parking bay, I literally park there for 45 minutes and then I have to move my van somewhere else. You gotta be so careful, man.
Crazy word. Guys, can I just cut in just 1 second? I'm gonna leave you both to it for a couple of minutes.
No problem, Dean.
I'll be 2 minutes. I just want to say thanks to Eamon for popping them that bit of cash in there for my next round of ciders for the next live.
Honestly,
thanks to Yvonne Driver as well. Yvonne, thanks for all your hard work. Thanks for your friendship. Thanks very much indeed tonight, and all the rest of you.
Mickey Mouse as well.
I'll see you in a couple of minutes. All right, and when I come back, Catwoman will be on, guys.
Yeah, good. She's a nice person.
So,
look forward to that. All right, see you in a bit, guys.
UK transparency. UK transparency. Yeah, UK transparency. It says anyone that says that can't be bothered about views is lying. But there was a time where I couldn't. You can't be bothered about views, can you? If you were bothered about them, you'd probably stop getting them. I think if you were really stressing out about them. If you noticed, it's people that don't seem to care. Like Auditing Britain, DJ Audits, PJ Audits, all these people, they always act as if they always give that impression that they don't care about the views, don't they? They're sort of past worrying about the views because they've got so many now that they don't have to worry about the views. But there was a stage where, getting the views is good. Yes, it is good. It does make you feel better about what you're doing, especially if you put an active effort into it. But there definitely has been moments where I couldn't care less. I got 100, and I was well happy. I remember that first time I did it. Yeah.
Yeah, so going back on the fines, yeah, no, London, it's ridiculous, man.
Yeah,
It's
I've got a dart charge as well, a dart charge, and I paid it.
Oh, you got a
but I
dart
think
charge as well. Yeah,
yeah, because I've got
yeah, with dart charge, if it's your first offence, then they will only charge you what you own them. But like, if you do it again, that's when they charge you the full amount, and it's ridiculous. Because it happened to me
but
once.
I paid it, but I paid it a couple of days later or something. You know.
Yeah, exactly. No. You gotta pay. It's bullshit. You gotta pay before midnight next day, man. It's ridiculous. This happened to me as well. I paid it as well. I paid it like the next day, and because I forgot, and I still had it come from my letterbox. But I rang the fuckers and I said to them, look, I just forgot about it, you know. And they just sort of said, okay, fine, we can see you made payments, but we, you know,
I had a parking fine in Southend, right, for parking in an electric powered station, right. But the electric power station had a bag over it. It wasn't even active, so no electric car could have charged itself anyway. So I killed that one.
But listen, you're not an electric car. You're not, you're not a
electric car. That's
you
what
know what I mean? Like, it's ridiculous. You don't have the privilege to park there.
No, Elon Musk is lying to us because who can afford his car? No one. It's no good to anyone, is it?
Bullshit. I know people who took out fucking. I know people who took out ridiculous loans for these Teslas, right? And now they're fucking. They regret it, mate.
They only run for 200 miles, and then they run out of battery.
I've driven one. It's crap.
Yeah, I'm not. He's lying, isn't he?
Me mate's got a Golf E, right? And it's supposed to do 150 miles, and I think he only gets about 90 miles out of it. I was like, this is shite. I said, you can't even get to Brighton to it, so you can't even get to from London to Brighton to it on the single charge. It's ridiculous.
Yeah, well, it is ridiculous because, I've had that as well, and then I've had a parking eye, one of them parking eye things. I've had a parking eye which I haven't even bothered with. I put that basically in the bin, but then I got another one from Southend Council. No, from Basildon Council. This is after an audit again, like a coincidence. Apparently, allegedly driving in a bus lane. Well, I can show you.
Yeah, you got to be so careful as well. Now,
I'm going to show you their evidence. I'm going to show you their evidence, and you'll laugh your head off.
I'm a van driver. I spend a lot of time on the roads, and I mean, you got to look out for these little stupid signs because it's a fucking trap. Like, I nearly got caught out as well in Basildon. I think is it where that shopping centre is, and that they converted it into a bus lane. Because I think that's only recently been converted, isn't it? I think it's like a shopping centre where the Maplins used to be. No? Okay. I guess he's not there.
Yeah. I think he's gone busy background with his missus.
Yeah, I think he's
right. Well,
anyway, it's all a sorry, Dino. Go on.
No, it's all right. Sorry, Carol.
I was just gonna say it's all a fucking con, these bus lanes. I mean, in London, they're fucking everywhere now. They got these invisible basket. Now the new one to catch people out is these invisible bus gates. So all they've got on their fucking road, it says bus gate on it. And most people are like, what the fuck is that? And they drive over it, and then they realise they've got a ticket the next week. Driving over a bus gate. Like,
I just think that's a scam.
It's all a scam. It's all a scam. I mean, another scam that's going around in London is these low traffic neighbourhood zones where they used to put the flower pots on the fucking road, but people got pissed off of it, so now they took the flower pots off and put fucking invisible barriers, and if you drive over that barrier, You would get a fucking fine because there's an ANPR camera pointing at it. It's ridiculous.
Well, what will they do if I don't pay it?
Look it up. Well, I mean, there will. I think if it's a cancel, you don't really have a choice in this. They will harass the shit out of you. The cancels. I mean, the private companies do that as well. But I think with private companies, they got less powers. If you know what I mean. But I think with the cancel, they can send an enforcement officer to your house and like collect the money, man. It's really bad.
Mm-hmm.
It's really bad with the cancels, man.
That's shocking. It's no surprise, really, is it? You know,
it's bad.
You think after scam, tax after tax, next thing they'll be taxing you for breathing fucking fresh air. Listen, Cat's here, guys. Let's say hello to Cat.
Hey, don't know what I'm saying. That's what I said. They'll be taxing us for breathing next. Don't nick my line.
I'm not. I nicked one of your lines earlier when we were talking about stuff, and I said you put a video up not long ago, and it was about the thought
TV
police
license
already. You know what I mean? Yeah.
Which one?
The thought police. That one.
Oh yeah. Seen you come into my live then. Yeah, I'm surprised you didn't jump on actually. Yeah, no, I was just talking about because I'd seen a few at lives. It was basically about how we can't stand the feelings police, but in a sense, aren't we as the public turning into the feelings police towards one another? In a sense, like it just feels like everywhere you go, there's just a bunch of Karens, a bunch of whinging people, a bunch of interfering busybodies, people sticking their noses into other people's lives and telling other people what they can and can't do, what they should and shouldn't do, and.
Yeah, we're talking about Karens. You see plenty of them. You see plenty of them now during their Christmas shopping.
I've avoided it. I've avoided it this year. I've avoided it at all costs.
My local shopping centre is absolutely rammed, mate. You can't move anywhere. Oh, I think he's throwing us the fines.
Not bothered this year. Not bothered at all.
Right, that one for? This is the dart charge, yeah. And well, that's actually not the one. Yeah, but that's the dart charge. So that's how much to pay that? That's going to be. They want 105.
Yeah, but hold on a minute. Is that your first time? You forgot to pay your dart charge?
Yes.
Okay. What they should
do if you just ignore them. What in that case,
what should happen with dart charge? If it's your first time, you forgot, then they should only charge you what you own them for the day. So let's say you made 2 crossings, then you should only pay them £6. I think you need to ring them up, mate, because I had the same problem. I had the same problem with dart charge.
Yeah, I know. Because I hadn't been able to pay it anyway, I'm sort of like, there's another one here. Look, from a dart. This is from Parking Eye.
Oh, they're private company scumbags, mate. That's private company. Nothing to do with the council.
Therefore, you don't dox yourself.
It's the one for the parking in the electric spot. If that's from Southend Council.
Well, what you should have done with that one is take the picture of the electrical socket not working as your evidence, isn't it?
Yeah, but they would have known. And the thing is, the electrical company is a private company. So why are they sort of in cahoots with the council, in doing this? Do you know what I mean? What's their relationship? This isn't well known, is it? This isn't a known thing. I can't even find it.
It's a business, isn't it? They're paying council money for them to have that put up on their road, isn't it? So the council says that only electric vehicles can park there. It's business, isn't it?
What I want to know is
I should pay the dart charge one.
I don't think so, because I'm getting to the point now with a lot of these companies is they can't. The way I look at it is they can't get blood from a stone. Yeah, they just can't. So if they come out and you haven't got it, one, either you choose not to open the door. If you do, if you've not got it, how are you going to pay it? You know what I mean? So I I think they'd cost them more to send people out than it would because I just think they'll only come out if you are in like these can't pay, they're taking away debt relief. I think they'll only come out if you're in like thousands and thousands of pounds. They're not going to come out for the sake of a couple of hundred, I don't think. They'll keep sending you letters, but that's about it.
I've had payday loans from years ago, and I still get emails and things like that, and they passed it on to such a body and things like that. And I'm thinking, okay, that was 300 quid. That was fucking 5 years ago.
The thing is, this can go on for years.
It's going to take them cost them more money to take you to court to get pennies off you. So they can't get blood out of the stone. It's impossible.
The problem is this could be increasing over the years. I mean, my girlfriend knew a woman that she used to work with. She owned her bloody lecky company some money, and I think literally 6 years later they literally took her to court, and she had to pay back a lot of money. It's these things can go on for years, man.
Yeah, I don't really want it. And at the end of the day, I've appealed the parking charge, and I've appealed the driving in the sort of bus lane, on the basis that they haven't provided me with any evidence. You know what I mean?
So talking about that bus lane, I tried to ask you a question, but you wandered off. Is you said it's in Basildon? Is that the new one by the Maplins, where the Maplins used to be?
I don't really know that Basildon that well, so I don't know which one.
Right, fair enough.
But this is exactly the same as the evidence that they provided. That's it. Those sort of lights in the distance. Yeah, it's just a black square with the time and two headlights, and that's it. Doesn't make sense. Doesn't how's that going to stand up as evidence?
Yeah, I wouldn't bother. I'll let you in on something. So a couple of years ago, I parked on a car park in Manchester, and the machines were down. The machines weren't working, and they said if to text this number, pay it via text. So I tried texting, and it just wouldn't work. It wouldn't accept my text message. It wouldn't work at all. So I left it. I just left it. I left and I didn't bother. And then obviously I started getting the fines through the post, and I rung them and I sent them in evidence, and I said, look, at the end of the day, your machines were down. If the machines were down, then
let me just stop you there. They will not care, because now they're stupid mobile phones now, isn't it? That's how clever they got now, because now they introduced all these parking apps. So even if the machine is down, they don't give a shit, because you still have the ability to pay by phone, text, whatever. It's absolute joke, man. And to be fair, in London now, all the machines got phased out. Now all you got is the sign saying pay by phone, location number. So imagine an old granny trying to park up and do this. It's ridiculous.
Exactly. Not everybody's got the internet. Not everybody's got a phone on them. Not everybody can do it that way. So it's I'll tell you what, it's a bloody nuisance. I mean, pay by phone is one of the worst parking apps you can use. It takes forever to to pay for your parking on that app. So they've just every week, well, not every week, but near enough every month, I get a letter. You always this, you always that. I just ignore it. I literally just ignore it, and that's it. And up to now, I've never had anyone at the door. And it's same with any of the bills. TV licenses, I've had one person out in 10 years. I had bloody
funny you say that. I've just had my TV licensing letter come through, because 2 years ago I filled up this flipping online form saying stop bothering me because I don't need it. Obviously, I didn't give them my details. I just said, Mr. None of your business, none of your business .com, sort of the details. And then now I've got another letter coming through saying you need to.
What a terrible mistake to make, eh? You'd never engage with them. They're just like they're like cold.
Oh, no. All I did was I clicked on the link and I filled out my details, but I didn't give her my real details. I just gave her Mr. Nobody, none of your business at notyourbusiness.com email address and a fake phone number.
Yeah. I'll tell you what, Chili John Carney.
Chili Con Carney, yeah.
Oh yeah, I watched that guy. He's brilliant, mate. Oh my god.
That's who I learned it off. That's who I learned it off to cancel my TV license.
Yeah, the first thing he would say to you is don't engage with them. Don't say anything.
Well, he's been having some issues with the BBC, didn't he? They've been striking some of his videos, haven't they? The BBC, you know.
They would
be careful now what he says about them because they're on him.
Yeah, please go over and support him. You know what I mean? Chili John Carney. Yeah,
he's brilliant lad. Honestly,
and he will be up against it. Of course, he will. He's like, he's like an auditor in a way, isn't he? He's like the way that he goes, he takes up people's cases and he goes. He's a good man.
This guy got
the problem is with the TV licensing is. Sorry.
Has this guy got a YouTube channel?
He's got a YouTube channel. Yeah.
Anyone got the link? That'd be great. Thank you all.
Yeah, he's brilliant, he is. But what I was going to say with the TV licensing now, it's a lot of bollocks now because now, in a few years' time, they're going to phase it out, from what I've heard.
It's going to be something else.
Cancel tax.
Yeah, it's going to be, I've heard
They want to put it in a cancel tax. We have to pay the parish tax, which I think that's a lot of crap. Now we're going to have to pay the TV license tax. Can you believe that?
At the minute, I've cancelled my council tax.
You have to prove that you've got one first, though. Surely they have to prove that you've got a TV. And that. Well, are the laws going to change?
The thing is, right? I don't even want to pay the parish tax. You know, I don't go to church. I don't go to. Why do I got to pay that crap on top? You know what I mean? But it's all in my council tax bill.
Yeah. Yeah.
But honestly, it's same with all this. So I can't afford to heat my house. I can't afford to. They can't legally turn your gas and electric off. They can't. So just if you just put it on. I mean, I don't know if you're on. See, it's different if you're on prepayment meters because they're a frigging nightmare. They're an absolute nightmare. Luckily, I'm not on them. But you know what I mean? It's just if you want to heat your house, heat it, and you know what I mean. If you haven't got the money to pay, you pay what you can when you can. That's the way I see it.
Yeah, my meter just reset the other day, right? A few days ago, so I've got a £280 bill. I think Dino saw these lives. I put it on the last live, didn't he? You saw how much it was on my meter, didn't you, Dino? So now, so far, after the reset, I am currently on. Let me tell you how much I own them now. £40. That was only last week.
I see. Do you want to hear something interesting? I owe Eon, right? If anyone, Trevor who's in chat, he'll remember. I owe Eon £500, right? But the funny thing about this is, right? So going back a couple of years ago, I did have a video up on this, but Eon had it taken down. Surprise, surprise. I was paying, no word of a lie, about 150 a month for a small 2-bedroom house, which I think is pretty reasonable. 150 a month for gas and electric. Anyway, I had a couple of idiots at my door with a locksmith who wanted to literally break in to change my meters to a pre-hard meter because they thought I weren't paying my bills. They thought I weren't paying anything. And I'm literally saying, look, I've been paying all this money. He had a look on his system and literally thought, what the heck? You have actually been paying. Why were we here? You have actually been paying this money. Anyway, like I say, Ian had that taken down. So what happened was, like I say, somewhere out of the blue, they sent me a bill for £700. Like I was disputing this. I'm like, how have I got a bill for £700? They couldn't prove where it came from. But do you know what I mean? So I give Eon two options. I said, one, you either let me go and I want to move to another company. They wouldn't, because obviously I had this debt with them. So I said, fine, I'll stay with you, but then you get what you're given. You're going to get what you're given, whether you like it or not. So now I pay what I want when I want, and they don't like it, but it's tough shit. I'm still
Have you got a smart
paying them.
meter?
Pardon?
Have you got a smart meter?
Yeah.
Yeah, I've got one as well. Do you know, that's another thing about these smart meters. I've had mine put up 2 years ago. I'm starting to think that these smart meters are actually lying about our consumption.
Of course they are. Of course they are. There's people.
I've seen some YouTube videos about the British gas smart meters. The guy had these isolator turned off. The guy had his isolator turned off, yeah? So there's no power going into the property, and the smart meter was ticking away.
Yeah.
I'm still charging him.
Still charging him. They're a con. They're an absolute
I think that's what I'm going to do soon. I think over this weekend, I'm going to walk over to my, I'm going to turn off my isolator and I'm going to go to the meter and see what the fuck's going on.
Everything off in now. It's all
They say it's a service charge.
It's crap.
My service charge 50p a day now. It's ridiculous.
Yeah, but you don't have to have your link on.
Can I ask you? I'm with a company called Utility, and what they've done since November is put credit on my smart meter, and they put £66 on.
Yeah, that's what they did to me as well.
Yeah, they put 20 quid on yesterday. Now it has been called not last week. It was like minus this, minus that. Even in my dad's old house, bless him, we put it up for sale. He's gone now, but his bloody pipes burst and the ceiling's come through, so it's costing us more money, and we're trying to sell the house and things like that. You know what I mean? But I do think we're being ripped off by smart meters. But all I did was put my heating on, and I've got 2 storage heaters in this room. One will do it. Just about do it, and that 66 quid didn't last me, and I'm not saying I left the heating on all day, not whatsoever. 3 or 4 hours, turned it off, maybe later on at night, a couple of hours more, 5 hours a day for 4 days, round about that. And that 66 quid went in no time at all.
You wait till March, mate.
Everything else I used, everything else, washing machine, everything else, nothing. But the heating, eating it away like that, as if, it's winter. We're giving you this money, but yet it's been eaten away. So why are they giving us this money?
It's because they're going to fuck us over in March, mate. They're just going to put the bills up even more.
It's a soft touch. It's give you a frame of mind. It's like a false belief. Oh, look, they're looking after us and things like that. The prices are going up again in April.
I've got to fly, mate. I've got to fly. Bless you all. Thank you, everybody.
Next winter, mate.
Great live, as usual. Thank you very much.
All right, mate.
Cheers, mate.
Stay safe. Keep going. Peace to everybody.
Same to you, mate. Thanks for coming on. Really appreciate it. Great points. Love it. Absolutely brilliant guy. Enlightened audience. Cheers, mate. Come on again. And don't forget to channel, guys, please.
Yeah. You just wait till the next winter, Dino. I'm telling you. Hey, we're going to get fucked, mate. They're gonna even fuck us even harder, mate.
Yeah, absolutely.
It's getting beyond the joke, mate.
It's just a soft.
I mean, the fuel prices as well. Jesus, I'll just put 150 quid today in my van. I'm into work van anyway, so they pay for it. But imagine if I had to pay for this. It's cost me about 150 quid per week on diesel to run that van. It's mental.
Food. I'm sorry, but food's the worst one. The things we need is let's just put it up and up and up. Food's the worst. Every time I go in shop, it's doubled. It's just going up and up and up, and it's just getting out of hand now. It's getting out of hand.
Man.
It really is. Bastards. These supermarkets. I mean, I go Tesco regular. It's just down the road, so it's handy and all that little mini shops, And so you walk in, you get this fantasy aisle. So it's like all this latest goods and the seasonal goods, and it's like as soon as you walk in, that's what you're going to hit straight away. So it's like you got all these quality street they're not tins anymore, are they? The plastic
Oh,
plastic
yeah.
fucking boxes.
roses and things like that. Anyway, they were £3 a
The paper
ton.
You don't get anything in them. You don't get anything
About
in them.
two weeks ago. Anyway, the week after, like 2 weeks before Christmas, yeah, £5. Oh, Christmas, let's put it up a bit. They'll buy it. You know what I mean?
And you don't get anything in them either. Have you not noticed? Half of the package,
Yeah.
you don't. The more
when you
it.
see something cheap like that, just pick it up and feel the weight.
Yeah.
Just feel the weight. It's like how much you get. It might be a fancy packaging type thing. Might be a fancy parcel box.
I've seen a new one recently, like with things like pot noodles. You know, like the king ones, the massive ones, and then the small ones. There's the same amount in them. You know what I mean? It's things like that where the 10p cheaper get the large. It's the same, pretty much you get the same amount. There's not much difference in them. It's ridiculous. Absolutely ridiculous.
Exactly. You're absolutely right. Exactly what I've just said. The softening us up, just like Carol's just said. This time next year, wait and fucking see. So this is the softening up part, the buttering up period. Yeah, we're still being well looked after. Thank God for these cold weather payments and things like that. But hey, yeah, let's see what happens. And don't forget in April, the new budget and things like that, cost of living and shit like that. Yeah. It's already gone up before the tax year. And when the tax year arrives, where the budget arrives, they're going to put it up again. So it's like, how many fucking, how many times do they want to put the cost of living up? You know, it used to be once a year, I believe. But anyway, yeah, we're all going to suffer. All we can do is talk about it. You know, it's going to get worse. What do we do?
I know. What can we do? What can we do? That's why I mean, like, I did a video the other day about like little things. The latest one on Netflix, you can get done for sharing your password. You know, like people share the password so other people can log into your account. So you can get done for that now. And I just think all these things, you know what I mean? I know in some cases we might lose out, but if people need to just wake up and realise if they just stop paying for certain stuff, then it'll hit the companies where it is. Just stop paying. You know what I mean?
Do you know what? That is kind of a simple part of a greater answer. And if only we could do, I'd do it, you'd do it, Carol would do it.
I know, but not enough. Not enough. It's like getting everyone to cancel the TV license. Not everybody does it.
And it's like, to us, it's so easy because for me it was easy. It were a piece of fucking piss. Yeah. In fact, I had to do fuck all. That's how easy it was. But how do you get that part of that person's mind out of that fear factor, what they're in?
Yeah.
What is the worst that can happen to you?
Yeah.
You know, in life. Never mind bills and shit like that, you know.
That's it.
You know, but yeah. Guys, I know a few other people have come in recently, and thanks for coming in. Rugops, I believe, and Rally Alley. Thanks so much, guys. Ryan, I call him Ryan. Rye, the gangster brother, how you doing? Thanks so much for all your massive support throughout the months, and it means a lot. Kat will tell you that. As a YouTube channel owner, content creator, whatever, it really does mean a lot.
You know who your loyal subscribers are, don't you? You know the people who
we've spoke many a time, and we've said to each other, it's like we both loosened off at the same time. I think about the end of last summer, and it's like, what shall we do? And we're trying to come up with, and it's like, what about our supporters? What about? Do you think? And I'm like, I'm all worried that but Kat, do you think they'll do? Dino, don't worry about it.
They'll be there.
If you don't do a video for 2 weeks and or a month, they'll still be there for you. And this is what I found about YouTube. It's a great community if you find the right people. And when you meet people in real life who do the same thing as you or something similar, or whether it's just YouTube itself and they do something completely different, still have this kind of, you know what it's about, and it's like you all have them same feelings of, do people still like what I do? You have doubts about yourself, but at the end of the day, the proof's been in the pudding, and cat's been right all along. They'll still be there for you. And I've said
the thing with me is, look, I've got what, 5,500 subscribers. That number means absolutely nothing to me, because we're all that. Like when I go live, out of them, I think I've got probably about 100 of them that are genuine supporters. Do you know what I mean? Genuine loyals that are you can always comment on all my videos, always there in my lives. You know what I mean? And yeah, there's about 100. I'd say 100 out of that.
Hardcore, you get that hardcore, don't you? And it's like you get that you get that hardcore, and it's like Trevor, like Ryan Alligator for me.
And I'd rather have that 100 people. I'd rather have them people than whoever these other visible subscribers
if it
are.
were just them 10, 20 people on the live, and it's like, well,
keep it going.
All together.
Yeah.
In one room, it's nice, and we do doubt ourselves when it comes to that. Sometimes we think we're shit. We think, well, that's a good video. It turns out not to be.
Yeah.
And then put a video up, and we think, oh, fucking hell, that's shit. But fuck it, I'll put it up, and it turns out to be a good video.
Yeah.
So it's all full of surprises, But if your heart's in it, you'll carry on doing it. And Cat's been doing it for bloody years, longer than me. I'm in it for the same cause, and I'm going nowhere myself, because I enjoy it. I love it.
It's just got to a point now where I honestly laugh in the trolls' faces, because they come it's like they watch one video and then they make this entire story up in their head. They think they know who you are, they presume who you are, and then they just judge you off one video. You know what I mean? And it's like, how can I let somebody a faceless character upset me? Do you know what I mean? You just can't. You can't do that. You can't let somebody who I don't know them, they don't know me. Why would they let them upset me?
It's what comes with it. And I've had YouTubers, and they've like been and gone, and it's like they've kind of tried, and it's like, and they've meant well and things, and it's been and gone. They come to you for advice or whatever and things like that. And it's like, it's either in you or it's not. It's in your heart or it's not. And for me, it's a massive part of my life. And I've experienced so much in the last almost 2 years, meeting YouTubers, meeting people who've got creative minds, with forward thinking, like with impartial views, and like just creative people. Some people can go about like and do a great piece of content, but the filming might not be too good.
Mm-hmm.
Or some people can go out and the filming's fucking brilliant, but the actual concept video is not. And it turns out all them kind of ways, but it's just people going out there trying the best, and for whatever cause, look at Charlie Veach. He does a lot of time just standing around, and that's all he has to do, and something will happen. He goes to Manchester. He lives round about Manchester. He goes in Manchester. There's always something. He'll always get something. He comes across shit. He has to defend himself. Even the other week, a couple of months ago, this bloody girl come up to him and tried to assault him, and he just defended himself. And she got nowhere with that. And YouTube, people who go out there filming have to put up with a lot of problems, trouble. You can get in a lot of. I've almost been assaulted a few times. Proper full on assault, not just knocking your phone out your hand. But Yeah. Credit where credit's due to all those who go out there and do it. For me.
Exactly. And not just that, but it's working for yourself as well. You know what I mean? It's you're being your own person, you're being your own boss. You're not like, for me, it's the only thing in life I've enjoyed. You know what I mean? I don't like working underneath somebody. I don't like the thought of a snotty ass boss looking down his nose at me 24/7 telling me what to do for pretty much buttons. You know what I mean? I'd much rather go out there and work for myself, do my own thing. Do you know what I mean? And I know people don't like that, but it's funny, isn't it? Because it's like people just can't get the head around social media being a job, you know. And it's one of the if you don't work, it's if you don't work, it's go and get a job. And then when you say, well, this is my job, or go get a proper job, do you know what I mean? It's like, well, what's a proper job? What's a proper job? What in define a proper job? You know, at the end of the day, if just because you might be doing something in life that you're not enjoying, that doesn't mean everybody else. You know, I'm doing something I enjoy. That's it. That's
exactly.
the bottom line of it.
And I know that deeply, guys. Most of you don't, but I do. Work at school. Listen, Carol. Thanks very much. Always.
Did you lose connection?
He's a working guy, Carol. He's Polish.
Is he Polish?
He's Polish, is Carol.
Oh, yeah. I've got the accent, has he?
Well, you know, he's well up on things.
My next door neighbour's Polish. I need a translator if you want to come back. Try talking to him. It's really
nice. Carol, and thanks very much indeed. I'll see you on the next one. No doubt about it. He's got to be up at 7, poor lad.
Okay.
But yeah, take care, mate, says Rai. Cheers, Eamon, as well. Nice one, guys. Yeah, people like Cat's just been saying, you know what I mean? And we get called all kinds of things, not just in private. If it's on a live, you get shit in the private chat. You get all kinds of shit all the time. You've got to deal with that and then carry on at the same time. And it's like, you dosser. You dole this, you DWP this, you do, and I always go on my lad. Yeah, I am. Yeah. What are you?
What are you going to do about it?
What are you? What do you do? Minimum wage, and then you come home with what? And then you get what? And then when you go on holidays, what do you do? What do you spend it on? What do you do? What kind of life's that? You know, are you creative? You know, what's going on in your mind? What do you think of the world? Do you want to express what you think about the world because of what you've seen and learned? Do you want to express that out there, whether it be by video or by word or by written? Just get it out there, what you think and feel about the real. It's ridiculous. I'm not knocking anyone who works hard whatsoever. I'm not knocking that. But it's when people knock me for not complying, for not conforming to that system, that way. I've never been happy
to the system.
It's about my happiness. If I'm not happy doing that, and I'm happy doing YouTube, being creative and doing things out my own mind, thinking of ideas of myself rather than having ideas put in me to do, then I'm quite happy with I'm quite proud of myself, actually. And so should Cat be, and many other people should be as well for what they do. And do you know what? We do get down. It gets us fucking down, just like your job would get you down. Your boss has said this to you, it's pissed you off. I thought it was all right with me, and I've just realised he's not. And he's, you know, you get all these feelings when you go to work.
When you've worked around the clock all week to scrimp and scrape to get that money, and then you know, for what at the end of the week, you know, you get that shocking bill through the door, you know, and it's like, yeah, we to be fair, at the end of the day, I've said this all along, we are all in the same boat, whether you're on benefits, whether you're unemployed, whether you're self-employed, whether you're in full-time work, we're all in the same boat when it comes to the government. So this is we should be together on this, not bloody. And the thing is about these people that call us, yeah, they're pointing the finger at us, yeah, calling us when it's not us. They should be pointing the finger at. It's the bloody MPs and the frigging, the tax evaders and all that. You want to come and have a go at us for earning an extra tenner a week or something like that, or not even that, just. Do you know what I mean? Doing our own thing. You want to come and have a pop at us, but yet you want to believe everything the government tells you, and MPs tell you.
Do you know what, Kai? It's a bit. Is it strange though? Because it's like, all right, I'm almost ready to get back in the full swing, type of thing. Yeah, after a break, and you know what I mean, and. At least I've got something to look forward to, me creative about, which gives me a lot of thought, and then I can get on my laptop and do a bit of research, and I'm being creative and I'm looking into things, and it's got nothing to do with a 9 to 5. But I'm sorry, but when you're working in that kind of system where it's like a big circle really, and you're going nowhere because it's a circle. Creative minds can just pop off and go in that direction, you see, because we've got time. But we've not really much money with that time, People who work, they've got time, not much, but they've got money. So how do you use that? Well, you spend it resting and sleeping and maybe 2 weeks holiday a year, but what have you got to look forward to? What have you got planned other than the holiday or the weekend away or the day out? Yeah. There's so many ideas what come from like myself, many other YouTubers, creative minds. There's always something to look forward to or think about. Whereas most people who are stuck in that circle have only they're limited to what they think or what they can do. And it's a shame, really. It really is. But it is hard, and it's a lot. I think it's a lot harder for you guys who go out there. I'll just put it as 9 to 5, just to overview it. Those people in that circle. I think it's harder for you. Because your mind's more closed, you're more concentrating on the next day, and you're so used to rotating, and it's like, whereas I can wake up tomorrow and think completely something completely different to what I thought today. And the day after that, I can think, whatever, or I can go out for a walk, I might capture something, whatever. Every day is different to me, but for a lot of people who are in that circle, every day is the same. So at least I've got that variety feeling, that feeling of I'm going to make every day different. So don't come down on us, guys, even if we go missing for a while. Like, Cat has, I have, many people do, and we do come back, and it's in our hearts, and we mean it, and we think it's for a just cause, and as long as people still enjoy it and still like it, we'll keep doing it.
Yeah.
Because we're creative people. We all are, but we've chosen to scrimp and save, and and just that's our payment. People like. I've just put a video up and people like it. That is a massive wage packet for us. It's massive.
Yeah, the comments mean more. The comments when people comment, that means more than the money. It really does, and yeah.
It's massive. I mean, because like myself, and don't know about Cat, but myself, I've always been undervalued, and I've actually thought I meant nothing. I mean nothing at all. I'm useless. I'm no good at anything. But yeah, you know what? I've taken photographs, and I think they look all right, and then it went from there for me. I used to take pictures of flowers, macro shots, and I got all details. I'm quite good at photography, actually. I am.
Yeah,
And,
I didn't know that.
yeah. I've got loads of pictures. I'll send you some, Cat, and like flowers and nature and that. So I went on this site, the social media site called Google Plus. I don't know if it's still around, and I joined this group called Nature Photography, and it was a group of 12,000 people or something like that. There were that many groups, millions of people, so many groups. So nature photography, and most of mine were flowers. And I got one. It was this blackberry bush, and the flower had just turned pink, and it was just ready. It was perfect, ready for the bee to come along and to get the pollen and go elsewhere and do its stuff for us. And I got it. I got the bee on the
macro photos are so interesting, isn't it? There's like when you can zoom in and capture that raindrop falling off the leaf. You know what I mean?
Yeah, the light. And I used to get people commenting saying, "Dino, how'd you do that? How did you get?"
That's the hardest. Macro photos are the hardest. They're so interesting.
I only ever used the phone, Cat. I've never used like a proper camera. People use comments.
Phones today, they do just as good as proper cameras. They do. Really.
Yeah, they do. They must do. People used to say, "Wow, what kind of lens do you use? What kind of camera do you use?"
It's surprising now what phones can do.
Samsung Galaxy. So what's your secret? What's it?
Yeah.
So it's just basically just about the light, the
angle, and
if you're outside, it's about a bit of patience. Bit of patience, light angle, patience.
And waiting for the right moment, and
the camera does most of the work. As long as your eye sees the main thing, then just click, and then But yeah. So
this is where it stems from. At the end of the day, people have a pop at what we do, auditing and everything. Auditing is the original. It's just all it is it's photography. It's film. Like over the years, I've gone more to filming than photography. You know what I mean? I prefer the filming side, but it's just moving pictures. You know what I mean? But the original is photography. That's all it is. These people who kick off about you're not allowed to do that. It's just photography. It's just being out in picture in the public, taking a picture of what's around us. That's it. That's all there is. And like that Watch Me Do This came in my life the other day, and he's like, "Oh, I don't like auditors. I don't like auditors." And I'm like, mate, look, your channel is great. You're not an auditor. You're a proper photographer. You can tell the photographers from the vloggers and whatnot. And I'm like, but he gets as much shit as we do auditing. Do you know what I mean? There's not any difference in it. He gets, when he's out taking his pictures on his camera, he gets the same crap as an auditor does. So in sense, it's the same thing really, just doing it of different things. You know what I mean?
Yeah. I don't understand why, when people are taking videos or whatever, like you've done a few and people have stopped you and you're filming away like that, and it's like, what are you filming at? And it's like, no, the camera's pointed at me. I'm doing a fucking vlog.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
But
why do people find it so unreal
that
someone's filming? I don't understand why people think because someone's walking around with a phone or a camera, taking pictures or filming. Why does it freak people out? I don't get that, because that same person who's feeling freaked out or whatever, which has got nothing to do with them from that person who's filming. It's like not pointing at them, whatever. It's just like, I'm looking at someone who's filming. Oh my God. You know, are you telling me they've never took a picture, or they don't go out filming, or they don't go through a wedding or a christening and start filming kids dancing and people having a good time? Bollocks. So why do they find it so fucking unreal as people are out in public filming? They can film whatever they fucking want. They don't know what they're filming or what they're vlogging about or anything like that. It could be a building, it could be about a history of the town, it could be that street, what they're walking down, so much history and information about that particular street. It could be anything. And people are like so freaked out for it. I don't get I don't understand.
I don't. I want to know that, like, these people who have such an issue with photography, come forward and show me where it's harmed anyone. That's what I want to know.
It's only harmed the criminals, Cat. That's the only people it's harmed. The ones who have been caught out, you know, doing wrong or whatever. Apart from that, it's called tough shit, right?
Exactly. When if someone could show me proof of what harm a photo can do, or a photographer can do or has done, I'll quit. That's the day I'll quit. I'm telling you now, that's the day I'll quit. But they can't. They can't do it. So it's not
it. Because I'd be an hypocrite, you know, the other way around. If someone with, you know, anyone walking past me with a camera doing a vlog or filming whatever, for whatever the reason is, which we don't know about, you know, I'd probably, me being daft and can't tell you, and she'd do the same thing. She'd probably go, hey! And pop in front of the camera and start acting stupid, you know what I mean? And even stop and have a chat with them and say, what are you filming about? Hey, you know, what's going on? Or, you know, so, but yeah, especially, you know, for some reason, police don't like it.
It's mad. We live in a crazy world. That's all I can say. We live in a crazy world. So live it the best you can and enjoy it the best you can. Now we all have shitty days. We all have crappy days. Simple as that.
You've just got to live for me, the now moment. So it's right now, and I'm sorry it's me.
Yesterday's the past.
It's just now, you know what I mean? So
yesterday's the past. Tomorrow's the future, so don't worry about it. Today's the present. It's a gift. Cherish it.
Yeah, exactly. You know, don't take nothing for granted. Absolutely. More serious than that. Mick Brown, thanks for coming in, mate. Honestly, Eamon, typical.
Where's your sidekick anyway? Where's your sidekick? I've not seen.
My sidekick.
Yeah, Biker.
That's a bit of an impolite
Is your
co-host.
Is your YouTube sidekick?
No, actually, it's not often Biker's missing, but he's been in the chat and he's been watching and stuff like that, and still nodding. The other day, he actually had a problem with one of his legs, and something, I don't want to give too much detail away, but something burst, and he had to go in hospital, and stuff had to get kind of drained out and all that, and pain and injections. And so I texted him earlier on, how you doing? Still in pain. So he's had a bit of surgery, so not really up for coming on panel, but he has been there. But yeah, he's been going through a bit of pain and bodily anguish a minute. But Biker being Biker, he you know, he's, as far as he's concerned, nothing's happened. He's as tough as they come, and
I'll pass on my regards anyway.
I think with him being in hospital, it's knocked him back a bit. He's probably not slept, and so he's had a night off tonight, and it gives me more chance to speak.
Until I come on. I was going to say, is there anybody else going to join us before I take over?
But yeah, he's all right. He's all right.
Is nobody else jumping on?
I'll put the link up again, Kat. I don't think anyone's.
I think people have had enough of these StreamYards now, aren't they? To be fair.
I don't know.
Oh, I had that part. Did you see Fluke on my panel the other day? How long was you in chat for then?
About half an hour.
Oh, Fluke got wound up again.
Yeah,
he's a tough cookie, he really is. But it don't half let dimwits wind him up.
Yeah, I know. He's hard work on a live. Is Fluke.
He is. I emailed him after and I said, "Damn man, you're hard work. He needs to get his ass back out there doing it again." And he said he's gonna. He said he's gonna.
He won't. I just like you, Kat. Like from months ago, I've been saying, Luke Fluke. You know,
these lives aren't doing him good. They're not. You can tell they're not doing him any good. They're not. I don't think they're doing him any good because he's so. You can. It's horrible to watch because he's so passionate about what he believes. It's like us. He's so passionate about and he's been shouting it and screaming it for so long, but he's not like getting through to it or getting anywhere with it. You know what I mean?
No, it's the way he goes about it, Kat.
Yeah.
For me, he's definitely got through to me.
Yeah.
But then it's like, you know, but I think with
misunderstood.
He's, I would say, he's a bit selfish. And, you know, I'll say this in front of him and he knows that and things like that. So, and Fluke's welcome on. And I get a lot of viewers of mine who don't like Fluke coming on.
Yeah.
So I'm put in a situation then and it's like, shit, what do I do? Because a lot of people are saying, fucking good stuff, Fluke. Great stuff. Yes. Well said. Well meant. Yeah, I heard that. You're right. And all that comes through. So you're looking at that, Cat, and it's like you're doing a live, and then you get people, and it's like, oh no, and no, get rid and all that. Thinking, fuck. And it's like you get to the point where you actually think, what do I do?
Yeah.
What do I do?
Live. You can have anybody on at the end of the day. People in your chat might not like me now, and unfortunately, if that's the case, then that's the case. This is what again another reason why I did that live. Not everybody can like everyone, and someone might.
I'm not bothered about that so much. It's just when you get your closest, when you get more of a.
It does. It makes it hard. Do you know what I mean? It's like you getting your support in here now saying, Dino, we don't like Cat, get off. It's your life. It's up to you. And I guess, we could have a chat about it. And if it got to that point, I don't, in a way, I'll be honest, that's why I don't jump in sometimes a lot, all that much, because I don't want to feel like, because you have your good chats going on and I don't want to ruin that, because I know I can come in and be over the top and I get people exactly. I waffle. I come in and I just waffle. So
ruined it, guys. So what do you reckon? Get rid now?
Yes. Do you want me to go, guys? I don't mind. Honestly, I'm not offended. Shut up, you.
No, never. No one's ever said a bad word about you.
I trust the people in your chat more than you. So shut up.
Thank you.
Yeah, no, but this is it, and this is why I did that live the other day, because in all fairness, talking about Charlie, when I went live the other day, I had loads of people go, oh, what did you make of Charlie's last video? What did you make of Charlie's and funny enough, I hadn't actually watched it, and everyone were calling Charlie out, calling him names and everything, and that's the thing. I think that's what people want you to do. They want you to go on a live and they want you to start going, you know what, he's a big tosser. I can't stand him. Is this, is that. But then they'll all go either screen recording it, taking snaps of it, or running off to that person saying, oh, guess what this person said about you. And that's why we've ended up where we are now, because of a bunch of frigging people running back and forth, spreading rumours and lies, and she said this and he said that. And you know what I mean? It's turned it into that.
A couple of weeks ago, Kat, I said, I normally average 40, whatever. So, if I want, I could get 100 in right now within 10 minutes.
Yeah, exactly.
Right, Shady, I think you're a cunt.
Yeah.
A video you brought out a couple of months ago about me drinking out of a glass and you drinking out of a can. You got it all wrong. I'd like you to come on here right now tonight, the listening share.
Yeah.
Come on.
Views go up.
Have you on that one?
So easy to do.
Back a bit. Can you come forward a bit? Let's fucking hear you. So maybe tonight we could double it right now. And I could go even more controversial than that, just for views and things like that. And that's got nothing to do with money. That's views, okay? And you need fucking thousands of views to earn pennies. So forget the views. It's like, yeah, I'll get views for my live popularity and things like that. I don't need all that. I don't need it at all. I just need decent people having
real talk,
and then absolutely disagreeing sometimes to a point where it could end up into an argument. But on here, it never does. A debate.
We can have fallout. You know, just because we get on and people in the chat or people we don't have to agree on everything. You know what I mean? But you know what I mean? We can have an adult debate.
That's the whole point. I mean, imagine everyone agreeing on everything. That's the whole point. You know what I mean? The more people you get in, the more opinions you get, things like that, more thought of mind, which is great. You know, the more the merrier on that score. But I think the few who always come in regular, it seems to me on my lives anyway, Kat, you get the same people in with the kind of same mindset, and then you get the few with their opinions, and it differs from ours, but yet there's never any, not even a debate. It's just like a carry-on chat. It just carries on, type of thing. And obviously people are reading and listening and watching, so maybe it all in.
People who are against auditing, I don't mind getting people who don't like auditing on. I really, because I love having that conversation. I love having it out with them.
Auditors are wankers.
Yeah, but it's the same shit. They can't change. They say the same crap every time. They can't. They've got nothing new to bring to the table. It's the same. Oh, you're just antagonising. You're just winding up. You stick cameras in. It's the same lines.
I had this the other night, Kat. I'm sorry, but I've got a friend. He's a fellow Wiganer. He's got his own channel. It's called the Wigan Joker. His name's Jimmy. He's a good guy. He's a semi-professional comedian, actually, and a musician as well. And he was on a live the other night, and I popped on, said hello. I even went on live on his panel for about an hour, but this guy came on and took over, and he was one of them. Yeah, I'm the main guy on here now tonight. So you can all listen to me, and it's things like that. And I'm going, yeah, but, and he's going, yeah, well, it's all like you can't get a word in one of them. You know what I mean? But he had a friend who's an urbexer. So he's apparently, I came into it, and he's saying, Luke, Carl is at it. Carl the Explorer is called his channel. He's an urbexer, and they were friends. And he was saying, "Yeah, but I made a joke about all urbexers being nonces and stuff like that. But I was only joking, Carl. You got to get me the way I am," type of thing. He was saying. So anyway, apparently it's turned into, he's not got it, and it's turned into, a bit of bitterness. And so I think Jimmy's come out with another thing. So it's against urbexers and auditors. These guys were in his chat the other night. I was in, and I don't like auditors. They're all about arrogance and just what you've said. That's what's piped me up saying this. They're all the same, blah, blah, blah. They're only trying to cause interaction. They're only trying to cause and all that usual stuff, Kat, and all that. Like, we're all the same, So I just put, have you ever met one? This guy never answered, and we're not all the same. Some do it for the cause and they get results because some police abuse the powers, and some auditors who are very clever at what they do get results. I put something like that in, and I got no response from that either. So it just goes for sure. Like you can go on another channel who were even on these channels we get people saying, yeah, auditors this, auditors that. But even on channels which are fucking far away from anything we do, still have their opinions on auditors, and they know far less than. So I thought that night I would chirp in and say something, and I was willing to go on live to defend myself if anyone wanted to, have a real go at us and things like that. But no one did. So, but there's this perception. For some reason, people think all auditors are the same.
Yeah, they do. All criminals, all wrong'un. They do. It's crazy, isn't it? This is like in the comments. Literally, I'm not being funny, but I can spend all day in the comment section of it. Like I say, it's worse on other platforms. You know what I mean? They put snippets up. Basically, people like AB and whatever, they'll put snippets up over on other platforms. Just obviously draw attraction over to YouTube. And the comments are absolutely unbelievable. And the amount of people I've literally shut down. Do you know what I mean? I've just asked them a few questions and then they never reply. Do you know what I mean? They never reply. But it's like they just don't get it. It's the same rubbish. And yeah, I honestly,
I don't know what to say. I don't know what this.
I'd love to know what's going on in the red. I really do. I really do love to know what's going on in the red.
Yeah.
To think why it's so bad.
A lot of it as well, Kat. Don't forget on YouTube as a personality, you got that.
Yeah.
Even if you're doing something decent, it's like they might just not like you the way you are. Like the way I'm coming across in my lives, it's like who the fuck does he think he is? And you might get people like that, but yet my videos might speak differently, and
So what do you make of because this is why I did my live. What do you make of channels then? Other, you know what I mean? I'm not obviously going to name any names specifically, but channels who call other channels out. Do you think, because this is all I've seen recently, you know what I mean? It's like people have turned on each other. Do you know what I mean? Rather than start basically what we started off in the first place, going out and fight, talking about corruption, filming the government, blah, blah, blah. They're turning on each other. Do you know what I mean? They're turning on each other and they're calling each other, this person's that and this person's that. It's like, why can't people just leave each other alone? Stay in focus on your own channel, leave each other alone, and do you know what I mean? I get it. I get like what some of them are saying. Like if there's somebody who's a wrong-un on this platform, it needs to be called out because it doesn't deserve to be doing what he's doing. But I kind of think, but I'm like, who are you to say that though? Are you just putting your opinions across, or is this facts? Do you know what I mean?
That's it, Kat. Because I watch YouTube channels and they've got great stuff on it, and you look at the subs and I think bloody hell, 1,500, and it's like, and then automatically I think of myself. Like in a not in a strange way, in a normal way. I just think, well, he's got 1,000. Automatically, I think, oh, I've got. Well, I don't know why I do that. I don't know why I do that. I've compared myself already to another channel.
I'm talking about the people running the channel, regardless of whether they've got 500 or 5,000, 50,000. Regardless of the subs, it doesn't matter. I just think if you're a content creator, focus on being a content creator, not focus on what some other channels doing.
That's where I was going to say. So this guy who's got 1,500, and so compared to other people and things like that. So, but yeah, his fucking content is absolutely brilliant, and it's like, where are you?
Yeah,
where are you? So it's like, what, So yeah, you just can't weigh it up. Sometimes, there are people out there. There are some jewels out there what have not been found yet.
Yeah, exactly.
And they're trying the best. They're going out there and they're trying the best.
Yeah, It only takes that one video, and I mean, it's like, for example, it's like a busker in the street, innit? 1 minute it can be busking in the street, singing his little art out on High Street. Next minute it could be a worldwide selling record artist. You know what I mean?
That's it, and it's happened. It's happened.
It does happen. It does
There's
happen.
talent out there, yeah. It's just
finding your niche, finding your. I mean, even up to date, I still don't think 100% I've found my niche. I don't, because I dabble in a few.
I don't either.
That's it. I like, and I think because my issue is, one of my biggest problems is I get bored so easy. I do get bored so easy of doing the same things over and over. So I move on. I do something. I might come back now and again to different things. But out of everything I've ever enjoyed doing is photography and creating content.
Yeah, she's brilliant, guys. But one thing, right, and I will say to you, and she can bollock me later, is Kat doesn't believe in herself.
No, I don't.
She does not believe in herself.
Loads of people told me this. I don't.
Fully. She did, and she's kind of fell out with that, and it's kind of set back, and no, she's on the way back. But for me, she does not believe in herself as much as she should. I've said it.
I know, and I'm not going to bollock you because it is true. I've heard that so many times. I'm not going to deny it. But do you know what I mean? It's because I get bored. I get so easily bored and distracted. So I just move on, and then I'll come back, and then I've got about 1,000,001 bloody projects going on right now in my bloody house. For God's sake, honestly, I can't stay on target at all. I stay on one thing.
Rug ops, Kat and myself, we talked about it in private. It's like trying to come up with new ideas, right? We have talked about this, right? We have got ideas for future things because people have said, when are you and Kat going to do a video again together? So we do talk about things and things like that, and it will happen, guys. Rug ops, right? Going off that. It's been mentioned to me before about that Masonic lodges and alls. That would be it is interesting architecture, of course, geometry and Masonic and things like that. I get where you're coming from on that. I have actually had a good look around, to be honest, because I've been asked about this before, and it's the very to find. Well, they're not, but all you can film is the outside of a building, and there's no video in that. And as far as history and what you would narrate to that video, it's the knowledge of that place would be it would be pointless doing a video just to film the outside of a Masonic hall. To get inside one is a different kettle of fish. An abandoned one would be even better for me, and things like that. I'm trying to get Kat to do an abandoned building with me and things like that. But the thing is, don't forget, Kat's got Aussie, and it's a lot of what people don't realise is because Aussie's done, you might think, yeah, Aussie's in Kat's videos and he's always around, things like that. But Aussie's getting on a bit, and don't forget, Kat is limited to doing certain things as well. And if you knew the full circumstances, there's no way Kat and Aussie can be separated for more than, I'll tell you what, 24 hours, because that wouldn't happen. So please take that into account, guys, when it comes to content creators out there. We all know Kat and Aussie are famous as a couple type of thing, but it is difficult. So when people demand or say, how come you've not done, and what's been happening, it's because, we've got our private lives to deal with as well. So, but please keep that in mind. But the future is bright, shall I say.
Yeah.
And Kat knows that. Fluke's backstage. No, it's all right. So, guys, anyone who's coming, thanks for sticking in there. All you guys have been there from minute one. I don't know what you're seeing this. Cheers. Fluke's backstage. I'm going to nip off for a minute. I'm going to come back on, bring Fluke on, but I'm going to leave you with Kat to bore you to death.
Oh, leave me on my own. I hate being left on my own.
Oh, come on, Kat.
I hate being left. Bring Fluke on. Don't make him wait.
Right, I'll tell you what, I'll bring Fluke on.
hate it when you make me wait. Bad enough.
No, you've got Fluke with you now, so it's all right.
Years must have been burning Fluke.
How you doing, guys?
Good evening. Fluke, how you doing, mate? You all right?
I'm good, thank you. Yourselves?
Yeah, good. Forgive me, but I'll do what I normally do. I normally bring someone on or leave them till I come back, but I brought you on, so I'm nipping off for a minute. Leave you two to it, and I'll see you in a minute.
Okay, it's now the Cat and Fluke stream.
It certainly is. Take it away, guys.
Just don't keep any dimwits on board so Fluke can get angry at them.
I think I'm getting
fall out, or if you do it nicely.
Yeah, that's it. No worries.
You're getting cranky in your old age, aren't you?
Yeah, I know. That's what it is. It's too long on YouTube. It end up winding you up, I suppose.
I said that. It's not the police winding you up anymore. It's just dimwits on here. It's winding you up.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I'm just passionate about it, and I suppose that's what winds me up. When people, I don't know what you're doing it for. Why are you doing it? You just for the clicks and views and all this nonsense. It's like, no, I'm just somebody that's going out who's willing to be arrested to stand up for my rights. It's as simple as that. If you can't get with that program, then I don't know what's wrong with you. It's kind of
exactly. We've had this conversation, and we can keep having it till end of time, but. Honestly, telling some people in here, we were just saying this. It's like, I'd love to know what's going on in their head, and I've said this 1,000 times over. I'd love somebody to step forward, show me what harm we're doing, where the harm in photography is, and I'd quit YouTube altogether. If you can categorically show me where any harm is coming to anything or anyone, I'd quit YouTube. But there isn't, and that's it. That's the bottom line.
I think that's the thing. There's a world of people out there, whether they be public servants at the local council, whether they're police officers, security guards, members of the public acting like idiots, or whatever it is. They make the videos. We don't.
Yeah.
And that's the point. And the point is these people don't know what our rights are. So if they don't know what my rights are, they don't know what their own rights are. And that's the educational part of it, whether I'm teaching a member of the public about their fundamental rights to gather and disseminate information, whether it's somebody out of the local council comes out of a council building and confronts me, or it's a security guard or a police officer or whatever it is, they make the videos. We don't, and it's that simple. It's kind of like we were saying about the Masonic lodges. There's one down the road from me, but they meet on different days of the week, and it's never the same day every week. So it's really difficult. But I reckon if you went there while they were in session, if you like, and recorded them all coming out of the building once they finished their meeting, I think it'd be a pretty good video. But
is it like I've never heard of it? Is it similar to what they call the American version of the what is it? A lot of auditors have filmed them. Can't think of that word. The bloody Tom Cruise is with them and
wankers.
Oh no, that's Scientology, not
Scientology. Is it similar to that?
No. It's supposed to be like a Freemasonic society where they're kind of very much big in business and this, that, and the other, and they're the whole 33 thing and the 33 degree stuff. I mean, you can look it up online if you want to research it for yourself, but it's very much a sort of supposedly secret society, but you don't get to sort of get into the secrets until you get very, very high up within the organization. So you could be, I've walked past the place the other week, and there was a guy came out as the meeting ended. I was just going to the fucking co-op, for fuck's sake, and I walked out, and the guy came out of the building, got in a taxi, so the bloody taxi driver. So I mean, you don't have to be mega wealthy to get involved, but there are certain limits to as and when to watch degree, because there's certain degrees of Freemasonry.
I think when you get to the 33rd degree, then you kind of,
that's when you're seriously compromised, or you seriously agree with everything they're doing.
Yeah, it's like at that point the guys below you that they don't. It's like secrets are kept from them. So
Yeah.
Yeah,
It's basically how it works. It's
Scottish Rite as well. I believe that's one of the most powerful Scottish Rite.
Yeah, and the other ones were, I think it was like the Knights Templar, the Knights of Malta, Rosicrucian, all that sort of thing.
Knights Templar, all that's, I mean, is it fairy tale? Is it King Arthur stuff? Or, is it past history where...
Someone just put in the chat, actually, Bohemian Grove, that's another one. There's a lot, but then a lot of people who attend that are not only bankers, journalists, they're from all walks of life that attend Bohemian Grove. So, it could be anyone and everyone that attends Bohemian, politicians on the left and the right, attend Bohemian Grove. So, and so, it's kind of just one of those things. You can put whatever label you want on them, but at the end of the day, unless you're part of it, there's not really a lot you can say about it. But I don't think they'd approve of you standing outside of their building when they're having a meeting and filming them all as they're coming out. That would be interesting.
Yeah, I mean, they are known as people who make. I'm talking the higher Masons who make decisions in life for people.
Yeah, I mean, I know a Mason and he's an absolute bellend, but there you go. There's no law against being a bellend, but,
God, we would be in a messed up world if there were.
Yeah, he's got loads of money, drives a 911 and a Range Rover and this, that and the other and blah, blah, blah and whatever else, but he's a complete dick, you know what I mean? The bloke ain't got a fucking, I don't know how he got into that position, because he does a lot of governmental contracts and stuff like that, because he talks too much, which you're not supposed to do as a Freemason, and he likes to yap and brag about himself, and that's probably why he still can't get his dick wet. But there you go. But he's one of those, it's just, you're not even supposed to talk about the fact that you're a Mason, but this is going back a few years, but he was in the local pub. I've just been to the local Masons meeting, as if like he's someone special. Do you know what I mean? He's just like, you just proved yourself to be a total dick. For one, for even mentioning it, and B, you're not even supposed to mention it. So
yeah. Well, it depends on what degree of Mason, Fluke, because like you said earlier, any one of us could join. But I think it's when you get to a certain degree of Freemasonry, it depends how much of that secrecy you want to buy into and follow on to.
I think a lot of people, like you say, they get roped in on the lower level because it's all about charitable work. And
that's right.
It's very sort of, community orientated, like they donated £500 to this, like food bank or something. And that's how a lot of these, what I would call disingenuous people, ingratiate themselves into society by doing these sort of charitable work. So that gives them a sort of front of charitable and donation, and I don't know what the word is, it will come to me in a second, but they're being very sort of altruistic is the word. There's like this kind of persona of they're giving back to the community, or they're serving the community in some way, when really, like you said, when you get to the higher echelons, it's got fuck all to do with that. So it's just that altruistic motive that I think draws people into those types of organizations.
Yeah, true. Same with the other charities, whether in fact, as a Freemason, I think you are a volunteer. So if you work in a food bank as a volunteer or a charity shop, or you're doing a good deed, and so are these guys, I suppose, but maybe they've got, in fact, I know they've got more wealth than the average Joe, and so altruism, Fluke, I don't know about that. I think true altruism doesn't exist, but if you had nothing and you get if you had nothing, but yet you could give something, for me, that's altruism. But if you've already got something and you're in a kind of an organization what has a massive influence on society, really, on a certain section of it anyway, or, you know, the lower part of, you know, circumstances like, yeah, you know, they can feel good about it.
I think it's one of those
feel
things.
good about it.
Yeah. I think it's one of those things that maybe people get drawn into that sense of community, sense of they're giving something back, etc. They might not even know what happens after the 33rd degree, if you like, as it were, for argument's sake.
True. They won't.
So I think people think they're getting involved in something that has an altruistic, you know, meaning to it, an altruistic sort of let's give back to let's sponsor this, let's sponsor the local cricket team and the local, you know, youth football team or whatever it is. You know, it gives them an outward appearance of being genuine, and this is what a lot of you know, those types of things do. They kind of give an outward projection that they're.
I get that, but it's still like a charity. It's like a charity thing. So like, they're giving out and things like that, but it's like they're not doing. I mean, they are quite powerful, but the lower part of them, what we're talking about, rather than going along, I mean, they're just doing the same as what a shopper would do at Tesco, and they've gone through the till and they've seen the food bank basket and they've gone, oh, fucking hell, right, Burb, that could be an altruistic act.
Oh, yeah, I mean, anything's an altruistic
you know
act.
I mean?
If you're doing something to benefit someone else at the expense of yourself, that's
maybe they could have a different, maybe they could guide society in a different way, and at the same time still do that.
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of
you know, like saying to them, Luke, this is not
like, it's like anything. It's like you could like, what's happened to my camera again? I'm just gonna have to, I might have to switch.
You're back. Yeah.
It's like anything. If I go to Tesco's and there's a homeless guy outside the front, and I go in and buy him a sandwich, a bag of crisps, and a drink, you know, for a, you know, Tesco meal deal or whatever, and give it to him. Yeah, it's cost me like £3, but I mean, you know, that's altruistic, isn't it? I mean, in its very nature, you know, it's kind of an altruistic thing to do. But I think maybe when it comes to these types of things, like we were talking about specifically, that, you know, Freemasons, it was, they kind of draw people in this notion that what they're going to be doing is altruistic, you know, so they're kind of being a little bit conned into it, if you like, you know. And when you get up and up the scale, you find out what it is really all about. A lot of it's to do with business, government contracts, PFIs and stuff like that. And then you get into the higher echelons, and that's where the big money sort of, you know, starts happening, because you don't get these contracts unless you're, you know, me and you can't go out and get a government contract to build a private prison, can we? But they can, you know, and it's kind of, you know, it is what it is, you know, it's part of society.
Go on, Kat. Bit of power, you know, there's a bit of power there, to have influence on other people's lives. Yeah, okay. I mean, you know, to have influence, yeah, it could be a good thing, you know. I don't see much evidence of good things progressing. There's no progress in that aspect for me when it comes to goodness, things like that.
But Mick Brown says in the comment, Kubrick knew. Stanley Kubrick.
Yeah, Kubrick knew from that first moon landing, right?
Mate, he was hired to film the damn thing, for God's sake.
I mean that.
If it turns out that Kubrick wasn't a Freemason, I'd be fucking surprised.
I'm sure he admitted it. I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, I'm sure there's somebody else mentioned something like that. He was, and I think that's why eventually he sort of passed away, maybe. But who knows? We can but guess. But,
I wonder.
Yeah, I mean, I remember that. What's that film that he did? I think it's one of his last films. Was Nicole Kidman, and where they wore the little masks and they had these strange parties and whatnot and all the rest of it. And I think, God, I'm sure someone in the chat can remind us of what the name of that film was. Oh, crikey, I'm terrible with those sort of things. Sorry?
Who was
you going back? No, Fluke, because
Nicole Kidman was in it, and I'm pretty sure Tom Cruise was in it. Eyes Wide Shut. Thank you, Zombie SG.
Eyes Wide Shut, right.
Yeah, and apparently, I think that was his last movie, if I remember right. And they had to cut. No, they wanted to cut a certain section of the movie out, and he refused to do it. And it turned out eventually the film was released after he died, if I remember rightly. Correct me if I'm wrong. And that section of the movie had been removed from the film. So, yeah. Eamon McCann, Eyes Wide Shut, 1984 TVs in the chat. Hello, mate.
84. 84's in there, guys. TV. Check his channel out. Please, anyone got his link? That'd be great.
Yeah, stick it in the chat. 84 BitChute link is in there. He's done some really good stuff actually lately. His editing is getting brilliant as well. He's getting really good at that. So he's editing and his transitions and stuff like that. It's really good. So yeah, definitely worth watching.
So, please, I'd really appreciate it if someone's got a 1984 TV's channel link there. Guys, that'd be great. Thank you.
What's this content about?
Kind of everything, especially over the last 3 years, you know.
Controversial.
Yeah, COVID, politics related, you know, kind of that sort of stuff. All the stuff you're not allowed to talk about.
But good stuff. But good
stuff.
Yeah.
So, yeah, he's done some really good videos.
If his channel's still up, then he's doing something right. Say that.
Well,
he
he's
definitely
not on
means business. I mean, he got in touch with me personally a couple of weeks ago, mate. Thank you, and for them vids as well. I did look at them, and to do that across YouTube, I checked the policies and guidelines, and it wouldn't have fitted. No, on BitChute, I think you're on BitChute, mate. It does fit on that type of platform, so. I have thought about doing BitChute, but if you did come on,
I think the only good thing about BitChute
is in that private email, it wouldn't work out.
No, it's World Economic Forum, New World Order.
BitChute.
It's definitely not YouTube favourable. And
yeah,
I think the only good thing about BitChute is you can link your BitChute channel directly to YouTube. So anything you've ever uploaded to BitChute, or sorry, even if you went back 5-6 years worth of auditing, everything you've ever uploaded to YouTube will automatically go straight to BitChute as well. So you don't have to immediately. You don't have to go in and separately upload every video to BitChute. It'll automatically do it from your YouTube channel. Because I opened mine about a year or two, I could see where it was going. And I thought,
so many. I can't keep up now. Every time every creator I hear, there's Getter, there's obviously Telegram, there's Discord, there's so many, and there's others as well. Clapper's another one of our people. So many different platforms. I can't keep. I'm just happy with you.
What it is, some platforms they're all different. So it's like on YouTube, you know what it's like on YouTube. It used to be like where you could say anything you wanted. And things like that, so-called freedom of speech and all that bullshit now these days on YouTube. So you've got all these other platforms where you can say a lot more than what you can say on YouTube.
Isn't that because the newer platforms are? And once they start building up and getting bigger, they start.
They'll probably go the same way. I don't know.
Any of these platforms, once they start getting big and the truth starts coming out, as soon as obviously because they're all run by some. Government.
They already know it now, and they're a lot younger than YouTube, so they already knew this beforehand. Yet they've set up, so they've set up these platforms now, and they're allowing people to, like 1984 TV. Cheers, guy. Honestly, and he's going through it now. He's in a flow, I believe, on BitChute, mate. And he did ask me these videos, Dino, and can I come on your live? And I looked at him and I thought, I want you to, but no, you can't. because YouTube. But yet on
it's
these
the subject matter.
Yes,
it's not the person. Yeah.
Yes, you can. So at least it's a step forward if you want to do it, you know, as intense as that way as 84, which I believe people are. There should be more people.
But then I spoke
available before they shut it out.
I've spoken with 1984 TV over all of these things over the phone. We've had many very short conversations that usually last about 4 hours over the phone about and they'll tell you that and it is difficult when you want to publish that type of material, because it is difficult and you know it's just one of those things whereby you kind of have to take a position, you know, either believe in your right to freedom of speech and publicize it, which is fundamentally your human right to gather and disseminate information, whether it's right or wrong, or whether somebody believes it and somebody disbelieves it is completely irrelevant. The point is you still have the right to do it. It's like you get these frauditor channels, you know, High Impact Flicks has highlighted a few this week, where they call these people out as frauds. Now, if you're committing fraud, you're committing financial, you know, harm against somebody else. I mean, that's a crime, you know. Where's the crime in these videos? It's like calling me a frauditor. Do you know what I mean? It's like, where have I committed fraud?
Exposing frauditors, they're all the same, aren't they? You're exposing nothing. You're just stealing other people's content. But again,
yeah, exactly. That's all it is. And they're licking sort of, you know,
putting your feelings across because you don't like someone or a certain topic, and putting your feelings across on another, saying you don't like another channel. It's not, you're not exposing anything. You're just basically telling people, I don't like this person because he does this.
And contrary to that as well, it's almost like these guys start these channels who are, it's morely likely for an auditor to get their video demonetized from YouTube than it is someone who's calling them out as a frauditor to get their channel demonetized, because they're licking the butt of the very people who YouTube want to back. They want to back the government, the police, and all the rest of it, and all this other stuff.
Correct.
Do you know what I mean?
Yeah,
you know, and
you're right, Fluke, but most of them channels who want to do that haven't got enough whatever substance subs or
so
whatever
to come out with
to
bullshit accusations about somebody they've got no proof of doing.
Yeah, they're nothing as a channel, so they're not monetized, you know. So it's not a case of, oh, I'm scared of losing my monetized. Yeah, some may do, but most of them, you know.
It would help if I plugged it in. Sorry, guys.
Well, it's all right.
No, that's it. That's okay. It's working now.
It's sorted.
Me and tech just don't get on. Unless it's a camera, I'm fine. But when it comes to this other shit, fuck that. Somebody said in the chat as well, something about aliens or something.
Yeah, someone asked you, Eamon said, ask Fluke, I mean, do you believe in aliens, Fluke? Straight question from Eamon.
I'll be honest with you, I don't believe in anything. I don't believe in God. I don't believe in Jesus. I don't believe in Allah or whatever it is people want to believe in.
So, Eamon, the answer's no. He doesn't believe in aliens.
But then if an alien popped into my room right now and said, you know, then I'd be proven wrong, wouldn't I? So it's kind of irrelevant.
But he's saying if. So he's saying there is a possibility.
There's a possibility
that
little green men or whatever it is.
No, I don't think he does, Eamon.
I don't believe in aliens. I just don't think we're the only thing in this universe.
That's a good point. I was just about to say that.
Honestly, I don't know whether it's aliens or it's another form of us, if that makes sense. You know what I mean? Somewhere floating out there somewhere.
Yeah, I think the other thing is it's one of those things, like you just said. If you can imagine, even if
there's no such fucking thing whatsoever?
Yeah. It's like saying, is there such a thing as an elephant? Yes, because we have knowledge that elephants exist. Do you know what I mean? Belief is different to knowledge, isn't it? So you can believe that a tree grows from the top down. That's your belief. But we have knowledge that a tree grows from the bottom up. So there's a big difference between belief and knowledge. Now, believing that aliens exist and knowing that they exist It's two very different things. If that makes sense.
Absolutely. Eamon, while you've asked that question, can I ask you, do you believe in aliens? What do you believe in on that score? Personally, myself, I don't. The only aliens I believe in, and when it compares to UFO sightings and things like that, and I believe some are real, but I don't believe it's come from outer space. I do believe that there are, and I do believe that there are other lands which are wide and far.
Kat was saying the same
that's
thing.
That's why we're all fenced off.
And I think Kat's saying the same thing. It's like, if you imagine,
even
if the universe is what we're told the universe is, there's no way that you can't, even if there's fish that live on Mars, or sausages that live on the moon or whatever, there's got to be, we can't be the only life form on the planet. When you consider every life form that's on this planet, don't tell me not one single one of them can being another planet somewhere else, whether it's just a goldfish or...
Don't you think after decades and decades and maybe hundreds of years, actually, if you think back through literature and things like that, don't you think by now we'd actually have some solid evidence? Because aliens, as we think about them, are so light years ahead, they're so far ahead. How come?
Well, if the thing is, if you was an alien,
how come it's still the same? Still the same fairy tale like Santa Claus, or nothing's appeared yet, but it seems real.
It is, because if I was that intelligent and that super brainy, and I had my own spaceship and I could travel light speed all across the universe, the last place I'd come and visit is the fucking Earth. It's a fucking shithole. Do you know what I mean? I'd be going off finding more interesting places to go than this shithole.
Absolutely. There is James says there's evidence, right? James, bring it on. You can do. Can I just say this to this fella? Whoever you are, listen, truth teller, right? I don't want any shit in my life.
Do you even have to acknowledge
any shit? Right?
He's not telling any truth. I'll tell you that
on
much.
My channel whenever I want. It's not your channel. It's up to me what I do. It's up to me whether you're allowed in this chat or not. You're not in charge. Full stop. I am. So be polite. Okay, if you don't like someone who's in here, if you don't like what's being said, if you don't like what the channel, if you don't like what I look like, then do one and go and watch something else.
Otherwise, open your mind up and join in.
The other thing I'll just mention this is quickly.
Yeah, that's right. Get on the panel, mate.
Is if the police accuse me of committing a crime, right, they have to present evidence that I've committed that crime. Right now, if anybody in the chat or on YouTube in general accuses me of doing something, then you're the accuser, and it's incumbent on you to prove your accusation, not for me to defend myself against an accusation that you can't prove. Okay, and if you can't understand that basic level of law, then do what you like. I'm not gonna fucking bite at that cherry anymore. So if you can prove it. Prove it. If you can't, then take a long walk off a short pier.
Yeah, truth teller. I never forget Fluke or his ways or anything like that. I've been straight with him right through. He's been here for fucking day one. We've fallen out. We've been in private. We've done loads of things, sorting things out about lives and shit like that. Controversial and all that. We all know about Fluke, guys. So what? It's up to me whether I have him on or not. And sometimes he's been there backstage, and I thought, Fluke, you're not coming on tonight. He knows that. I know that, and I'll decide at the end of the day. But you can't knock him for tonight. You can't knock him for last week's live. Okay. You can knock him for whatever you want in the past or whatever. Do whatever you want, but you're not spoiling. No, tonight, no, okay? And everything now is okay. All right? So say what you want. I don't give a fuck. I've got time for him.
I can understand I can be somewhat controversial and whatnot, and I understand that. And controversial.
Everyone can.
Yeah, exactly. Controversial times call for controversial conversations, but meaningless accusations that you've just blown out of your arsehole mean nothing to me.
Most of these people, they watch one video.
It's not your true name. I've checked your channel out. You've got nothing on there. So I've checked you out. You've nothing. So who are you?
You know what I mean? These people, they come on, they see one video, and then they think they know everything there is to know about that one person from one video. You know what I mean?
That is a typical. I've got 2, 3, 10 channel. I've got many names. I float about with many channel, different names and things like that. Truth teller, really? Truth teller? Let's hear some truth then. What have you got something to talk about seriously? With the truth.
1984. Did you put it in the private chat, or did you? Oh, don't make me go into my email to find it. Just post it in the comments section. Just copy and post it into the comments section. 1984.
I was going to say, Eamon, right? I was just saying then. It's definitely someone who knows me, my channel, the way I work, and things like that, with a different name. So you just mentioned that. Could be.
I had a laugh with that. You know, that guy that was on my live. Everyone thought it was Spunkfish, and I feel like it's not him. Yes, it is. It is him. No, it's not.
I mean, it could be, but I just reckon it's someone who's known me, been involved with me in the lives,
you know what I mean?
All that. I maybe even met this person in real life.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Been that many, so whatever, you're trying to wind me up.
I was saying to you, Luke, when people come here, take things with a bloody pinch of salt in it, because that many people come in these lives with that many names and that many, you know what I mean? Just take things with a pinch of salt, don't you? You can't take.
Yeah, I mean, if you spent the rest of your life dwelling on, twats like that, I'd rather people ask me if I believed in aliens than.
Exactly. At least it's a decent question.
Yeah, it was, compared to what so-called teller was telling. I mean, what does he know? He doesn't know anything. He's just making assumptions.
Exactly.
Based on what he's heard. Now, when you assume, you make an ass out of you and me. It's an old saying, isn't it?
It's amazing. There's 3 of us on here now. We've all got channels. Okay, I'm young on YouTube, and Kat's been around. You've been around for a long time, things like that. You know what I mean? These people, they're nothing. They're nobody, and they come in and they think they can just attack us like this for no reason, and come under names like truth teller and things like that.
And with no evidence of anything.
If you're a truth teller, what I have on my panel, mostly, Fluke, Cat will back me up, many other people will back me up. What we have on here is truth, and we can deal with it, no problem whatsoever. So if you want to come on and tell the truth, come on.
What happened in the past? We're talking about now, and we're talking about the future. Stop talking about the past and what. Oh, he's kicked himself. Stop talking about what things may or may not have happened. Yeah.
Well, this is the thing. All of this is just assumptions. There's no evidence. If someone can prove, do you know what? The amount of bullshit I've heard about me on YouTube. If I had to go in and challenge every one of those bullshit stories, I'd be on YouTube on a live stream for 6 hours, because it's impossible for me to defend myself against an allegation that isn't true, that they can't prove.
So there's no point. There's no
point. What's the point of me addressing it? It's pointless me addressing it.
Don't just let them believe what they want, because if you could.
Because you think I'm that bad a criminal, or I would do anything remotely criminal. Just beware. The last time I got pulled over by the police, apart from auditing, was 2004, and I got a speeding ticket. Right, that's 18 fucking years ago. Okay, so if you think I'm that much of a criminal, then
The thing is, with people like that as well, you can sit here till the end of time proving yourself this and proving yourself that and defending it and talking about this and talking about that, and they'll still turn around and say what because whatever they've got in their head, whatever information they've got in their head, they believe it. They think it's true. So no matter what you say to them, they're still going to think whatever they think about you. So there's no point, like, do you know what I mean? Because I do, honestly, God, I hear so many people when they go on lives just constantly fighting against the trolls, fighting. And some of them say, yeah, but I'm defending myself. But the thing is, what they forget is, like I say, so I'm talking about other people who have got like thousands of support in the chat, thousands of people genuinely support them, positive comments coming in, and they pick on the minor few. So they're defending themselves, the people who already support them. They're not getting anywhere with the people that don't. You know what I mean? If someone doesn't support you, then they're not going to support you no matter what you say and what you do. You know what I mean?
Exactly.
Right, do you get that, truth teller? There's the guy who time you out, and that's Eamon. Do you want to argue with Eamon, mate? Because you fucking no chance. All right, your opinion might have been full of shit and not worth fucking looking at. Maybe that's why he time you out. What about that? Do you know what I mean?
It's not an opinion. You're making false allegations you can't prove. It's not your opinion. You're making false allegations you can't prove. So don't give me that timed out for trolling for having an opinion bullshit, right? Because I'm not having that. You're making accusations that you can't prove. That makes you a see you next Tuesday. It's as simple as that. You've got proof. You've got proof.
The best thing you can do on here, right, on here, you can come in the chat and say what you want. That's no problem at all. Everyone will back me up on that. But if you want to start coming out with stuff like this consistently in that chat, the best thing to do is come on the panel and explain to everyone else on the panel. And you don't even have to show your face. How about that? How brave are you now?
Can we move back to aliens, please?
I'm making an accusation now. Fluke's an alien in disguise.
Oh yeah, that's it. Look, I can prove I'm an alien. Look, there you go. I just changed my hat round the other way. That makes
Dino might be. I'm not sure about Dino.
Yeah,
I'm not honest.
But mind you, if you were going to say anything, you'd say that Dino looks like more of an alien than I do.
What's an alien look like?
I don't know. They're usually quite hairy and they wear sunglasses, which it definitely isn't me.
I don't know. According to Men in Black, they can look like anything. Anyone can look like an alien in disguise.
Yeah,
well, they're shapeshifters, aren't they?
You're the one who's bowing down. If you want to carry on bowing down, carry on with your bullshit in the chat. Or if you want to carry on going upwards rather than bowing down, which you're accusing me of, why didn't you come on the fucking panel, you coward?
I think the word is something along the lines, you have no bollocks. Or something like that.
See, this is why, Dino, I know you always have a go at me, but I genuinely, this is why I like that bloody auditor for auditor. There's still something about him that fascinates me. There's still something about him that fascinates me.
There was for me, Kat, but the last time... Honestly, the last time he came on, in fact, he's been on since, and he just came in the chat and said, AF is here, and he stayed there for about 5 minutes. He came on, Kat, honestly, listen, he came on, and it was blah, 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 and it were all right. And then all of a sudden, it went into about a 5-minute conversation about shit, and then he went, yeah, but Dino, I know where you live. And I said, why have you just said that?
Before, he said that before.
He didn't know where to put himself. And then since then, he's just popped in the chat once.
Black and White Audits shut him down on my chat. He came on, he went off crying.
Why would you say that?
Audits shut him down.
Anyway.
Yeah.
Pick a subject, everyone.
Fluke's not an alien, by the way.
I'm not an alien. I'm pretty much sure Dino's not an alien.
No, I'm not honestly. I will.
Unless he shapeshifts into Margaret Thatcher, then I'd have to sort of,
How dare you, Fluke? No.
Dino is not for turning.
No, we're not pretending. Argentina, the Falklands Islands, a little tiny piece of soil. We're going to destroy. We're going to send our full navy out and waste all of your money on destroying nothing to distract you from the real picture.
Oh God! It's probably the one thing Margaret Thatcher did that was good was just destroy a load of Falkland sheep. So I mean, there you go. I mean, I wonder how many sheep died on the Falklands.
Chicken shit. Don't dare to come on.
Don't know even what you're talking about, truth teller. If you've got something against Fluke, then so what? If you've got something against me, Cat, so what? We're not asked. If you want to come on the panel rather than come out with shit in the chat and be a brave person and be a man or a woman or whatever you might identify as these days, you're very welcome to come on and explain it in a more decent, more fashionable, more real, more mature way. But if not, carry on being childish in the chat, coming out with comments which we know fuck all about.
Upsetting anyone.
You're a waste of space, really. So, but anyway,
people like that have got to realise they're not upset. What are they trying to achieve by their comments? You know, you're not getting anyone exposed. You're not putting down.
Jealousy is part of it.
Anyone. I think it's just they want to be recognised, but they're playing into your head by they come in and make a comment, and that's you know. Yeah, woo, look at me.
Truth teller, you're famous. You've been on Deanology. Woo! Fluke's on as well. Yeah, you're more famous. Even Cats. Whoa, man, you're in it.
Yeah.
Pathetic. Nigel Rankin soon. Nigel man, how you doing, Trinidad Tobago? Nigel's there, guys. Big respect, massive respect. Been there from the beginning. That's why that flag's there. Out of respect for Nigel. Wow, someone from Trinidad and Tobago who supports my channel. That's why that flag's there for me, and it's been there for a long time. Cheers, Nige. You've been absolutely brilliant. All your support, magnificent.
Nige never come on channels.
I don't think Nige. No, Nige is
his accent. Fancy his accent.
What Nige does, he floats about spreading the love. That's what Nigel does. He just goes along and he says simple things like, much love, much love, much respect to you guys, peace,
positive.
All that can. That's all.
Take a link out of his book. Positive.
Absolutely.
Doesn't take a lot.
I've not said hello to Birkin Mad 8 as well, who's been. I know you've been in there for a bit. Cheers, Birkin Mad. Is Truth Teller Joe? Is Truth Teller Joe? Do you know what it could be? It could be anybody. Eamon said it could be Anthony No More Lies. I've had up and down with him. Not seen him around for a while. Could be under any name. Yeah, like we know, we could all have 10, 20, 30 accounts each. Whatever, you know, who cares? The real ones will just get on with it like we're doing tonight. But yeah, who cares? They're all weak people. They'll not come on a panel. All they do is go in the chat, come out with bullshit. They get shot down almost straight away within 10, 15 minutes. Like Truth Teller, I think he's fucked off already. There you go.
I'm just going to, just excuse me for a minute. I do need to use the bathroom. So if you don't mind, I'll just fuck off.
God, Fluke, that is so...
And then we can come up with maybe some other questions for when I get back and Cats, you guys are still here. So you can insane yourselves. I'll disappear.
Can you believe that, guys?
I've got a point Percy at the bottom. What do you want me to do? Do you want me to get any more traffic than that?
No worries. So that's Fluke break. So the Nick GB as well. I know you've been in. Thanks so much indeed. And James Patrick. It's fixed in context. Solar system, of course, it moves you. Oh God, that's a conversation going on there. You think the sun is a fixed star? Okay, we've still got flat Earth stuff going on in there. Great stuff, guys. Keep talking about it. You know what I mean? You got tapped again, Eamon.
Leave him, Eamon. Leave him to have his little 5 minutes.
Whatever Eamon, I just leave Eamon to it. He knows what he's doing.
Yeah, if you want to, but I'd leave him to it. Let him have the 5 minute of fame. Like I said, if they had any balls, they'd be up here actually.
Of course,
having an adult debate.
Of course, Kat. Absolutely spot on. Don't fuck with the real YouTubers, okay?
You get down with the kids, eh?
Sick of them, Kat. Bloody hell.
Oh, they're fun. I love it. It's just the controversy of YouTube, innit? Love it. Can't all be a bed of roses.
No, it can't be. But do you know what? We love it, guys. We love it. We thrive on it, you know? You don't realise how much. Come and do what we do, then you'll know.
Give it a go. That's it. That's all I would say is just give it a go. Oh, he's back. He's back. The time's up. He's back. He's sat there eagerly waiting for the time to be up. So, can I comment again? Yeah, can I comment again?
Yeah, truth teller, I noticed now with your comments that you're getting quite mad. I thought you were mellow or tried to come across as mellow, but obviously you're not. So you're very false. So Snowflake, I hope.
Snowflake to you, trust me.
Yeah. Maud muted me again. Not because you said, you know what? There's so many controversial comments come out of my live. It's unbelievable. Yours are nowhere near that depth of controversy, right? So you've been muted for a different reason.
Controversy.
You've been muted for a different reason. You're not deep enough.
Come on, give us a laugh. Come on, actually have a chat. Do you dare come on? Or do you just want
all sorts of emotions being human? Oh, Luke, come on. If you want to cry out about it, come on. Tell us all about it.
Come on, tell us all about it. Come and tell us what's bothering you so much.
Come on.
We need a bedtime story. So
we'll look after you on here. Don't worry about that. You'll be fine. SG's still in there. Is it a crinkle? I don't think so, mate. No. I don't think it is SG. No. This is someone. Eamon was on the right lines with maybe No More Lies or whatever. It's someone who knows me, doesn't like me being involved with Fluke, doesn't like a lot of what we say, well, which is normal anyway. Fair enough.
I've been meaning to say something. That guy that comes on who pretends to be Gypsy Auditor UK, that's not the real Gypsy, is it? That's not the real Gypsy at all, is it?
No.
Yeah, I did think it was. It's powerful. It just makes me laughing. I'm like, that doesn't sound like the real Gypsy at all. I don't know what his games it is, but it doesn't sound nothing like the real Gypsy.
Google me. Wow, that's a good name.
I know, Google me.
That's a great name for a channel, actually.
Google me and Google, see what comes up. Okay. That's a creative name, that. I don't know if it's a bit plagiarism or not there going on, but...
Could be. Been around same time as Truth Teller, I've noticed. So, what box?
I think he means on the panel.
How do you go in the box? Oh, right, link. I'll put it up again then. Anyone's welcome. There you go. It's 10 past bloody 1 in the morning, UK time, guys. So I'll probably go till...
Come and join us.
Come and join. Come and join us. Come and join us. It's definitely No More Lies, says Eamon. Eamon, can you be sure? Can you be? So you are. What a bastard. I think he used that name when he went to court with Miss Emma, says Eamon. Now then, Are you still in there,
These
Mr.
lot are like
Truth?
detectives, honestly. A lot of these people, they're like detectives, aren't they?
Eamon's what do you call it? Indefatigable. He's all the way. Dino, I've got your back. Fucking this and that, and I know he looks after me. He texts Curry, texts notice, texts details. I know that from Eamon. So, Eamon, I don't totally believe you on that, but maybe you're right.
Sorry, I missed everything for 5 minutes, so just catch me up.
It's all right.
We've got someone called Google Me in the chat, and I was just thinking, is that a bit of plagiarism going on there? But it's quite a creative name. Put Google Me into Google.
Yeah, Google Me Flute. What do you think of that for a name? Channel name.
Just put it into Google.
I think what you need to know is the last fucking search engine you need to use is Google. Whether you're Googling him, me, or anybody else for that matter, do not use Google. It's the FBI, it's the CIA. It's as simple as that.
Yeah, but Flute, we know that they're all the same, but maybe on different levels of the depth of intelligence gathering.
I don't know if you know this, but it's quite an interesting fact, actually. Many years ago, there used to be something run by DARPA, which is the Defense. Do you want to look it up quickly? Because I don't want to give you the wrong information, but DARPA.
Yeah, I've heard of that. I have. Browser.
Defense Advanced Research Projects Agency.
Is it that one? Blue?
Yeah. DARPA, yeah. Brave browser, yeah, that's what you want to use.
Yeah.
There's a couple of others, but I won't go into that now. But DARPA, the Defense Advanced Research Projects Agency. Now, they used to run a website called LifeLog, right? And it was a place where you could post pictures, and your friends could comment on your pictures or your videos or whatever. And this goes back to 2004, so that's how advanced it was to a certain degree. And people could comment on your pictures. You could invite people to be your friends, like kind of a bit like Facebook. Now, LifeLog went offline. LifeLog went offline on the 4th of February 2004. Do you know what came online the very same day LifeLog went offline?
Facebook.
The very same day. Facebook, correct, Catwoman. That's why I call it Fedbook. Because it's all about gathering data and gathering information. If you've not seen it, go to James Corbett's website, corbettreport.com, and look up Data is the New Oil.
Sounds about right. Right.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing.
Isn't it ironic, though? Isn't it ironic? This is the thing, yeah. Like, everything we have now, everything is on our device, like what we're using now. Do you know what I mean? Even this, even YouTube, it's all data. Like we say, even our phones. But yet we can't live with it, but we can't live without it, can we? Now, do you know what I mean? And it's
one of those things. I think
we're torn now, aren't we?
Yeah, I think they're just relying on you to become reliant on the technology. That's kind of what it is psychologically. They're relying on you to be reliant on the technology, whether it's your Fitbit or your Google Watch or your smartphone or this or that or this platform or that platform or the other platform, whatever it is. They're just relying on you to rely on that, and then they can search, like, so for argument's sake, somebody puts up something about, I don't know, COVID, for argument's sake, and you like that video, they know you're maybe a far right-wing anti-vaxxer, and that kind of thing,
Google me.
Yeah, and kind of, it's a track and trace system. I mean, what do you catch in a web? You catch things in a web. What do you catch in a net? Whether it's a butterfly net, a fish net, or the internet. You catch people in that net.
That applies to their
You know,
web.
you know what they're thinking, what they're posting, what they like, what they dislike, what they buy, what they sell. You've kind of got a really sort of good insight into everything that person does, whether it's the laptop or the mobile phone or whatever it is, you know, that you're using to access that online service. You know, they've got access to it as well, and that's all they want. I remember watching a guy doing a presentation in Saudi Arabia, and when he was talking about something similar to data is the new oil, he was saying, look, I can't walk around the desert and produce oil out of the sand. You have to dig for it. You have to find it. You have to research it. You have to look for it. You know, you have to test wells. And do you know what I mean? There's a lot of work that goes into drilling up that oil. He says, whereas data is produced on a daily basis. And he was used an example like, if I take a bus to work tomorrow, that produces different data than if I walk to work the next day. Or if the day after that I ride my bike to work, that produces a different load of data. If I take a taxi to work, that produces a different load of data. If I take a train to work, that produces a different load of data. Do you know what I mean? And that's what he was talking about in the sense of data is the new oil. You know, it's like information is key because information can make money. You know, that's what all it's about. And conversely,
Google me backstage. Are you there?
Yeah, you know, but I can just hear. I can hear Fluke talking. Can you hear me?
You're a bit choppy in sound, but
yeah, I'm just trying to figure it out. I've never done it before, you know. So
yeah, I can hear you okay. My camera keeps glitching out for some bizarre reason, but.
But I can't see the three of you now. I can see the technology.
Yeah, because I'm not sure. So
Yeah, it's just got to be careful. He puts that up just in case.
Ah, right. Okay.
Yeah, I've been palm bombed and that. So okay, I'll bring you on. Do you want to speak a bit more?
Yeah, I'm here, Dino. Yeah.
Right, that's a bit clearer. No worries. Okay.
Hello.
How are you doing?
How am I now?
Just about, mate.
Yeah, I'm just on my phone. So
Oh.
Have you got other? Make sure you've got other things like shut down and whatnot, so it's not interfering.
let me just check. I'll just see if we've got anything else.
Yeah, if you just keep the device you're using on and turn every other off.
Yeah,
no,
yeah.
Yeah.
That seems to be better now. Can you hear me better?
Yeah, all clear as a bell. Yeah.
Yeah, yeah. I just wanted to come in and say hello to you guys. That was all, instead of just talking in the chat.
Oh, that's nice. Right. No worries. I like. So what's with the name Google Me?
Oh, I've just called myself Google Me for quite a while, actually. I've changed my name a couple of times while I've been on here, but I've been watching you guys for a while, you know.
Oh, right. Cheers.
I came in, I was watching BuzzTex ages ago when he was in Leicester. Remember when he said, come in and flood Dino's channel?
Oh, okay.
Yeah, so I've been on and off, but I haven't seen you guys for a while. I've spoke to you, Catwoman, on TikTok, but I haven't spoke to Fluke before, but I've spoke to Dino in the chat a few times.
Wow.
Someone said, does Fluke know about Cambridge Analytica? Yeah, I'm well aware of that. Yeah, that goes back a couple of years, actually. I think Cambridge Analytica, but yeah, aware of that. But
yeah,
thanks for reminding me, because that's
anyway,
a very important
thanks
thing.
for coming on.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah,
thanks
Google
for
me.
coming on.
Carry on, mate.
Now's your chance
Fire away.
to speak to Fluke.
It's always nice to put a voice to the comments sometimes.
yeah, definitely.
It is. Yeah.
Yeah, it's just the.
It's just like Google Me. That's a bit of a weird.
Sometimes
and then you came backstage and I thought
names look a little bit like trolley names. You know what I mean?
Well, you never know whether it's a troll or not. You never know if it's a troll or not. But I'll be honest with you, it's just my age. I don't know what I'm doing with the pictures or anything.
Yeah, no. No,
not exactly up, not on point with this sort of thing, to be honest.
No, we all started off somewhere, didn't we? We've said this, haven't we? We all start off somewhere.
Yeah. It's just a little, I've never done this backstage thing before, so I just was trying to figure that out, and oh god, what a nightmare.
Yeah.
But,
it's all right once you get used to it, because it was. I mean, I struggled to, I don't have a problem with cameras because I've been using them all my life. I've been a photographer for 35 years, so the cameras don't bother me. But when it all went digital, I was like, oh my God, dude, this is now I've got to get an SD card and a laptop, and I've got to do this and I've got to do that. And it was all a bit of a nightmare. And I actually quit for about 3-4 years. And then eventually a mate of mine came round who was a journalist, and he said, oh, do you want to shoot some video for me? And I said, yeah, no problem. But I don't know how to do all this laptop shit and all the rest of it. And he was like, I'll come round and show you how to do it. It's dead easy. And I was like, okay. And he just went, bosh, this, that, the other, upload, blah, 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 email it to me, that's it. And I was like, oh, okay, well, if someone just fucking said that to me, it'd have been a lot fucking easier than if I sat there trying to fucking work it out for myself. It'd have drove me nuts. Do you know what I mean?
I'll be honest with you, Fluke, I'm like the blind leading the blind here at the moment, just looking at this. I'm having a nightmare with it. But, yeah.
You're coming across okay, so just click on start cam.
Can I just ask, is this the first live you've been on? Or
yeah, it's the first live I've ever been on.
Is it really? Oh, thank you so much. That means a lot to me, because a lot of people have done that and come on for the first time, mainly because, and I've said why, and sometimes, and they've said because it just feels comfortable where you can just have a chill chat and stuff. I don't know why you've come on, but
well, it's like Fluke said there about SD cards and all that, and you can do this and you can stick this in here and do that there, and you're just looking at it, and I'm thinking, I haven't got a clue. I'm nonplussed, I'll be honest with you. But
it's just
learning, isn't it? It's just learning.
We were just saying there, innit? It's like technology in a way is one of our worst enemies. You know what I mean? But yeah, we've come to have to use it. Our phone, a smartphone, we rely on it so much. You know what I mean?
Yeah, that's exactly it, Catwoman. Yeah, definitely.
Our smartphones have got smarter, and we seem to be getting stupider as a nation.
I think technology can be, summarized in the sense that anything can be used for good and evil. I could use a knife to, say, Kat got kidnapped and had her hands tied behind her back with a bit of rope. I can use a knife to release her.
Yeah.
But alternatively, I can use a knife to stab Dino in the chest, which would be a bad thing. Do you know what I mean? So everything can be used to good and evil, and the same can be applied to technology, because it's good for maybe uploading a video, or whether it's a makeup tutorial, whether it's an audit, whatever it is, it can be used for good. It can teach people about their rights. Alternatively, it can be used against somebody by putting up something that's, graphic, or, something that, like porn bombing. I mean, how sad motherfuckers you have to be to do that shit. But, there you go. There's an example of that. I could use a gun to defend you from somebody, but I could use a gun to go and rob a bank. Not that I...
It's actually knackered the art of talking to people, isn't it, really? Because people don't talk anymore. They just text or whatever,
Yeah.
Yeah, I find that. I mean, I've got people that I talk to a lot more than I ever text. Do you know, I might text. I've got a couple of my mates that I've known since I was at school, and I'll text him, and he'll say, "Yeah, I'll give you a buzz at 9 o'clock," and that's the only text I'll get back from him. 9 o'clock, the phone will ring, and we'll talk for 2 hours.
Well, I'm a talker,
and I'd rather have that interaction than a back and forth via text message. Things get misspelt and misconstrued and whatever else, because you can't misconstrue a live conversation with someone, whether it be over the phone or StreamYards or whatever.
Well, even when I use WhatsApp, I press the thing down and just speak on it, because text messages can be taken totally in the wrong context, can't they?
There's no emotion. There's no emotion in word. This is what I was saying before about, when we upload videos and we get comments on our videos, it's so hard sometimes to read comments, because, someone could just put, oh, this is rubbish. you know, and that sounds like a negative comment, but you know, there might be some people are more blunt than others. Some people are a bit more straightforward. It depends how you word things, and some people struggle with spelling. You know, it's how I type something to someone. You might not read it in the same way as I've typed it. So
yeah, well, I struggle with sight, you see. So it's just a case of texting to me is hard work, and reading comments is hard work. Yeah. So I'd rather just talk, and it's easier, isn't it?
I think the thing is, this relates to language, and I remember I speak a little bit of French, mostly I can speak Italian, a little bit of Spanish, and obviously English. But
Mange too.
And I can talk bullshit as well. But there you go. But there's another country we're not going to talk about. But this is what I remember speaking to my a lady that used to teach Italian to students, and she said the difference between being fluent and it is completely different to expressing yourself. She goes, right, so if you're fluent, I can book a hotel, I can buy a drink, I can order food, I can book my parking space, I can do this, that, and the other. I can do all of that over the phone, I can talk to people. And she goes, now, I'm a West Ham fan. She said, right, if you had to describe the first half of a West Ham game in Italian, would you be able to do it? And I said, well, absolutely not, because it's expressive. Do you know what I mean? It's very hard to express yourself in a different language. And it's also very hard to express yourself in a text message, whereas I can express myself fully on this live stream. If I had to just say everything I just said in the last 10 seconds via a text message,
it wouldn't be
well, that's exactly right, Fluke. That's what
you'd be like, delete Fluke. Delete Fluke. What's he fucking talking about?
It's wasted such a lot of time. If you add up all them minutes, all them seconds, all them minutes, you know, where you could just bloody just get on with it, you know. You don't want a textathon for, you know, for.
That's why, you know, with that truth teller, then you know what I mean. In all fairness, it's like it's one of them, innit? It might, for heaven forbid, be the nicest guy there is. If he actually come on and he could have a decent conversation with him. But when you're putting crap like that in the comments,
Eamon, what do you mean? Eamon, what do you mean? Who do you mean? Please, sorry about that, Cat.
Well, they've probably got something to hide. You see, that's the crack, isn't it? So if you've got something to say, just come on and say it. Yeah. But to be honest,
you invite them up because you know you can put yourself across and we might understand you a bit better than putting shit in the chat.
Well, everyone's entitled to their opinion, and like arseholes, as Tyson Fury said, aren't they? You know, everyone's got one, but it's just a case of if it's just constant bombarding instead of just coming up and saying what you think, you know, at least you can answer the question then, can't you?
Exactly.
Well, the thing with people coming on a live like this, you know, and I've been on quite a few, Australia, New Zealand, Canada, and various states in America, various live streams in the UK, and whatever else. But the point is, it's more expressive. You know, you can express yourself in a better way than you could if you were sending a text message to New Zealand or something like that. You know, so it's a much better way for people to express themselves. And even if you said, Fluke's in the chat, you know, I could comment about a lot of things. Do you know what I mean? But I would never be really expressing myself if I was just putting comments in the chat, because that's not expressing yourself.
Well, that's what I mean by bombarding the chat by comments. If you've got something to say or you don't like somebody, just come in and have a crack.
Yeah.
And sort the situation out, you know.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, I mean,
you know,
I think a lot of these people that come on, like the guy that was earlier, I can't remember his Truth channel or whatever he's called. You know, they don't want to come on because they haven't got a leg to stand on, and they've got no evidence that anybody's done anything, whether it be me or Kat or Dino or Google me or whoever it is. You know, they've got nothing to say, they've got nothing to prove, they've got no evidence of anything. So they know if they come on a live stream against people that were fairly intelligent and know what they're fucking talking about, he's going to shit himself. There's no way he's going to come on because he's going to get into your arsehole.
Keyboard warriors, isn't it? You know.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, we're all used to it by now. But it is frustrating, and when you're doing a live, you just, like I've done tonight, I just think, please, just come on. Fuck the chat. I mean, there's no really in messages and texts and things like that. There's no real tone in that. So it's like people can get you the total wrong way, and it's like I didn't mean it that way. I said it that way, and I typed it in them words.
That's the point of expression.
And you can get that wrong, right? How are you today?
To be fair, you did give him the chance to come up, didn't you?
Yeah, we always do.
It's all right in saying you've got an opinion. Sorry about interrupting you there, Kat, but it's all right saying you've got an opinion. But if you're not prepared to come up and talk about it, well, you're basically just another muppet, aren't you?
Exactly. Or you can, if you want to carry on in the chat, which has happened many times.
Yeah, that's fine.
Keep it intelligent. Keep it okay. I don't want to come on. I'll keep it intelligent in the chat. I'll keep it going in the chat, and that's kept flowing as well. So it can happen that way as well. But when it becomes a certain type of literature, whatever they're coming out with, you just think, well, the best way for you to do it, instead of coming out with all this shit and we're not understanding properly, just come on the panel and explain it. And especially on here, no one will get treated badly whatsoever. Fluke will back me up, Cat will back me up. On here, you can come and say what you want and you'll have time. No matter what you come out with, but then it depends what people say, and then that becomes time becomes limited. So, but on here, please come on. I don't get real bad attacks. It's just I'm sick of people having to go at people who my supporters, and they come in here and they have a go at my guys who come in every week and things like that. And it's like, so they come against you in the chat and things like that. I know Eamon won't come on and people like that, and
that's fine.
And people like that, but they don't need to come on whatsoever. But people with high opinions and things like that, they think they know what they're talking about, and like they're going against people.
Well, the thing is, his point was having to go about you about
against them.
Sorry about interrupting you there, but his point was about something between you and Fluke. But at the end of the day, we're human beings. We get over stuff and move on, don't we?
Yeah, we've come on, we've got to, surely.
Yeah, we all have arguments. But I don't hold any malice to anyone. I don't fall out with anyone for more than a couple of days,
Yeah, that's the thing. It's like with you. One of my schoolmates, I've known him since I was 8 years old. We used to do paper rounds together. We used to do milk rounds together. We used to walk to school together. We used to go out on our bikes together. We used to go out and play football and cricket and rugby and this and that and basketball and whatever else. Known the geezer all my life. We fundamentally disagree on one issue, right? I won't tell you what the issue is, but we fundamentally disagree on one issue. And you know what? We don't talk about that issue. It's as simple as that.
Well, it's only going to,
therefore,
affliction, don't
therefore there's no arguments, And I remember getting in the car with him one day. He got in my car, should I say? And he said, "What is this music?" and turned the radio off. So I turned the radio back on and put it onto Radio 2, which is a bit more conservative, I suppose you might call it. And I said, look, don't turn my radio off. It's my car. I'll fucking play whatever music I want in it. But I appreciate your opinion, but we're going to listen to Radio 2, okay? I said, from now on, we're not going to talk about that issue, right? Because you know my position on it, and I know your position on it. I said, that's it, end of. We're not going to talk about it anymore. And we've never discussed that issue ever again.
Brilliant.
And that was when I passed my test.
If only we could all do that.
1991, that was when I passed my test. Actually, I found something. That's actually, is that the one? Fucking hell, I can't even read it myself. Yeah, February the 1st, 1991, at 5 minutes to 2, driving test appointment.
Wow.
I don't know why I've got that, for fuck's sake, but there you go. The crap you keep sometimes. But yeah, and that was after I passed, about 6 months after I passed my driving test. We had that conversation in the car, and I said, that's it. And we've never spoken about it again. And I'm still best mates with him.
I can't even
His
remember.
wife's wonderful. He's got 2 lovely daughters. Do you know what I mean? And I love them all to pieces, mate. And I know his dad, his mum, his grandma. Jesus Christ. You should have had his... If she was still alive, mate, I'd get his grandma on this live stream. Absolute mouth of filth, that woman. She would call this person of this and that person of that, and he's an thing C, and she was just an absolute potty mouth. But she was funny as fuck, though. She had a real comic side to her. I used to love her. I used to love going, because where's your nan? Where's your nan? I'd be like, you know, because you wouldn't never hear my mum speak like that. But
look, she weren't like Nan out of bloody Harry Enfield, you know, Nan out of Harry Enfield.
Wasn't she a bit like that? Wasn't she? She was never nearly as bad as my mate's Nan. She was just literally FEC.
What do anymore? We just can't. Do you know what I mean? What I find funny, somebody else won't. What I find funny, somebody else will find offensive. We just can't have a laugh about anything anymore, can we? Nobody relaxes. Nobody drops the shoulders and just.
Yeah, it's a bit weird, isn't it? I mean, there's so many.
It's all this politically correct bollocks.
Yeah, that's just as they call it nowadays, snowflakery, isn't it? At the end of the day, I don't see the point in being offended over that thing.
No. I mean, we're all the same, and yet we're all different. I think that's fair to say.
Yes.
To be honest. Now, so that means there's many differences which go on with people, and that's just people.
Yeah, if we weren't different, Dino, it'd be a pretty sad world, wouldn't it?
Yeah, exactly. So everywhere there's differences. So beyond the us being different to each other and differences, that's human beings. So, and then you go beyond that where you got the workplace differences, and then beyond that. So, in other words, everywhere you go, there's differences. Everything is different. It's all different, but yet we're all in the same pot, if you like, for want of a better. You know, we're all the same, but we're all different. So there's all these differences going about. It's all about, I think, just agreeing to disagree and accepting differences. Because what's the difference between you and me?
Oh, exactly. Yeah.
Because we both got differences, which means I think we're the same.
I think
we're all the same, yet we're all different. And
I think a lot of these terminologies have become political to a certain extent. It forces differences between a black person and a white person, or an Indian person and a Pakistani person, or
different types of differences. Then, Fluke.
And it's kind of used sociologically against us as human beings that all just want to join together and live in peace. You know, you can't do that anymore because you're a right-wing anti-COVID vaxxer or anti-vax. Do you know what I mean? It's become so politicized. It's like this whole sort of pronoun bullshit and stuff like that. You know, it's become a nonsense. It's like they've literally turned our own language against us. Now it's like I can't say it. Like if I said to okay, if I was walking down the street and I'm a black guy for argument's sake, right? And someone got stabbed down the road. Yeah, man. And someone got stabbed down the road. And the police asked me, who stabbed that guy? I said, it was a white geezer. He was about 6 foot tall, 200 pounds, and he had a big bloody knife in his hand, right? Is that racist?
Yeah.
No, it's not. No. Apparently, it's okay if I'm reporting a crime to the government, then it's not racist. But if I phone the police and say I just saw a white guy walking down the street with a bloody great knife, do you know what I mean? Do you know what I mean? It's like anything can be used against you, kind of thing. From a sociological perspective, it's like everything's become so. Everyone's got to walk on eggshells, and you can't say this about this person or that sexuality or this sexuality. Yeah. Do you know what I mean? Everything becomes eggshells, you know, and it's ridiculous.
Well, it's become to that. I even sent, there were a poster at the train station. I was leaving for London.
Oh, I can't believe that.
About a month ago. I think I sent it to Kat.
That's ridiculous.
I sent it, and there were a big poster, big bill. Well, I said big. It were big enough. It were all in pink. The main background, and it said stirring is, what did it say, Kat? Stirring.
Stirring is, yeah, I saw that advert.
How wrong is that? That is, I mean,
and it's like, and me and Fluke actually, we spoke about this months and months ago. I think Mike might have been on as well, Bastian, and we said, and we were going, okay, so I think SG brought it up actually, thinking back now, and it was like, you're not
stirring is sexist or something like that.
And we're saying, well, how long do you have to stare at someone for that to become a sexual thought, or an ulterior, a criminal?
In other words,
this is how ridiculous
you're going to get done for harassment.
Is there a fucking time limit on it? Like 10 seconds and you're out, or whatever? And it's like, and who's there to time it?
And who's to say that you haven't got your music on and you're just staring into the distance? How do they know what you're staring at? If I'm staring out the window,
what if you're blind? And I've seen, I know it sounds, and films are fantastical. Yeah, exactly. Some movies are fantastical, but I've seen films where you've seen a scene and it's like there's a blind fella, this other person doesn't know this guy's blind or whatever, and this person thinks this blind guy's staring at them, and they get paranoid and weird about it, and it's like they only realise after that this guy is a blind person who's just looking in that particular direction, who this person thought was looking at him, her, in a sexual, whatever way they're paranoid.
You can't look at somebody in a sexual way.
So, what did you do? Start arresting fucking blind people?
Yeah, exactly. You can't look at somebody. Hello, you were looking at that person in a sexual way. No, I was looking at her earrings, and they're really nice and pretty. That's what I was looking at. Yeah. Or I was looking at a lovely jacket that she's got on, or somebody that might be Cat on the train going, I was looking at that bloke over there. He's got a really sexy camera.
I'd be thinking, what the fucking hell have you done to your fucking hair this time, Cat? You know what I mean? Stuff like that.
Do you know what I mean? It's just nonsense. This is a sociological way of controlling people, is to cajole them into thinking that everything they do is wrong. It's like if I walk past a platform and Cat's walking the other way and I think, oh God, she's got a nice ass. Do you know what I mean? I might not have said anything.
Bring your clips now. Harassment.
And then, but what if Kat walks down a building site and sees a nice builder with a nice bum? Does she gonna not look at his bum because you obviously like the shape of his bum?
Yeah, I've seen her do that.
Wolf whistling. Builders used to wolf whistle, didn't they? And there were women getting offended by that. Like women were getting offended by wolf whistling, and I'm like, what? Why? Women get offended by being called love. Hey, love. Hi, love.
Yeah, I know. It's just normal. This is how they do it. It's like normal interactions between human beings has almost become criminal, isn't it? Yeah. It's like you can't say love, you can't say this. And Eamon McCann in the chat said, "Who in the name of sweet fuck are making these laws?" There aren't laws. There are opinions, right? And then you get opinionated government enforcement officers, i.e. the police, and some of the dumbest people I've ever met in my life called security guards that try and enforce this nonsense. Do you know what I mean? And that's the problem. You have an enforcement class with the IQ of a fucking empty fish tank, right? Going after average people in the street over some bullshit that anybody could have said 20 years ago and nobody would have batted an eyelid. Why has it changed? It's changed because they're pitting human being against human being, black against white, religion against religion, sex against sex. That's what they're doing. Everything is turned around. Oh, you looked at me funny. You must be homophobic. Well, how would I know you were gay unless it was tattooed on your fucking head?
Yeah. Ridiculous. 84, spot on, 2 words.
Do you know, I think there's a channel on YouTube. I'm not quite sure, but I've seen videos of people that the dumbest laws that certain countries have. Like there's law, like for example, I'm not sure where, there's a country that it's illegal to send a pizza to someone after a certain time. That them sort of, you know what I mean? That some of the stupidest laws and the actual laws in certain countries that, you know, you're not allowed to hold hands in public. You're not allowed to, you know, it's just ridiculous, absolutely ridiculous. You know what I mean? It makes me, sometimes it makes me happy that we do live here, because there are a lot, I think there are a lot worse places in the world than here, but
I think that's what it is. It is like 1984, so it's social engineering. It's, if you imagine if you're not maybe like us guys on here, a little bit more critically thinking, a bit more objective, do you know what I mean, than the average Joe in the street, let's say, for argument's sake. Let's not blow too much wind up our own trumpets, but let's say we took that as an example and you had the very same conversation with a bunch of conformist statists, do you know what I mean? It'd be like, say there's, I don't know, a guy that has transformed himself into a girl, and I don't know whether he's a man or a girl, but he still looks like a bloke to me. And I say, all right, mate, how's it going? Oh, well, you've been offensive towards me. I'm calling the police. Do you know what I mean? What fucking... And then the police are going to come and harass me because I thought that he was a bloke. But he looks like a fucking bloke. So,
video.
You know, if you've got certain pronouns, right, tattoo them on your forehead and I'll know what to call you. Until then, shut the fuck up.
Yeah,
it's just the minority trying to control the majority, isn't it?
It's like they expect you to know. You know, it's like they think they're in the hierarchy now, and maybe they are. You know, the way things are going with the pride thing and
someone's got a bit of pull. If someone's got a bit of pull at the top, they're going to use it.
Entity.
Yeah, if someone's got a bit of pull at the top, they're going to use it, aren't they? And they're obviously using and abusing it because it's getting ridiculous.
I remember years ago. It's got to be like 1992 or 1993, and I decided to grow my hair long, a bit like Dino, but it was better looking than Dino's. Because as my hair got longer, it got really curly. So I grew it down to about my shoulders, down to about there. And I remember walking to work one day, and there was a builder's lorry coming up the street, and they honked and started honking, you know, and did the wolf whistling thing that Kat was talking about earlier. And I turned around, and of course I've got a full beard as well. And these builders went, "Oh my fucking god, it's a bloke." Do you know what I mean? So from behind, I looked like a size 8 model, if you like, 5'9" with long brown curly hair, and they were honking and wolf whistling. And I turned around and I went like that out, and they went, "Oh!" All of them just dropped their faces. Well, what am I going to do?
Thank you, boys.
Can you imagine that today?
Where was that video? That would have been funny if you'd filmed something like that.
Oh, fucking hell. So, I mean, it's hilarious. And,
I've had that loads of times. White van men, the lot.
Yeah, what are you going to do? Ring the police and say you're being sexually harassed because of the length of your hair? Do you know what I mean? That's just, it's insane.
Well, I
do look quite fit as well from behind.
Because anything's possible these days, isn't it? Anything's possible. With what
but this is the thing. It's about using every type of element, whether it be vocal, physical, written. Now it's the way you look at somebody. How can you judge even if you're a police officer standing on an underground train? How can you tell what somebody's looking at? There might be a woman standing below an advert, and you might be looking at the advert, but then he thinks that you're looking at her. I mean, how do you judge what somebody's looking at? This is how mental.
That's the same with what we're doing with our cameras. How do they know what we're pointing our cameras at? It's the same thing.
How do they even know if we're even recording?
Yeah, exactly.
You're wobbling your head, basically.
Could be fucking about in my settings. I could have just turned it on and I'm not recording anything. Do you know what I mean? I mean, the start button yet. You know what I mean? What do you know? You don't know anything. They're making assumptions. Assumption is the mother of all fuck-ups.
They've got stopped and everything. It's like, why are you filming me and things like that? It's like, I'm not even filming you. It's like, I'm just walking past with my phone like that, and I'm not even. It's not even turned on. Why are you filming me? Why? You know, I don't understand this thing about people who are about other people who are just filming. Just walking around filming.
This is what they've brought in as well. This is not only sociological in the sense of, oh, are you looking at that woman's bum? Are you looking at that man's bum? Are you saying this about that person because of the color of their skin or their religion or their political stance or whatever? It's now got to the point where, why are you filming that person? Why are you filming this? What does it matter what I'm doing? I'm not doing anything illegal. Leave me alone. How about that? One thing I wanted to bring up that hasn't been discussed as much in auditing, I would have liked to have just touched on, is the word incidental. Right now, if people have said to me this in comments, you can't take pictures of children, right? Bollocks, right? If they're in public, they've got no expectation of privacy. End of story, right? There's only 4 things you cannot do. You cannot take, make, store, and distribute indecent images of children. That's what you cannot legally do, right? With a camera. Now, let me explain the word incidental. Say I'm taking a picture of a squirrel, right? And a kid walks past my camera just as I'm taking the picture of the squirrel. It's not my fault the kid walked past my camera at that time. So that would be, so the police officer could say to me, why did you just take a picture of that kid? I said, well, that would be incidental. That wasn't the reason for the photograph. The reason for the photograph was to take a picture of the squirrel. As the child walked past me, as I took the picture, it becomes irrelevant because it's incidental. It wasn't the reason. I wasn't there for a reason to take a picture of that particular child. I was there to take a picture of the squirrel.
But even if you did take that picture, Luke, and you said to them, let's just say your intention was otherwise than that, and it was like, yeah, I would love to get a picture of a squirrel with a young person dashing by, like a motion picture, that would look great. There's nothing wrong with that either.
Exactly. But this is what they do, these thick, degenerate, low IQ
if you do
people,
that, then, you know, in most people's minds these days, you're a fucking paedophile, or you know what I mean?
It's no different. It's like if I'm taking a picture of an oak tree and a squirrel pops out, you know, same principle. You know, the same principle.
What these trolls don't get, the difference is us, we're making it blatantly obvious about what we're doing. We're making it blatant. We're not hiding. We've got nothing to hide. Whereas, if you know, these people who are wrong-uns, you know, these people who are up to no good, they're the ones who have got something to hide. You know what I mean? We haven't. You know, I could quite happily and look through my photos, you know what I mean? Not that I have to show you. Obviously, nobody has to show them out. But if they went through mine, it would be just nature, my surroundings. You know what I mean?
It is. It's like and we go back to
it's all about the intent, really, isn't it?
It's about auditing in general. If you go back to the basics of an audit, and it's like when they try to use alarm, harassment, and distress, there's reasons they use those specific words in law. Now, if you look up the definition of the word alarm, alarm is to cause somebody to be in fear of their life or in fear of physical bodily injury is the term for alarm, right? Distress is the same signal an aeroplane or a ship uses when they're in distress. Yeah, there's an immediate threat to loss of life or a threat to harm of life. Hence the words alarm and distress. Now, we all know about the harassment, which has to be on 2 more occasions, and they have to prove that there is an intent to cause harassment. And that's what people fail to recognize. There has to be an intent to cause harassment, right? So standing outside, for argument's sake, a post office with a camera is not going to cause alarm and distress, right? Standing outside a post office with a samurai sword, now that could cause alarm and distress because you're carrying a lethal weapon, A camera is not a lethal weapon. Standing outside a post office with a sausage roll is no different than standing outside a post office with a camera, or a police station, or a library, or a council office, or any other fucking building for that matter. I think I've made myself clear.
Yeah, this is what I keep saying. You're preaching to the wrong people here. We get this. We know we're on the right wavelength. Again, it's these, like I said, the snowflakes that come in the chat that you're sticking your cameras in people's faces. You're harassing people. It's them who'll never understand it. We've had this chat thousands of times over.
The thing is, those people that bitch and moan in the comments ain't got the balls to go out and do what we do.
Exactly.
Because they ain't got the balls to get arrested for what we do, even though everything we do is legal. And they still can't fucking believe in it. So go fuck themselves. Do you know what I mean? Go fuck themselves.
That's it. What about you, Google Me? What do you do? Are you just a viewer, or do you do photography or anything like that?
No, I don't. No, obviously I watch you guys when you're out auditing, but well, Dino and Catwoman, I watch you two. Obviously, I've never seen Fluke before doing it, but yeah, I've seen them how they've changed like the photography thing around on Dino for sure. You know, oh, you're taking pictures of kids and all this, and blah, blah, blah. But that's when everybody starts jumping on the bandwagon, then, isn't it?
Yeah.
As we all know, it's Pinnock, isn't it? So
what, like going into a shopping centre? I like, I vlog. I'm going to a shopping centre, filming. Look at and but you're filming kids. There's kids in here. You're filming. That's the all go to. That's the go-to that and it's wrong. It's wrong. It's blatantly wrong. You know what I mean? The thing is, they've got what gets me about these places, they've got a control room. Yeah. If you see me following somebody specifically around, and I follow them into the toilets, and I follow them, you know what I mean? And I'm up, so what I think someone approached me once about upskirt. What about people who upskirt? Well, there is people that's nothing to, then you've got every right to approach you then, but somebody just genuinely filming in, there's a big difference.
That just reminded me of a court case in America where a guy was upskirting a woman, I believe it was in New York, and he got arrested and it went to court, and the judge said, look, at the end of the day, this man's allowed to take pictures of whatever he wants from a public place. And he suggested to the woman who made the accusation that she just wears a longer skirt and kicked it out of the court.
Wow.
Yeah. And also, just go back to the child thing. Just go back to the child thing.
Yeah.
This was after I watched a video of somebody, and it was in the UK. I can't remember which channel it was. It's going back about 3 or 4 years, and the police said, oh, you could be taking pictures of children. Yeah, what difference does it make? Because I remember driving to work the next day, and I had to stop outside the school. I had to drive past the school every day to get to work. And there was, anyway, it doesn't matter. And there's a pedestrian crossing, and obviously pedestrians in the UK have the right of way, right? Now, if I pull up in my car, my dash cam's running, and a husband and wife are taking their 3 children to school, what am I supposed to do? Turn off my dash camera? No.
Well, everywhere you go now, you're under surveillance, aren't you? So it's Big Brother's watching you no matter where you're at. So what does it matter?
So the point is, it's like if the government's taking pictures of you, that's fine. But if you're taking pictures of the government, then it's not fine.
I laughed at Bees the other day. Went into job centre, didn't he? And the man goes round to him and goes, "Oh, sorry, you're not allowed to film in here. I'm going to start filming now." And I just laughed at that. So, you're not allowed to film in here. I'm going to start filming now.
The thing that annoyed me about that video the most is one of the security guards was obviously had his SIA license on display.
Yeah, the other one didn't.
And the other one wouldn't even show it. And he was the one calling the police. Do you know what I would have done? I'd have picked up the phone and said, right, I'm reporting somebody pretending to be a security guard and they've got no license on display. And that's a criminal offence. So you better send some police officers down to check that this guy's got a license. Because if he hasn't, he needs to get arrested. Do you know what the fine and the potential jail sentence is for having an expired SIA license in the UK is? Up to 6 months in prison and up to a £5,000 fine in England.
Wow.
The thing is, Luke, right? How many auditors go auditing, right? and they go to these factories, say, and start filming, and then they've got an angry security guard coming at them. How many of them are not carrying their SIA badges?
That's the first thing that should be picked up on an audit, because that's the whole point of an audit.
Yeah.
Are they doing their job correctly? Because I know how to do my job correctly. I know how to take pictures and video correctly, right? How can they not do their job correctly?
Yeah.
You know, now if you're, and this is what it says, and I've read all of the documents, and this is what it says. It says every person undertaking duties while under SIA license must have their badge clearly on display at all times while exercising duties under license.
Otherwise, you're a civilian.
Otherwise, anyone can just you can go on eBay and buy a high-vis jacket with the word security on the back. Jesus Christ, you can go onto eBay and print pleb on the back of your, high-vis jacket. You can just go and print newspaper deliverer on the back of your high-vis jacket. You can do whatever you like. Do you know what I mean? So it's bullshit unless you've got an SIA license. And if it's not valid, you're banging bother, because that's a criminal offence. It's a criminal offence.
I've done loads of security.
Loads. And people go, oh, you know, cameras and security guards. The security guard ain't done nothing to you. Yeah, but he's legally, he has to do everything by the book for him to carry out his job legally. I don't have to do anything to carry out my job legally.
In fact, on U3 here, I've actually seen obviously lots of Dino's audits where he's been out and about, and they've been quite comical, haven't they? Really, you know what I mean? When they're coming up and yelling all the shots at you, and then they start turning it to personal matters because they're in the wrong, they can't prove it, and you think to yourself, you've lost the argument, so just jog on.
Yeah.
But then the ego comes in, and they can't jog on because of the ego.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah.
Why they can't just observe? What they've got cameras, they've got control. Why they can't just observe? When you see us actually doing something wrong, as I said before, that's when you step in. But they come and make a bigger deal out of what we're doing. Like, they want us to leave the property. They want us to go, right? If they left us alone, we'll be in there, film for 5-10 minutes, and then we're gone. We're not going to stay there overnight. We're not going to set up camp and stay there. But they come and and then they ring the police, which keeps us there longer. But they want us to stay there. Do you know what I mean? If watch us from your control room, observe us, and watch us leave. Done. End of. Nothing's happened. No harm's been brought. Do you know what I mean? Or the other one they use, the other thing they come to us is, we've got customers complaining. That's the other one. We've got customers. Well, tell them customers we're not doing anything wrong. That's it. End of.
The good thing about it now, I think the police have got a grasp of it now, though. You know, obviously watching more auditing, the police have got a grasp of it. Yeah.
I think I watched Quad's video the other day when he was outside a place in London, and the guy came up to him. I think he was like a detective, should I say? And he said, "Are you doing an audit?" Well, if you've just made that assumption, then you can fucking walk on, mate. Because it doesn't matter whether I'm auditing or not auditing, whether I'm taking video or photographs. It's irrelevant. It's absolutely irrelevant, because you're there to stop people from breaking the law or respond to people who have broken the law, right? Either way, it's nothing to do with you. Whether I'm auditing or not auditing is irrelevant. Off you pop. Do you know what I mean? Mr. Government servant. How many fucking unsolved murders are there in London at the moment? And this prat wants to fucking question someone for 10 minutes about doing nothing illegal.
Yeah, and then suddenly, I'm just flying me drone over your building. Hang on 5 minutes.
Yeah, exactly.
And they're like, no, you can't do that. You can't do that.
Can I just say thanks to Rai? Thanks for coming in, mate. Really appreciate your support. As well.
Have a good. Anyone at Poland, have a good Christmas if you do celebrate it.
Yeah. Thanks very much, mate. Great conversation. Listen, guys, I am going to end it. it could carry on all night. I want it to, but you know, we've got the next life, so we can always carry it on and things like that. So I really appreciate your company tonight. I hope you enjoy your weekend and, you know, whatever comes and however you celebrate, things like that. But I'll probably go live over the weekend, no matter what day it is or what the name of the day is. So it'll just be another day to me.
Well, you're normally
so
live.
I hope you can join me then.
Do you know?
Yeah. But I didn't, on Tuesday as well. So I didn't do Tuesday this week. So I thought I'd go live tonight. It did. Do you know what? It's like when I'm in the mood mostly these days. So it's like
something a bit more sopradic. Is that the right word? I can't even speak now. A bit more random.
Sporadic, yeah. It does. It's like because before you do a live, it's like for me it takes a lot. You know, I'm very nervous and very nervous about doing lives. And
well, you've got to get the chat going, and it's very difficult, isn't it?
Yeah, it's not easy, but then again, when you get certain guests on, and you think, wow, you know, I've known these guys for a while. I can leave them to it for a bit, and it gives me a rest and things like that. But most of the time on these lives, everyone gets an equal share of what they've got to say and things like that. And we always keep it debatable and, you know, sensible and things like that. It's very rare anything gets out of hand on these lives.
It's always nice to have new people
on as well. Chat, you know.
So always nice to have new people join us, isn't it?
Yeah, absolutely. And I always get someone new in every week, and that's a nice thing as well. So
I think that's an important thing as well, because if new people come on, you know, sometimes you can just. I'm not saying this is our job, is to change people's attitudes or realities or whatever, but it gives them a different perspective, and especially from an auditing perspective, they can see it from our perspective. Then you know,
you must have had it yourself. Kat's had it, and other people like ourselves, we've had it in private, and it's like I've had emails, because my email's up there on my channel. Anyone wants to get in touch and things like that. So, and it's like I've had emails, and some people come out with stuff, and I think, wow, really? Do I really do that? I didn't realise it. It's just like I'm just being myself, and I'm here for a chat, and anything can happen. It's live. It can. There'll always be a surprise, no matter how large or small, you know, which is nice. Surprises are always nice.
The thing is, from your point of view,
the amount of stuff you get in private, it's unbelievable. The thanks you get, and things like that. I'm thinking, what you're thanking me for?
I think that's like. I'll give you an example. One of the best comments I ever had on my channel was this guy. I did an audit at the Civil Aviation Authority at Gatwick Airport, and they passed, so I had no problems with them. Security didn't bother me. None of the staff bothered me. No problems at all. And I published that video, and a guy completely slated me in the comments section. And I thought, do you know what? I'm not even going to bother responding to that. Do you know what I mean? He was calling me a twat and an arsehole, and why am I sticking my camera in people's faces, even though nobody but me appeared on that video, right? So the typical bullshit. And then a few days later, I went back, and loads of people had responded to him in the comments section and said, go and visit all of the other videos that he's done, right? And then about 3 days after that, he came back on my comments section and apologized to me and said, I left you a shitty comment the other day. Now I realize what you're doing and why you're doing it. Hope you accept my apology, etc., etc., etc. And I responded to him and said, look, sometimes it takes a while for people to understand what we're doing. So thanks for your apology. It's not necessary. I hope you enjoy the future videos. You know, great. Another person educated. And even if all the videos that I put up, all the auditing videos that I put up, even if just one person gets an education, it was worthwhile doing it.
Yeah.
Do you call yourself Fluke though, as an auditing name?
If you look it up on YouTube, it's Fluke Dog, all one word. So it's Fluke DOG, but you'll have to scroll quite a way down because I did a lot of
nice guys who are still in there. Any of my mods, please, can you get Fluke's channel link put up there if you don't mind?
Yeah, so you'll need to scroll quite far down before you get to all the audits. All my audits go back like I think it's like January 2017 or July 2017 or something like that. So you'd have to scroll down. The rest of the stuff in the last 3 years has been more sort of government COVID related stuff. So
yeah, I had same as you, Fluke. I think I told you, didn't I, Dean, or a woman, one of my early subscribers, obviously back in my vlogging days. We used to do videos back and forth, and then when I started doing auditing, I think she unsubbed from me, and I didn't hear from her for years. And then I did a live ones where I went out to you remember, don't you, Dino, when I went to Horton Tower, a historic building, and I did a live stream, and I got approached by security. It ended quite badly and whatnot. And this woman came back to me and said, wow, I watched you live, and bloody hell, I understand where, you know what I mean? And I actually posted the comments on my community post because it were like, I didn't all understand the auditing, and when I seen that happen to you, I just thought, wow, I can't believe that. I kind of get where you're coming from now with all your filming and stuff. You're just vlogging, that's all you're doing, and I'm sorry I unsubbed from you. And I'm like, yeah, no, it's fine. You know what I mean?
People have got this perception about auditors. And I was guesting on another live the other night. An unusual, nothing to do with what we do on our lives, not this type of live. Just someone I know from the same town as me, he does his own lives. And he were on there, and auditors got slagged off. So I tried to stick up for them. And things like that, but
Kat, just the other thing, I'm not too au fait with this sort of stuff. So what's an OG? Because I remember you calling me an OG a couple of times. Is that just an old geezer?
Old git.
Oh,
yeah, someone's been doing it for a long time.
Right, okay.
Original gangster.
Original gangster.
Yeah.
A veteran.
Maybe it should be an OC, an original cameraman.
I don't say this enough. I don't say this enough about you, Fluke. I think you was, out of everybody, you're one of the people. I remember, I think you subscribed to my channel back in my early years. Do you know what I mean? Back in my vlogging years, you know what I mean? I think you were one of them.
I remember when you used to put up videos of you and your daughter going to water places and this, that, and the other, and having days out and whatnot. And I remember, I'm sure it might have just been an email exchange, and you still couldn't. And I remember you posting very early on in YouTube, posting about how you couldn't gauge the concept. People being harassed for having a camera.
I didn't know anything about auditing. I didn't know nothing about auditing back then. You know what I mean? I didn't have a clue. I've never watched it. It was just the concept of, I just went out in public and filmed, and it was never something that crossed my mind that it's suspicious or wrong, or do you know what I mean? I couldn't get my head around it, and I did a video, and it just went from there.
And a lot of people say, and this is incorrect, I wasn't the first auditor in the UK. I believe I was the second auditor in the UK.
Well, no, I don't. I mean, the thing is, this is the bit with me. I don't think you're an actually auditor with you. It was more, I think, obviously you can label people, and like you said, it doesn't really matter, but you're like more of a photographer. Do you know what I mean? I don't think auditing is what... Do you know what I mean? People think, auditing came from America. We nicked it from... Well, no, before auditing came along, it was photography. That's all it was. You can watch YouTube videos of people back in 2005 just going out taking pictures. Do you know what I mean? Walking around taking street photography. They were the original auditors. It just wasn't...
I've watched it. One of the very first guys I came across on YouTube was a guy called Tom Zebra. And he's a cop watcher rather than... Well, he does do audits just for the crack of it, but he's mainly a cop watcher. And he's been cop watching for 22 years now.
Wow. That's a lot.
That's a long time. Do you know what I mean? And somebody said in the comments, I've been a sub to Fluke for a long time. Someone from America, Auditor, gave him a shout out. That was two brothers called P&P News in Texas. They gave me my very ever first shout out. So yeah,
it's crazy where your name gets and this is what I mean. Even doing these panels, you know what I mean. Sometimes you might not think you're getting far, but it's surprising who you fall across. Do you know what I mean? Who comes across your channel and do you know what I mean?
It is, and I think even now it's like, because I'm not I'm not photographing at the moment, or whatever it is you want to call. You know, it's kind of irrelevant because, you know, I've done my bit. I will do it again, and I definitely will do it again. I've got a very interesting one.
So I'm going to unsubscribe from you.
Okay, sorry. I'll dedicate the next one to you, Kat. You'll love this one.
That to me, she's unsub from me.
It's a secret data center, so secret that Fluke found out about it. So that'll be an interesting one.
Yeah, well, I only got into YouTube in 2019. You see, when I finished working, so I
started doing the audits about 2 years before that. So, and I started following them about 2 years before when I started my channel. So, yeah, it's kind of one of those things you just kind of, you know, you get along with. But Google me, it was great to have you on, mate, and I'm glad that you come on, because it's people like you that come on, and if you don't know what we're doing or why we're doing it, we can have a chat with you, and you can accept it or reject it or whatever. And, you know, that's how we have a discourse. We don't have discourse by, you know, kind of, no, I'll just dismiss that person. I dismiss this person. I don't have a clue what this person's doing, so I'm just going to dismiss them. Yeah, having a discourse in a public space is what's needed. So, yeah. But thanks to everyone in the chat as well, and thanks for your support. I do appreciate it. So, and I'm sure I'll see you all soon. Dino, thanks for having me on as always, and Kat, love you a bit. Google me, top man. Good on you for coming on for a chat. And I've got to go now because I've got to nip off to the ladies' lounge for a bit, and maybe that's too sexist. I don't know.
No. Be careful what you say.
Oh, how dare you say the ladies' lounge? Oh,
get off them eggshells.
The gentleman's shit is where I need to go.
But no, Fluke, thanks to you, by the way. Thanks for coming on. A bit of a surprise, but thanks anyway. It's been great. Good stuff. Cheers. Nice and mellow. Appreciate it, and see you next time, hopefully.
Yep, you're welcome. Thanks very much, Dino. Thanks, Kat. Thanks, everyone in the chat. Thanks for Google me. Take care, guys. Look after yourselves, and always record the police.
Always record the police.
Yes, that is good advice.
Yes,
cheers, Fluke. Thanks, mate. Thanks for coming on. Brilliant. See, Fluke can be different, so you can judge him. You know, you all judge him in one way, like he's too controversial. He's too full on. He's too sometimes. Yeah, but tonight he's not, has he?
The thing is, he's like the rest of us, Dino. He's got an opinion.
Yeah, tonight he can play it. He can play the live, you know, depending on what's being said and what's happening, and you know, so he will always be a welcome guest to mine. I've had lots of feedback about Fluke and Dean. Don't bring him on again, and I'm sick of him and things like that. And I think, hang on a minute, it's my fucking channel.
Yeah.
And it's like, I take on board what you're saying, and I get you going off that last live, and I'm taking all these comments in and fucking shit like that. And the day after is a nightmare sometimes after a live. I know tomorrow won't be after tonight's, but it has been. But for me, you know, anyone with substance and they can put something across, and you know, they fit in with that moment. Like tonight, Fluke has, and there's no complaints. No one can complain about him tonight. So, you know, if you do, then what he's saying,
Well, he's prepared to come up and have a chat, and that's the thing, isn't it? So
yeah. Contrary, but tonight he's been the mellow Fluke. He
gets rattled. He gets rattled by dimwits, and he shouldn't.
Yeah,
but
it depends. It really does depend on the live cat, doesn't it?
Yeah.
He's the Marmite. He's the Marmite of denology. But yeah, it was good talking to him.
Yeah, he's educational. He's not stupid. He's it's not like, oh God, fucking hell, not him again. It's like, for me, it's like, oh God, Fluke, what do I do? Shall I bring you on? Shall I? And it's like that with me. And it's like, I always want to, but it's like I have to weigh everything up and bring him on or not. And sometimes I've not. And he knows the way I work and on lives and stuff. So I appreciate that. So yeah, I think Fluke's been absolutely fucking brilliant tonight, guys. So I've not seen a bad word. I'd like to see one, because he said nothing out of order tonight, and you can always slag me off about having him on, and some of you guys who might be listening, who don't like me having Fluke on, but tough shit, because tonight, absolute great content.
Right, your night.
Yeah.
The thing is, like, obviously, with you coming on a Tuesday and a Friday, it's very difficult, isn't it? Because you might not be in the right frame of mind to come in on a Friday or a Tuesday or whatever.
Yeah, that's it these days. Yeah. These days a lot. Things change. So, but yeah, I'll always go live. But I don't know when.
If people are subscribed to you, Dino, which they should be, shouldn't they? And then you just get it to ping to you, don't you, when you do come live? So there's no pressure on you then, is there?
No, not really. No. And it's like, I don't mean it bad, but it's like, I don't really care.
He believes it. I don't think he still believes it himself, do you, sometimes?
Yeah, that's it.
You think you're going to come on live and everyone's going to have vanished, don't you? Couple of weeks off, you'll come back and everyone's going to have vanished.
I can imagine everyone that does this doing that though, Catwoman. To be honest, everyone would be like that, wouldn't they? Thinking, I wonder if there's going to be anyone in for a good chat tonight, or you might not be feeling yourself, or then suddenly it just kicks up. Do you
know what's funny, Dino? You say I don't believe in myself. Well, when it comes to the lives, you don't, because you do more lives than me, and you do better at the lives than I do, because I don't go live that often. I'd rather do my videos. So the same with you have about the lives, I have about my content. But you know what I mean? You
weren't feeling confident on TikTok, and then the next thing you know, we got you chatting, and you were showing us your art and everything, weren't you? So.
It's not like I'm not scared. It's like I know I'm going to get an audience, and be a decent enough people, to have a conversation. Like, still 21 in now. We've been going for bloody 8 hours. You know what I mean? There were over 40, 50 in earlier on. So I'm not really bothered about that. I've just had really good people on who've had a really good chat, and that's all that matters. And there's been enough people in. And don't forget, 4, 5 people on the panel, whatever, but you've got all them people in the chat as well, and people who don't chat who are still watching as well. So I know there's more people. So, I know my lives mean something, because I get regular people in, and, there's interesting stuff goes on, and maybe fucking shit goes on, and it's just live, and we're all having a chat. So I'm not really worried about things like that, to be honest with you. It's just whether I'm in the mood, and
it's more if you're in the right mindset. I think that's the biggest one, isn't it?
Yeah, it's not like where I think, oh God, it's not like I don't believe in myself. I mean, I must admit, before a live, I am very nervous, because I don't script anything. So it's like, right, and I'm thinking, right, shit. So what do I start with? And I go through all that, and then all that's gone. minute one, and it's like it just turns into.
Well, the people in the chat carry you, don't they?
stuff.
When you first come on, the people in the chat carry you, because obviously you spend ages going through the comments, don't you? Which is something I don't.
I do that. I do that anyway. Even if I had mindful of stuff to come out with, and burst out with stuff, like I will always do that, Kat. You know that I've done that from day one. My priority is when I go live straight away, every single person who's in that chat gets spoke about.
The thing is, if there was no chat in the comments, it'd be pretty boring night, wouldn't it? So it's good that people are getting involved, isn't it?
But that's my priority, and that's what sets it off for me. So once I've said hello to everyone, and people going, "Oh my God, Dino, I'm backstage," and things like that, I get all that. And I think tough shit, because I'm saying to everyone who said hello to me, and I have to catch up with all that. And then, like tonight, took half an hour. For fair enough, it took half an hour, but I started at 20 to 9. It's 2:30, so that half an hour, it's nothing in time, but it's a lot to me, because I say hello to everybody, and I make sure that I do.
And I tell you what, Google, I don't know if you agree with me on this, but I think YouTube's a million times better than bloody TikTok. I don't know if you agree.
Oh, yeah, well, obviously YouTube's where it all started for me, really, watching things like this, and obviously I was a YouTuber, really, because when I started looking at TikTok, it lost me a little bit, but YouTube, that's where I feel, good, really. But it's nice that I can have a chat with you guys,
I can't get comfortable with TikTok, honestly. I really can't, especially the lives. And I was just on a live with someone tonight, actually, and I'm trying to convince him to come over to YouTube, because he's found obviously his feet on TikTok, and he's like, "Oh, I don't know if I can do the lives." And I'm the same. Obviously, I went over to TikTok from YouTube, and I just can't find my feet on TikTok, so I prefer it over here. Do you know what I mean? But yeah,
the good thing about it, though, Catwoman, if you're in the right frame of mind, you can do whatever you want, can't you? And obviously, like you say, if you get someone good in the chat, next thing you know, you're away. Look at Dino now. What time are we on now? 2:30. So, yeah. And like sometimes you guys can be talking till 4 a.m., can't you? It's just whatever's good going in the chat and how you feel. The way you go, isn't it?
Definitely.
It's just like you say, building your confidence, isn't it? But that's part of building your confidence by chatting to people. So
absolutely
enjoy it, absolutely. And hopefully people are positive. But if they're not, feed off it. Feed off it. I do.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, you'll always gain knowledge, whether that knowledge you're given is wrong. It's like, I've just found out something that's not right. So, the more you talk, and not everything's right, what everyone says to you.
Every day is a school day, isn't it?
So it's ciphering through everything.
I've learned more on YouTube over the past. I've always said this. I've learned more from YouTube over the past few years than I ever did at bloody school.
Yeah, well, I'd never used any of this social media stuff until I used YouTube, as I say, at the end of 2019, and then I found you guys and different people on there, and obviously what's that channel?
Whole different world.
Yeah, obviously now you can speak, speak to you guys live.
It's mad. To be fair, it's mad to think about, because my daughter introduced me to YouTube when I think this is going back, back in the early days, back in 2007, 2008, like YouTube had only been like a year older, so, and she came home from school fascinated with this gamer, you know what I mean, this streamer, and I used to sit down with her every night and watch stupid little gaming videos with her, and it was quite funny, and that's what led me on to finding my own people that I enjoyed, and then that therefore led me on to, do you know what, I think I could do this YouTube stuff myself, you know what I mean? So
yeah, well, people looked at me daft when I said I'd never heard of YouTube.
Yeah,
you're getting up into the back end of 2019, everyone's like, "You've never heard of YouTube?" I'm like, "No."
Some people, there's some people, believe it or not, don't own a mobile phone. You know what I mean? And
yeah, that's right. Yeah,
it happens, But I think social media is like especially since lockdown. I think especially these StreamYards. Obviously, when I first, you know what I mean, these panels weren't a thing. It was just watching videos. You know what I mean? So since lockdown, these panels have become a massive thing because it's a way, you know, a lot of people have isolated and they don't have family and they live on the road. It's a good way to come on and socialise and meet new people and have a chat.
Right, I can't stand texting, Kat, I'll be honest with you. It's one of those things I just can't stand it. It's just a case of, I'd rather just talk, and I can't be bothered. Well, one of the reasons is because my mince pies are knackered, but you know, I'm looking at the text and I'm thinking, hang on, I'm seeing 6 letters that aren't looking right here, you know. But yeah, as I say, if you can come on and you can chat to people, that's grand, isn't it?
Exactly.
Yeah.
And you're spreading the seed, you know, like I say, your first time on a panel, and this is it. A lot of people are like, oh no, I'm too nervous to go on, and fair enough, you know, everybody feels like that way. But you know, if you find the right room where you know, you don't have, like you say, you don't have to turn your camera on if you don't want. You know, you come on, and even if it's just to say hello, you know, and then jump up again, and you know. I've honestly met some people who were like that, and then now they've got their own channels, doing their own panels. You know,
it's like when Dino said, you know, when I asked before, I don't know how to get onto it because he was saying, "Come on in a box, you know, if you want to have a chat." And I was thinking, I don't know how to bloody do it. I've looked at everything on my phone and I can't find everything.
When you put, "Can I get in the box?" That's what they say on TikTok. So I thought he's from TikTok, because that's what they say on TikTok.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, but that is TikTok terminology, isn't it? But I do speak to people in boxes, you see.
Yeah, that's it. But this is a panel over here. It's a panel. So yeah, a box. I thought he's from TikTok. Him.
Yeah, blooming right. But yeah, it's been good, isn't it? You know, it's good to have a chat, isn't it?
Yeah, and YouTube's massive. It's a massive platform. Other than mainstream media.
Yeah, well, when you sent me that link, Dean, I was thinking, oh dear, what's this all about?
Yeah, I think it's the next biggest deal, you know. But YouTube itself tries to cut certain things down and out, you know. They don't want it anymore on their channel, so that's why people go to other platforms to, you know, like 1984 so what they need to without restrictions, and like what YouTube and things like that. But I still like YouTube. I think YouTube's still a good platform, you know.
I love it. I love it. Like my second home, YouTube.
Yeah. But as long as you keep it, you know, within, you know, like for instance, you know, these live streams and things like that, as long as we do it you know, and it's not like the way the others do it and they get all controversy and arguments.
On TikTok, you're not allowed to smoke on TikTok.
There's no progress, but what I believe in with my live streams, I'm not being funny, but with mine, you know, I think we've made like kind of progress. Even just like yourself tonight, coming on tonight, that's progress.
Yeah.
I've had people like Cass, who's now so confident and prominent on YouTube. First live stream he came on was mine. It's just a comfortable place to be. So I'll invite anyone in who wants to come on and speak about anything they want to within reason.
Yeah.
I'm not here for big YouTubers and big stardom and stuff like that, and controversy and 100 and 200 views. Viewers and in one time.
There'll be people that look forward to you coming on, you know.
It's nice though. I mean, like I said, when this is what I mean. Like when Fluke first subscribed to my channel, he had quite a big channel. It is quite nice when a bigger channel acknowledges your channel. I'm not gonna lie. Do you know what I mean? It is quite flattering. Do you know what I mean? When you see somebody who's got, you know, quite a good channel, you know, it's good, you know what I mean? It's not, like you say, you can, you know, I think years ago I used to get starry-eyed, but not as much now. But it is nice when you do. It's like anything. If I'm following a chat, like for example, we've been doing these reaction videos now. I do the reaction videos to one at channels out in America, and they left a comment and said, "Oh, this is very funny. Thanks for that." And you get all giddy. I can't, you know what I mean? I can't lie. You get all giddy and you're like, "Blooming heck!" Actually, do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's just appreciation, isn't it? You know. So, yeah.
Yeah, but you know, at the end of the day, these people that so-called celebrities or whatever, they're still people at the end of the day. So.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, just getting involved, aren't they? You know.
Yeah. That's it. We're all, you know, we're all human beings, whether we're bloody celebrity or not. You know what I mean? It's just a title, isn't it? You know what I mean? But obviously, some people like you support more than others. You're a bit more of a it's like me. I mean, I don't like you on TikTok. What do they think? They're famous over there, don't they? They literally.
They do famous. Yeah.
And I'm a famous TikTok. I'm famous. I've got, and it's like, no, you just you sort of, you've got a platform. You're well known.
I'm famous.
Yeah, it's you know what I mean. I could never think like that. Do you know what I mean? It's like, you know, I don't come.
I'm famous.
Our viewers are fans. Look at all our fans in the chat. You know what I mean? All fans of us. It's just so big-headed. Do you know what I mean? All people here at the end of the day. Do you know what I mean?
That's it. Exactly. Yeah.
It's crazy.
Yeah, well, see, obviously, I'll go to town tomorrow and I'll say I was speaking to Dean. You see, so everyone will be like blown away.
Yeah. What? Him?
They'll be like, "Wow, well, just not the famous cameraman from Lancashire."
No, just real people, please.
Ozzy's the most famous one. A lot of us, so you all have to bow down to Ozzy.
Yeah. I've seen him on before. Yeah.
Honestly, it's Ozzy who's the famous one.
Without Ozzy, it can't have been nothing.
Yeah.
There used to be a bike guy as well, didn't there? He used to come in. I can't remember his name. A biker or something, wasn't there? He used to be on the panel.
Bikereddie.
That was it, yeah.
Yeah, he's my co-host, but recently he's had surgery, so he's not come on tonight.
Ah, right.
So that's the reason for that. But yeah, Biker's been around for from day one basically. I'll tell you that. And he's just become my co-host, and he's an admin on my channel. He's a manager on my channel. So, like, when it comes to the stuff,
see, look at this. He's got manager and everything.
With all that.
Well, that's what you need when you're a celebrity. He's got an MD.
No, this guy's just a friend, and he's done it off his own back, and Plod does it as well. So there's two managers, and they just like keep their eyes on things and, like, you know, get rid of bad shit and keep the channel clean. And that's what they do. And they volunteered for that. I never asked them to do anything like that. It's just that we're really good friends, and that's the reason they do it. They don't do lives. I do. And they wanted to get involved with it because early doors, when I used to get more views and things like that, it were more controversy. So it was more like hands-on and protecting me and things like that. And they've always done that off their own back. And I'm just, you know, and it's, to me, it's like, wow, you know, it's just like, at the end of the day, I feel like
building a community, isn't it?
It's just the good friends, and they just want to look after. They just believe in what I do, and look after it, and things like that. So for me, it's just amazement. You know, I can't believe it.
Well, you've been on Dean's channel for a long time as well, haven't you? Kat?
Yeah. Can you believe it? And this is another thing about bloody stupid TikTok. Obviously here on YouTube we have mods, but you know what I mean? With mods, we appreciate our mods, don't they? On TikTok, they actually have to pay the people to be a mod for them. They have to.
No, you don't. I go on as well, you know, and I've got a couple of lassies that mod for me, but I only like.
No, I mean, I'm talking about some of the bigger TikTokers. They actually, have you seen that video going around? It goes, "Give me three universes a month to be my mod." It's like, you should be paying them to be a mod. They're kind of doing a job for you, not the other way around. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
you should be paying them to, not you being paid to mod for them. Some of those mods are the unsung heroes, aren't they? Really? That's it.
You're thinking to yourself, they're keeping on control of your chat. But to be fair, if I was up there,
They should be being paid, not them paying them to be a mod for them. It's mad.
Yeah, if I was doing that, I don't mind a bit of getting involved with a bit of trouble. It's just entertainment, isn't it? Really,
I don't know. It is and it isn't. It's kind of dangerous, though, isn't it? Over there, it's like.
Yeah, well, I'm pretty strong-minded, really. So I don't mind a bit of abuse here and there. But I don't really do it like Dean's there, isn't he? You can see Dean, and he's having a go, isn't he? But I'm not fiddling around. But as I say, tonight when I came on here and I'm pressing this, that, and the other, I didn't have a bloody clue because I've never done it before.
Yeah, you've done all right. You've done good, Anna. He's done really good.
And then obviously Dean sent the link over, and that was it. I was on,
Yeah, you've done really good for your first time. A lot of people usually have technical difficulties. They're in and out. The sound's all over the place. You've done really good.
Yeah. Well, next time you're on TikTok, I'll give you a shout and let you know.
Yeah, no worries. And you're always welcome on. You're absolute natural, just like, Carol. I don't know if you know Carol, but Carol N, he comes in as he's Polish guy, but he speaks like you wouldn't think he were Polish. He's like in it, and he's like, and he talks like that, and he's brilliant. And he's come on here for the first time. I've had dozens of people who felt like they can come on here and just have a chat. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So it's the right place to be for that, no doubt about it. Controversy, yeah, I can handle that. Cat knows that, and I can handle myself and things like that. But that never comes up these days, so it's always mostly a mellow chat on this live, and anyone's welcome. And any bad what goes on, it's dealt with. And I don't even know about it because, like I said before, like you said, biker, I've got people behind me, and I never ask them or anything like that. It's just they do it. I don't know why they do it.
Yeah.
To this, I still don't know why they do it. Other than
because obviously they like you, Dean. That's the main thing, isn't it?
Enjoy your channel and enjoy. They want to look after your channel for you.
They know the longer it. Like tonight, it's been a long time. I'm going to end it soon.
It's like that long phone call you can never end.
Yeah, I know, and I wish we could never sleep and we could just go on and do whatever we want for as long as we want.
Well, it's the very most. Why are you trying to get rid of us, Dino? Excuse us.
Hang on. No, I don't want to. But do you know what? I am going to. Now, guys.
I'm feeling. Come on, Dean. Don't be shy. Let's get a 24-hour session on the go.
You know what? That UK Transparency's been trying to plug that one for ages. Dino, do a 24 now.
I think we could.
I could if it was for a decent cause or whatever, but I don't think I could. I couldn't do 24 hours.
There's only two people I know I think could do a 24 hours, and that's the very first live I jumped on, the Grey Man Adventures and Optical. I think them two would be awesome. You've got to have it in you. It takes it out of you, doesn't it? You've got to have it in you if you to do a live.
I don't know, Kat. I reckon us three would have a good go at it. Come on, let's have a go.
I don't know. I must admit. I think the longest I've done on my own is about 8 hours. I think possibly 10. Yeah. I think.
Yeah, well, you get good people on, as I say, and you get chatting. You're all right. Yeah. But Dean's starting to get to bed now. You can see it, can't you? You're getting ready, aren't you?
Give me a break, guys.
He's like hinting, Kat. He's like hinting. Will you two shut up now? I'm going.
He got the option to kick us at any time he wanted. Yeah. That's the thing. If he really wanted to, he could get rid of us by clicking of a finger.
Hang on. Just
click of a finger and we're gone. Click of a finger. Go on, do it. I dare you. Do it.
You're gone. There you go.
Right,
you're gone.
I literally thought you were going to kick me then. I thought you were going to kick me then.
Hello, Dino. You all right?
Tell me that's not you.
It is me, yeah, of course it is.
Why have you done this?
Are you? You're about 10, mate. Are you bringing someone else on now? Are you about to?
I'm bringing no one on. He's done this on bloody purpose. He's been in that chat all night, and as soon as I said I'm going, guys, he's come backstage.
As we call it on TikTok, Cat, we've got a sniper. We've got a sniper.
It may have happened before, you see, so I just thought I'd, repeat.
That's the way. Sneaking on the live right at the end there.
We'll be on for another 5 hours now. You do know that. Someone's new joined. We'll be on for another 5 hours.
I think it is becoming my slot, isn't it, Dino? Like, just as you're about to go, oh, hello.
Yeah.
Dean's losing the will to live here. He's got his head in his hands.
He doesn't want to go, really. This is it. If he wanted to, he'd just switch it off and go, but he doesn't want to. He doesn't.
No, I don't. Right. God, what you will.
He said, no, I don't.
If you want, just get cosy, and if you fall asleep, we've all done it before. We've fallen asleep on our own lives, and just leave the live open and get comfy.
I've never done that over a long time.
I haven't done it for one time.
I have done it.
I've only done it once or twice.
Yeah,
I did it twice in one live. I think I was arguing as well. People were like, "Oh, you've been asleep for a while, snoring." I went, "No, I haven't. I've been here. What are you talking about?" I didn't even know I'd been asleep.
He's got a bit of mood lighting on. He's got a bit of mood lighting. Look, he's ready to go.
What he's done is he's sat back and gone, "I'm not doing any more."
Yeah.
Leave the panel. Up.
They can do it.
Yeah. It does that anyway. It comes on the live. He talks for the first half an hour, and then he shuts up and lets the rest of his panel talk.
Yeah, that's right.
I have to admit, when he was on his own for a little bit earlier on, I thought, should I go on? And just as I was about to go on, somebody went on. So
saved him.
Yeah.
Really. Right, I'm going. See you later, guys. Thanks for.
All right, yeah. Take it easy.
No.
Bye.
No,
See you later, SG.
Yeah.
Yep. See ya. See everyone.
Yeah, bye.
Have a good one.
Bye.
He's not going to do that.
He's not going. He's not doing it. His finger hovering.
He can't bring himself to go, can you?
Not yet. Soon.
Not yet.
Why have you done this? You're going to have to wait for the next live.
Well, he obviously wants to keep you going, Dino. He'd love you that much. He doesn't want you to turn off.
Put a 1 in chat if you want Dino to end the live stream. Put a 2 if you don't think he should.
Manipulation at its finest.
I'm just doing what people do.
Get rid of these guys.
Your chat is forcing you to keep going.
Why have you done this to me? Right, I am going. I'm being serious now. 10 to 3. Right, I'm going.
I don't blame you.
Amen.
Amen.
See you, mate. Thanks for coming in.
No worries. Take it easy, guys. See you again.
No worries. Listen, mate, thanks very much. See you next time, I hope.
Yeah, no worries. Yeah,
Great to have you on, mate. Thank you.
I'll jump in anytime, especially on the 24-hour gig next one, Dino.
Right, thanks. Cheers for that. Straight in. Great.
The 48-hour one.
Yeah. I'll make sure I get a few tinnies and then we'll go all night. See you later, guys. Nice talking to you all.
Thank you, mate.
No worries. See you.
Pleasure. Absolute pleasure.
I do admit I've liked what you've been saying. You seem a very decent guy.
It's been good banter, hasn't it? Yeah, it's good. Yeah. Anyway, I'll talk to you all again soon. All right. So take care.
Yeah, great stuff.
See you now, guys.
Bye-bye.
See you later. Thanks so much. Cat's gone. Thank fuck for that.
Oh my gosh. Yeah. Don't think you need to carry it on because I'm here, because I did just jump up for comedy purposes, Dino, and say hello,
Right, no problem. But feel shit now because I'm going.
Yeah, I know. I could see it.
And you
look knackered.
But anyway, please
You
come
did laugh though, didn't you?
earlier on the next live if you don't mind.
Well, maybe you should ask me to come up.
You're always welcome.
Is that not a done thing?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. So maybe you could do that.
Behave.
I never do. But you have a good night. And
yeah,
I loved the live. It was great.
Oh, thank you. And please
No worries.
next time on the panel. It'd be great.
Well, I nearly did join when Fluke was on. I know. Well, I haven't been doing many live stream panels lately, so like on many.
You'll get back into it, and yeah, you're okay. So
yeah,
no problem. I don't believe. Oh, James, if that's you, fucking, I don't.
Joining in the comedy.
Why are they doing this to me? Right, I'm not sure if it is, so I'll just make sure.
Hello,
James.
What time do you call this, Dino?
James, go where? Go where?
What's it, a fucking early night?
I can't believe this.
This is an early time to start your live stream, Dino. Yeah.
Jesus Christ. What's going on?
You're right, James.
All right, SG.
Was it right? Did you join for the comedy purpose that I joined as well?
I had to. Look at his face. Look at his face. You could scorch wood with that face. Anyone else want to come up?
Twats. You pair of bastards.
Can we fill the panel, please?
Right, what's the next question, panel?
There's not normally foul language on here, but right.
Well, I don't think it's got anything to do with birds.
What do you want?
I just come to say happy Yule.
Well, okay.
Happy Yule. Happy Yule.
Happy Yule.
Yes, Merry Christmas.
Yeah.
Yeah. Chris my arse.
All right, I'm gonna fuck off. I'll see you later.
Yeah, no worries. I'm not going to.
You're a fucking legend, honestly, mate. And thanks for everything, mate.
Take care. No worries. Shut up.
I'm not going to stay for too long, or much longer. No, I'm going to go. Don't worry. You do have a nice Christmas, though. Everyone, as well as Dino. Peace.
Thank you, man.
And Yuletide.
Okay. SG wants us to think about that word, I think. Yuletide, what does it mean? Okay, so I've finally got to this point where it's time to say good night, good morning, good afternoon, depending on where you're from. So I'll end it the same way I started it. Thanks for watching, guys. I hope you've enjoyed it. Superb guests tonight. Okay, Bike has been absent. Well, he's not. He's been in the chat, but he's been absent from the panel. It's okay. It's been superb, and hopefully I'll see you over the weekend. So whatever happens from now until the moment after, I really hope you enjoy yourselves, and please look after yourselves and each other, and lots of love, massive respect, and see you soon. Cheers, guys. Legends, all of you.